The main hall of Qingyun Sect. Outside the hall a crowd of disciples gathered, craning their necks to peer inside. Yet soon a senior brother on guard drove them back with a single glance. Did Senior Brother Li really do such a thing? A disciple whispered. No idea, but the rumor is quite detailed. Speaking of Senior Brother Li, he is a pitiful man. Think of how glorious he once was. Now to restore his cultivation he would poison an elder and steal the sect's treasure. A disciple snorted coldly. Every pitiful person has their detestable side. Back in the demon-suppressing campaign, if Li Xuanxiao hadn't shown mercy, the demon cult's pope would never have escaped, costing many lives. Now this is all his retribution. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the disciple's body froze. A powerful aura locked onto him and cold sweat poured from his entire body. A woman in a green robe with a sword at her waist walked over. The disciples and the crowd parted, automatically bowing in unison. Senior Sister Maju. The woman named Maju fixed her gaze on the disciple who had been gossiping. Her eyes carried a merciless chill, as if they could freeze a person solid. Her lips were tightly sealed, uttering not a word, but the taut muscles on her face betrayed her inner fury. The disciple, terrified by Moses' gaze, dared not meet her eyes. He could only lower his head, staring at the ground as if wishing a crack would swallow him. His body trembled uncontrollably, overwhelmed by Moses' presence. The other disciples were also shaken by her stare, not daring to utter a sound. The entire scene fell into an eerie silence. If not for Senior Brother Li back, then you would be standing here gossiping. The demon cult would have devoured you alive. Moses' eyes swept coldly over them. You. And all of you. The reason you can peacefully cultivate in this sect today without fear is all thanks to the pitiful wretch you speak of. No one responded. Everyone kept their heads lowered in silence, not daring to meet her gaze. Maju ceased paying them any heed and walked straight into the main hall. Inside the hall stood the 7 sect masters of Qingyun Sword Sect, the elders of the law enforcement hall, the honored patrons, and the senior disciples of each branch. Everyone who held any sway in Qingyun Sword Sect was present. In the center of the hall knelt a young man in white. Xuanxiao, the evidence is conclusive. Do you have anything to say in your defense? On the central dais, Master Wang Qing in a simple white dress looked at the young man with a hint of pity in her eyes. But it vanished instantly. Li Xuanxiao cupped his hands and replied in a calm voice, "This disciple did not commit the deed. I beseech the sect to clear my name." Li Xuanxiao. At this point you still won't confess. What, you dare to act but not to own up? When did you become such a coward? The second elder of the law enforcement hall pounded the table so hard that priceless coral table from the South Sea cracked under his palm, splintering into countless fissures. The grand elder of the law enforcement hall took a light sip of tea and spoke earnestly, "Xuanxiao, I know you are aggrieved. But this matter is of great importance. It's not that we don't believe you, it's that all evidence points to you. Do you have any solid proof to show it wasn't you?" Compared to the second elder, the grand elder's tone was noticeably milder. But Li Xuanxiao offered no further defense, remaining silent in response. He knew that the true killing blade never revealed itself blatantly. The grand elder may appear kind, but in truth he was the one who truly wanted Li Xuanxiao dead. Seeing Li Xuanxiao's demeanor, the second elder grew even more furious. Proof. If he had proof he would have brought it out long ago. Li Xuanxiao, don't think you can rest on your laurels. I tell you, Qingyun Sect does not allow merits to cancel out faults. Merits are merits, faults are faults. Maju stepped forward from the crowd. Elder Lingyun, your words are too harsh. This matter is riddled with doubts. All evidence pointing to Senior Brother Li is too suspicious. Moreover, everyone here knows Senior Brother Li's character. How could he stoop to this? The second elder cast a cold glance at Maju. Maju, I know your bond with your senior brother has always been strong. Now you stand up to defend him, understandable. But Li Xuanxiao violated sect rules, committed murder and theft, an unforgivable crime. Yes. We all know Li Xuanxiao's character. But for years he has secluded himself in the mountain, not emerging. And he harbors a demonic soul, who knows what. Enough. Master Wang Qing snapped sharply. The second elder, realizing his loose tongue, fell silent, looking embarrassed. Master Wang Qing turned her gaze to Li Xuanxiao below the hall and sighed softly. "Xuanxiao, do you have anything more to say?" This disciple has nothing to add. Li Xuanxiao offered no further explanation. Those who wrong you know better than you how unjust you are. Sometimes you think those who wrong you misunderstand you. They don't. They know the truth perfectly well, yet they choose to misunderstand you. Explaining to them is useless, it only muddies the waters and torments you. Not everyone present was a fool. The sect master and law enforcement elders were the sharpest of the sharp. Uncovering the so-called truth would not be difficult. But what if the person who laid the trap was the very one judging him? Li Xuanxiao looked calmly into the eyes of his master Wang Qing. Very well. Tomorrow you shall leave the sect. Having spoken, Master Wang Qing rose and departed the hall without another glance at the crowd. Master. This matter. Ma Zhu cried out in shock. The crowd erupted in uproar. The few sect masters and elders who knew the outcome remained silent. Li Xuanxiao had anticipated this outcome. If he were still the hot-headed youth of the past, he would have been furious to death by now. He would have hurled curses, "You pack of bastards. I risked my life for you and now you discard me like a worn-out horse. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Wait till I recover my cultivation, I'll slaughter every last one of you." I'd even slapped the sect dogs twice. But now. Master Wang Qing's voice echoed in the hall. All ties have come to this, let bygones be bygones. Everyone understood these words were meant for Li Xuanxiao. This speech signified the severance of master-disciple bond. Li Xuanxiao solemnly performed a Taoist salute and said in a deep voice, "Li Xuanxiao thanks Master for years of nurturing. We part now. May we never meet again in this life. Mountains and rivers will not cross our paths." Behind the hall, Master Wang Qing's body stiffened slightly for a moment, then she strode away with large steps. After leaving the main hall, Wang Qing Daoren returned to his thatched cottage. For many years Wang Qing, the sect leader of Qingyun Sect, had resided here. Even during seclusion she would choose no other place. She cultivated the way of supreme forgetting emotions. The way of forgetting emotions is a mental state, a realm of cultivation of the heart, a Tao formed by the mind. Forgetting emotions is not about being indifferent and heartless, it is about emotions taking root in the heart yet not being trapped by them, not disturbing the mind and not clinging to thoughts. She knew that everything she did today was a disservice to her disciple and to Li Xuanxiao, who had given everything for the Qingyun Sect and for the world. But she had to do it. His cultivation was crippled and his soul was tainted by demonic influence. And yet his very existence affected the fate of the entire Qingyun Sect. Such a person could not be kept. For the sake of the Qingyun Sect she had to silently acquiesce to the trap set by the enforcement elder. Perhaps there was a better way. But once this was done, Li Xuanxiao would be expelled from the sect, his reputation utterly ruined. Wang Qing closed her eyes. She could only wait until his lifespan was exhausted, then restore his reputation. Tongtian Peak. The towering peak pierced the clouds, scraping the sky, one of the world's wonders. It stood upon the earth as if challenging the heavens. Standing at the foot of Tongtian Peak one could feel an invisible pressure, as if the entire mountain was leaning toward you. At the summit, shrouded in mist, there was a wooden hut far from the main hall. Li Xuanxiao carefully tidied the small room. A few years ago, when he had no hope of recovering his cultivation, he moved here. He was responsible for some logistical tasks on Tongtian Peak. 4 years ago no one knew what had happened. Rumors spread through the sect that he was a cursed person. Anything he touched was regarded as an ill omen. Later 4 inner disciples of Tongtian Peak died tragically while training down the mountain, pushing the rumors to a climax. After that the sect forbade him from doing any work. Li Xuanxiao simply stopped going out much to avoid criticism. He spent his days growing vegetables and tending flowers around the hut. To put it nicely, it was cultivating his mind, bluntly it was killing time until death. 30 years ago Li Xuanxiao could never have imagined he would end up like this. 30 years ago he was the proud son of heaven. He entered the sect at 10, bowed to his master and grasped a sword at 11. At 13 he was invincible among peers. At 18 he swept demons with his sword. At 23 he stood above the crowd. For others cultivation was like climbing a heavenly road, extremely difficult. For him it was like walking on flat ground, riding 8 swift horses. On closer look each of those 8 horses even had wings. Then when the world fought against the demons, only he could stand against the enlightened Demon Sect Pope. But a story could end at the moment of victory, this however was life. Li Xuanxiao walked out of the wooden hut and looked up at the sunlight. The sun was bright and warm, as if he could smell the fragrance of the light, a warmth he had not felt for a long time. He stretched out his hands, trying to grasp the bright sunlight as if it could bring him some warmth, some hope. His fingers curled slightly as if wanting to hold everything, but also as if they had grasped nothing. The sunlight slipped through his fingers just like everything he once had, all gone away. At the foot of Qingyun Mountain. A dozen or so Qingyun Sect disciples were all gazing at the end of the mountain path. A girl with a pretty face dressed in pink let out a light sigh, her heart filled with irritation. These disciples were all from Tongtian Peak of Qingyun Sect, whose peak master was Wangqing Daoren. After Wangqing Daoren took over as sect leader, the senior disciple of Tongtian Peak Li Xuanxiao acted as peak master. Almost all of the disciples present were personally trained by him. "Junior sister Ning, you are unwell and were injured a few days ago. Perhaps you should go back first," said a senior brother, glancing at the pretty girl in pink. "Forget it, the senior brother treated me well in the past. How can I not see him off when he is leaving the sect today?" The girl in pink was named Ning Ying, the youngest junior sister of Tongtian Peak. Back then, relying on her family resources and her own talent, she barely managed to enter Tongtian Peak. 30 years ago, when Li Xuanxiao had not yet become a cripple, she loved to cling to him. Thus she earned the nickname Shadow. She didn't mind and called him senior brother fondly. At that time she was young, barely reaching his knees, cute and adorable. Li Xuanxiao was quite caring toward his youngest junior sister. In the first few years after his cultivation was crippled, Ning Ying still treated him as before. But as time passed, she gradually grew distant. Occasionally they would greet each other when they met, but that was all. Actually, it wasn't just her. Ning Ying glanced at the back of senior sister Maju. With her temperament, she shouldn't be here. At least she no longer wanted any connection with Li Xuanxiao. The past was the past and the present was the present. The Li Xuanxiao of the past was the pride of heaven, the most dazzling presence in the entire Qingyun sect. But now not only was his cultivation crippled, he was also tainted with a demonic soul and ill omen. Anyone who came into contact with him would be infected with misfortune and devoured by inner demons. Although it was all just rumors, there was no proof. However, it was better to be safe than sorry. She had worked so hard to get where she was, she couldn't afford a single mistake. If it weren't for senior sister Moses' authority and fear of gossip, she would have left long ago. Why is senior brother Li still not here? Chen Ping tried hard to hide the impatience in his voice. Like Ning Ying, if it weren't for senior sister Maju being here, he wouldn't have come to see Li Xuanxiao off. He looked at the precious jade in Moses' hand and couldn't help feeling a pang of regret. Such a fine jade, if used for himself, would greatly accelerate his cultivation. But now it was going to be wasted. It seemed senior sister Maju was determined to give this family heirloom jade to Li Xuanxiao. Chen Ping's mind was churning. Maju stood in front of everyone expressionless. She could feel that a few people were already growing impatient, and a chill crept into her heart. She recalled how senior brother Li had treated them back then, and now that he was in trouble, this was the repayment. She spoke coldly, "Those who don't want to wait, leave now." Chen Ping swallowed nervously, his throat moving. "Senior sister, I didn't mean that. It's just that the road down the mountain is rough. I'm worried about senior brother Li." Maju didn't want to hear his feeble excuses. She calculated the time. By all accounts, senior brother Li should have come down the mountain by now. As this thought struck her, a gentle breeze stirred around Maju. A flying sword glowing with azure light appeared beneath her feet. "I'll be back in a moment." With that, she had already soared into the sky. At Tongtian Peak, within a thatched hut, Mo Zhu stood outside. "He is gone." "Yes. Perhaps it's for the best." Wangqing Daoren's voice echoed into the depths of her heart. Mo Zhu clenched her fists, a subtle shift in her gaze. Senior brother left everything behind: gold notes, silver notes, spirit stones. Mo Zhu placed each item outside the thatched hut. These were all things Wangqing had instructed other disciples to deliver to Li Xuanxiao. Even after being expelled from the sect, living a life of comfort as a wealthy man was not a bad fate. Yet unexpectedly, Li Xuanxiao had taken none of them. Wangqing Daoren slowly opened his eyes, his tone indifferent. "Why must he be so stubborn? He's sulking with me." Mo Zhu hesitated for a moment. "Master, senior brother is not sulking with anyone. He simply what? Simply wishes to sever all ties with Qingyun sect. Never see each other again in this life, like mountains and rivers that never meet." Mo Zhu had intended to see her senior brother off one last time, but Li Xuanxiao had already left Qingyun sect ahead of her. In the hut, he left a letter for Mo Zhu bidding her farewell. Silence lingered in the thatched hut for a long while. "I understand. You may leave." Mo Zhu took a deep breath. "Master, it's clear someone set a trap to frame senior brother. Why do you turn a blind eye?" Senior brother sacrificed himself for Qingyun Sect for the world and ended up crippled. Now Qingyun Sect casts him out, such an act of injustice and betrayal. Enough. Mo Zhu was overwhelmed by the imposing aura, involuntarily stepping back. His fate today is of his own making. From now on, Qingyun Sect has no Li Xuanxiao and Tongtian Peak has no grand senior brother. Go now. Your master is weary. Mo Zhu inhaled deeply, words caught in her throat. Ultimately disheartened, she turned and walked away. On a path along the cliffside, Li Xuanxiao, clad in a blue robe, had come to Qingyun Sect with nothing all those years ago. Now he left with nothing once more. No debts, no ties. With a few swift movements, Li Xuanxiao leaped from the heights, landing lightly on a tree branch, his sleeves billowing. A strange power surged within him, as if a long-dormant spiritual energy were awakening. He closed his eyes quietly, sensing the ebb and flow of this force, feeling as if he were merging with the universe. His thoughts gradually sank into this spiritual energy. He saw his own body, his veins and muscles and every cell greedily absorbing this power. After the great battle, his cultivation and foundation were destroyed. Li Xuanxiao tried countless methods, yet all yielded no results. 30 years ago, in the final battle, he slew the demon cult pope with a single sword strike. Countless demonic beings perished, and to prevent malevolent spirits from invading the mortal realm, Li Xuanxiao bore all the consequences. Unexpectedly, those countless vengeful souls fused within him, forming a demonic soul. 6 months ago, he attempted to use this demonic soul to absorb spiritual energy and repair his losses. At first he endured immense agony. The demonic soul rampaged within him, struggling to break free from his control. He felt as though his body were being torn apart. Yet as time passed, he gradually adapted to the pain and sensed his body slowly mending. This was the first glimmer of hope he had seen in 30 years. However, never did he imagine that before fully recovering he would be cast out of Qingyun Sect. He held no hatred for Qingyun Sect, nor for the scheming master or those who mocked him. He simply chose not to forgive them. In the first half of his life he devoted himself to cultivation for Qingyun Sect and the world. In the second half he wished to traverse majestic mountains and great rivers to seek the sources of waterways, a man who roams from the eastern sea to the western wilderness. To spend his remaining years amidst the tapestry of life, nothing more. Qingyun City, the most prosperous city at the foot of Qingyun Sect. The city bustled with activity, people weaving through the streets, laughter and cheers rising and falling. It was a gathering place for Qingyun Sect disciples and martial artists, a wellspring of rumors and legends. The streets were wide and lively, lined with shops and teahouses. Inside a teahouse, patrons savored fragrant tea, discussing amusing tales and rumors of the martial world. Martial artists passed through the alleys, clad in various attire and bearing different weapons, showcasing their identities and status. At the city's center stood a grand square dominated by a colossal statue of Qingyun, the founder of Qingyun Sect. The statue, towering dozens of feet high, was solemn and majestic. Qingyun held a long sword pointing to the sky, as if guarding the city and the entire martial world. "Waiter, a bowl of tea." "Coming right up." Soon the waiter filled the bowl. "Enjoy your tea." Li Xuanxiao in his blue robe took a sip, his gaze drifting to the street outside the teahouse. People hurried by, their expressions varied. Stalls lined the streets, brimming with fresh vegetables, fruits, aromatic snacks and an array of handcrafted goods. Vendors called out enthusiastically, their voices echoing through the empty streets. The last time he left the sect was 20 years ago. Li Xuanxiao narrowed his eyes, catching the scent of savory snacks by the roadside. Even he felt a craving. He bought 2 meat pies, took a few bites of the steaming hot pastry and washed it down with tea. It was sheer bliss. Inside the teahouse a storyteller rambled on, spittle flying, recounting age-old tales. As the last chapter told, Li Xuanxiao, to rescue his junior sister Mo Zhu, rode alone with his sword into the demon lair, vanquishing 6 demon kings. Li Xuanxiao paused, turning his head. He hadn't expected the story to be about himself. Hearing his own experiences from another's lips was an indescribably strange sensation. Yet these tales were heavily embellished. They gained dramatic flair, making them intriguing to hear. The story as told by the storyteller was fraught with peril. In reality, that battle hadn't been particularly dangerous for him. Whoosh! Just then a sword's cry suddenly rang out from the sky. The cry pierced the clouds, carrying an unparalleled power and majesty, as if a long-dormant dragon had awakened, about to burst forth and shake heaven and earth. The sound reverberated through the air, lingering endlessly, as if proclaiming something to the world. Everyone in the city looked up at the sky. Though accustomed to strange occurrences at the foot of Qingyun Sect, such a sword cry was rare. What's happening? What is that sound? An elderly person frowned, staring at the sky as if recalling something. This sound. This sound. Is it the Qingyun sword? At Qingyun Sect the Qingyun sword trembled violently. With a flash of its blade's light the sword binding array shattered instantly. The entire Qingyun Sect was enveloped in sword aura. Almost simultaneously the elder in the green robe guarding the sword array arrived near the formation. Behind him a curtain of swords ceaselessly spiraled. Every attack targeted his vital points, forcing the elder to merely react defensively. The Qingyun sword brimming with boundless killing intent, how could it erupt in such turmoil at this moment? After only a few exchanges a muffled thud resounded. He grunted, retreated 3 steps and spat out a streak of blood. The sword aura of the Qingyun sword surged outward wildly, each strand transforming into the phantom of an ancient sword immortal in the air. Reaching out to grasp a 3-foot cold gleam materialized in his hand. The elder in the green robe exerted every ounce of his strength to resist, while the Qingyun sword's lethal aura slithered around him like 10,000 spirit serpents. Each sword stroke carried a piercing sound of air being torn, each one bore thousands of cold stars, every move and stance exquisitely masterful. At the critical moment a pale slender hand reached out. It forcefully delved into the sword aura, attempting to control the Qingyun sword. Sect leader. Wang Qing Daoist's expression turned grave as the sword aura almost instantly entered her body, intertwining with her internal energy. The Qingyun sword commanded the entire array of Qingyun Sect, connecting the power of its 7 peaks. It was also the foremost divine weapon under heaven, unmatched in sharpness. Throughout history only 2 sect leaders had been able to wield it. Even counting Li Xuanxiao, a prodigy unseen in 10,000 years, there were merely 3 in total. When the Qingyun sword emerges the world stirs. The world had only enjoyed 30 years of peace, could another great calamity be upon them? Before she could ponder further the Qingyun sword shot straight into the clouds like a bolt of lightning, scattering a curtain of swords across the sky. The Qingyun grand array was torn open and sword aura spilled forth in all directions. A blinding burst of light, a thunderous roar, and dust flew everywhere. To the onlookers a flash of sword light blurred their vision. The first to suffer was Tong Tian Peak. Ningying, dressed in pink, was on her way to the sword pavilion for a mission, muttering to herself. I've wasted half a day waiting, how many things have been delayed. If you want to leave, just go. As her words fell she kicked off the ground. She moved as swiftly and erratically as willow catkins in the wind, yet every step was perfectly placed. Then she thrust her sword toward the sky, its light as pure as snow. With a resounding clang she managed to block the sudden assault of sword aura in that fleeting moment. But the immense impact still sent her flying backward dozens of zhang. In the distance the sword light blazed intensely, carrying a chilling howl that stirred the heart. Before Ningying could even react, what was this? A black silhouette appeared beside her. A powerful hand seized her, lifting her and pushing her backward. In the nick of time she was out of the sword aura's attack range. The bone-piercing aura sent a shiver down her spine. Senior sister. Ningying cried out in shock. Mo Zhu stared in astonishment at the sky full of sword aura. Why had the Qingyun sword suddenly gone berserk? A figure shot out from each of the 7 peaks, using their powers to resist the sword aura. Junior sister, are you alright? Ningying, senior sister. Mo Zhu, what's happening? All the disciples of Tong Tian Peak gathered outside the hall, each wearing a bewildered expression. After a moment, with the efforts of the peak masters, the Qingyun sword's agitation finally subsided. Just as everyone thought all was well, the sword carrying a vast and fierce aura suddenly shot out of Qingyun Mountain. The peak masters were horrified. If that sword fell, countless lives would be lost. Qingyun Sect would be unforgivable. The Qingyun sword moved too fast. Several peak masters struck simultaneously. Yet it was already too late. The azure cold gleam streaked like a meteor toward Qingyun City, the largest city under Qingyun Sect's domain. At that moment every inch of Qingyun City was steeped in a chilling murderous aura. All that remained was a blur, a profound silence broken only by the howling wind and thunder. It was over. With the might of that sword a single city could be obliterated in an instant. All gazes, all light seemed to be absorbed by that one sword. Sword lights intertwined dense as a massive web, spreading in all directions. At this point the peak masters in midair could already envision the next scene. The citizens of Qingyun City were completely unaware of the impending danger. A hum resonated. Suddenly the sword light retracted. An invisible force met the sword light and the sky full of sword aura descended. Spring breeze turns to rain. The sword aura dissipated swiftly in the wind, transforming into drops of rain. The people of Qingyun City looked up at the downpour. The rain fell but did not wet their clothes, instead it turned into wisps of white vapor that vanished into the air. Upon hitting the ground, a white mist soon filled the city. The rain grew heavier with a faint swelling sound, as if the sky were slowly opening its mouth, letting out a sigh. Inside a tea house in Qingyun City, a young man in blue robes narrowed his eyes slightly, his hand forming a sword finger as he traced in the air. The tea attendant stared curiously at Li Xuanxiao, who was seated by the door. "What is this guy doing? A charlatan." Li Xuanxiao set down his teacup and exhaled heavily. His back was drenched in sweat. He steadied himself with one hand on the stool while wiping his brow with the other. He managed not to collapse from exhaustion. Having mastered the Qingyun sword at 17, he was highly attuned to its spirit. With half a year of physical recovery, he still had some strength left to control it. But why had the Qingyun sword gone berserk for no reason? The thought passed in an instant, and Li Xuanxiao couldn't help but smile. This was hardly his concern now. He was utterly disillusioned with Qingyun Sect. Yet the over 100,000 citizens of Qingyun City were innocent. If he turned a blind eye, he would not be Li Xuanxiao. "Waiter, another pot of tea for me." After that single sword stroke, Wang Qing Daoist quickly brought the Qingyun sword under control. She stared in disbelief at the spring rain, her body frozen midair, the hand gripping the sword trembling slightly. This was spring breeze turns to rain. As the master of her disciple's signature technique, she knew it all too well. Back at Qingyun Sect, the crowd gazed toward Qingyun City at the foot of the mountain. They watched the Qingyun sword streak toward the city like a meteor, but in the next instant the boundless sword aura dissolved into a heavy rain. Spring breeze turns to rain. It's senior brother Li, spring breeze turns to rain. Mo Zhu exclaimed involuntarily. Ning Ying's expression changed drastically. How is this possible? Wasn't his cultivation crippled? The other Tongtian Peak disciples stared blankly at the scene. Few in Qingyun Sect were unaware of Li Xuanxiao's spring breeze turns to rain technique. Especially as fellow disciples of Tongtian Peak, they had witnessed the senior brother's signature move more than once. After 30 years, spring breeze turns to rain had reappeared. "Waiter, bring me a pot of tea and a plate of peanuts." "Sure." As the waiter served tea and peanuts to another table, he inadvertently caught sight of the young man in blue at the door, who had somehow disappeared. Gone. Did he pay for the tea? The waiter hurriedly asked the account room. Did that young man at the door pay? The accountant shook his head. The waiter slapped his thigh and rushed outside. But outside, with people coming and going, there was no sign of the young man. Damn it. It has been quite some time since I encountered such a miser, even running off without paying for tea. The waiter muttered to himself as he was about to clean the tea table that the young man had used. Only then did he discover several copper coins hidden under the teacup, just enough to cover the tea and leaving him with 2 extra coins. The waiter was overjoyed just as he collected the tea money. At that moment, a woman of striking beauty and a cold demeanor rushed in. As soon as she appeared, she instantly attracted the attention of many tea customers who couldn't look away. Was there a young man with a handsome appearance and well-defined features drinking tea here just now? The waiter was stunned, intimidated by the aura of the woman before him. Ah. Yes, it seems so. Was he gentle-looking, wearing a Tai Chi bun and grey cloth shoes? Yes. Where is he? He's already left. When did he leave? Where did he go? Just a moment ago. I don't know either. As soon as the words were spoken, the graceful figure before him had vanished from sight. The waiter looked around but could not find that familiar silhouette. He scratched his head, thinking that if it weren't for the tea customers around him having the same expression, he would have thought he was seeing a ghost. Before he could react, another figure appeared before him asking the same question. The waiter took half a step back. Who exactly is that young man? In a short moment the area around Qingyun City was thoroughly searched by the forgetting emotion Daoist. But he could no longer find that familiar aura. Had it disappeared? Master. What now? The law enforcement elder also searched with divine sense but found no results, asking the forgetting emotion Daoist with a glimmer of hope. The forgetting emotion Daoist did not answer, but one could already discern the answer from her expression. The law enforcement second elder's expression tightened. That kid has restored his cultivation. Impossible. The elder said solemnly, he hasn't recovered for 30 years, how could it be now? Cold sweat trickled down the second elder's forehead. How do we explain this spring breeze and rain and his disappearance in Qingyun City? Over the years the second elder had always regarded Li Xuanxiao as an ill omen. In the end, under the tacit approval of the master, he set up this scheme to expel him from the Qingyun sect. Now if the other party's cultivation had truly recovered, even if it were just 30% of his peak strength, it would be enough to take him down. The many elders fell into silence simultaneously. Could it be that Li Xuanxiao really has recovered his cultivation? The forgetting emotion Daoist pondered for a moment and then waved her sleeve, leaving. In any case, find him. Understood, master. Mo Zhu's expression was excited, unable to suppress a smile. Senior brother Xuanxiao, senior brother Xianxiao. The disciples of Tongtian Peak, Ningying, Chenping and others had complex feelings standing in place in a daze. The second elder frowned and thought, where would Li Xuanxiao go after leaving the sect? At night, calm and serene. Moonlight filtered through dense branches, casting a silvery glow in the deep forest as if a thin veil gently draped over the treetops, bringing a refreshing coolness. At this moment it felt as if everything in the world would become pure and clear. Li Xuanxiao sat cross-legged under a tree. A wisp of spiritual power floated in his hands, radiating a unique luster interspersed with layers of halos. Like a powerful suction force, a mysterious energy seemed to circulate. Using the power of the demonic soul within him, he peeled away the layers of spiritual power. As if peeling fruit, only by doing so could one reach the pulp inside. Moments later, Li Xuanxiao drew the most refined part of the spiritual power into his body. He operated the longevity Tao scripture, gradually repairing his body. The longevity Tao scripture was something he obtained in his early years when he inadvertently entered a mysterious place. Initially the practice yielded no results, but gradually he began to sense the marvels of this method. For restoring his body, the longevity Tao scripture was the best choice. Over the past 6 months he practiced while feeling the subtle changes in his body. Ha! After half an hour he exhaled heavily, his whole body already drenched in sweat. The meat on the grill crackled as it cooked. Li Xuanxiao took a big bite, nodding in satisfaction. He then leaned against the tree trunk, gazing at the moonlight with a smile in his eyes. Having wandered through prosperity, decades have passed, making it hard to retain a free spirit. Now wishing to escape from the hustle and bustle, no longer wanting to be a caged bird, Li Xuanxiao closed his eyes, and around midnight he slowly opened them again. He saw a shadow with its back to him gnawing on the leftover food. Li Xuanxiao raised one hand and rested his head, watching the other party. The little creature seemed to realize something and slowly turned its head. Just in time to meet Li Xuanxiao's gaze. In the next moment it stiffened and fell to the ground with a thud. It was a squirrel with fiery red fur, surprisingly a fire-leaving pine. How rare! The fire-leaving pine trembled as it got up, backing away a few steps, speaking human words. I'll tell you. You better not bully me. My big brother is Peng Yun, who can turn the world upside down and gaze at all directions. I've never heard of him. Li Xuanxiao replied honestly. You don't even know my big brother, but you must know the #1 sword in the world, Li Xuanxiao. Hearing the other party mention his name, Li Xuanxiao raised an eyebrow and nodded. Oh. Li Xuanxiao, I know. My big brother Peng Yun is Li Xuanxiao's direct disciple. Bullying me means bullying my big brother, and bullying my big brother means bullying Li Xuanxiao. Li Xuanxiao said casually, direct disciple. But I heard that Li Xuanxiao's cultivation was already wasted 30 years ago. That's all nonsense. The fire-leaving pine said firmly. As he spoke, footsteps approached. A young man in white came over with a handsome and resolute face. His brows revealed an extraordinary aura, holding a folding fan in his hand and wearing a sword at his waist. Behind him followed a delicate young girl. Big brother. The fire-leaving pine hurried over. Li Xuanxiao's gaze shifted, wanting to see the person who claimed to be his direct disciple. Peng Yun lightly shook his folding fan. Xiao Huang, you're running around again. This brother here, my brother Xiao Huang, has troubled you. Please don't hold it against him. Li Xuanxiao waved his hand. It's nothing. This is my big brother, who is known in the martial world as Peng Yun, capable of turning the world upside down and gazing at all directions. The fire-leaving pine named Xiao Huang proudly introduced. Merely empty fame. Peng Yun feigned modesty, yet inwardly he was brimming with delight. Oh, I have long admired your reputation. You've heard of my story? No. Li Xuanxiao thought to himself that long admired was merely a polite gesture. Peng Yun, undeterred, said with confidence, the name Peng Yun will one day be known far and wide. As he spoke, his stomach growled audibly. He gave an embarrassed smile. Apologies, we haven't found food in quite some time. Before long the campfire was rekindled. Flatbreads and the remnants of Li Xuanxiao's meat were roasting above it. Qingyun devoured the bread while engaging Li Xuanxiao in idle chatter. Upon learning that Li Xuanxiao was heading to Cloud City and since their paths aligned they agreed to travel together. What business does my lord have in Cloud City? Qingyun inquired. Li Xuanxiao replied flatly, visiting family. He had not returned to his hometown since the death of his parents and younger sister. This time he wished to see their graves. As the first stop on his journey. What would his hometown look like now? And what does the young master seek? Li Xuanxiao asked nonchalantly. Qingyun said, Cloud City is my master's hometown. I left home to find my master and I thought I'd try my luck there first. Your master is Li Xuanxiao. Then why not seek him at the Azure Cloud Sect? You wouldn't know my master is a wanderer. I spent 5 taels of gold to learn that he hasn't been at the Azure Cloud Sect for years. Li Xuanxiao found it rather amusing. Where did such baseless rumors come from? Are you truly a disciple of Li Xuanxiao? Of course. Young master, please do not speak such nonsense. The pretty 16-year-old maiden beside him said expressionlessly. Qingyun coughed lightly, signaling her to hold her tongue. But as he coughed the girl forcibly shoved a pill into his mouth. Cough. What? What have you fed me now? Medicine for the cold. The young master coughed just now. Qingyun clutched his hair in exasperation. I'm sick of taking pills on this journey. The madam instructed me to care for the young master. I don't need your care. The girl remained impassive. The young master speaks nonsense again. The young master clearly can't manage anything. Watching this scene, Li Xuanxiao's lips curled into a faint smile. It involuntarily brought back many memories. 3 days later. The reeds by the riverbank swayed gently in the evening breeze, rustling softly. Within this thicket of reeds lay an abandoned ancient ferry, once a vital transport hub and the only passage for those crossing the river. Now the ferry had lost its glory, leaving only traces of decay. A small skiff drifted lightly across the river's surface. The boatman halted the skiff as 3 figures emerged from the reeds. 2 men and a woman, among them a dashing young master with a fiery red squirrel perched on his shoulder. Boatman. Qingyun waved and called out loudly. They had waited for hours before finally spotting a ferry. There's hardly anyone here anymore. I'm just passing the time ferrying folks. The elderly boatman dipped his oars. Qingyun was a gregarious sort, able to strike up a conversation with anyone. Boatman, why did this ancient ferry fall into disuse? The boatman replied, the river changed its course. My father said this dock was once bustling with people. Li Xuanxiao gazed down at the murky water, barely able to see through its turbidity. At 10 he had left home with his father to journey to the Azure Cloud Sect. They had crossed this very river then, but the water shimmered silver like a jewel-studded ribbon. Sometimes it was as placid as a mirror reflecting the green banks and azure sky, at other times it rippled gently. Back then his father had sold their 2 pigs and borrowed money from relatives to cover the travel expenses. He said, son, you must bring honor to the Li family. His voice lingered, but the man was no more. The fog on the river thickened until it was nearly impossible to see one's hand before one's face. During the times of war and chaos many people drowned in this river. The boatman spoke slowly. Have you ever heard of water ghosts? At the mention of such eerie matters Qingyun's eyes lit up. The boatman continued, legend says that souls of those who drowned, whether by suicide or accident, linger where they perished. Nourished by the river's energy, these souls become water ghosts. They patiently wait in the water, luring or even forcibly dragging the living down to drown them. Thus they find a substitute to reincarnate, known as a death substitute. Only through this method can a water ghost escape the torments of hell and be reborn. Qingyun swallowed hard. What do these water ghosts look like? Covered in hair with red eyes and a black face. In the water they are immensely powerful, on land they are as weak as a newborn. Qingyun chuckled at the old man's certainty. You speak as if you've seen one yourself. Of course I have, because... The boatman turned his head slowly without moving his body. Qingyun's smile froze, his pupils dilated in terror. His face drained of all color as if he had witnessed something horrifying. The boatman's face was now covered in black fur, his crimson eyes seeming to mock him playfully. A sudden gale howled around them, mixed with eerie roars that threatened to shatter the boat. Qingyun collapsed onto the deck, his forehead pressed against the planks, sweat pouring like rain. He trembled like a leaf in an autumn gale, his former composure as a master utterly shattered. Xiao Huang also shrieked, "Oh my god, a demon!" Li Xuanxiao glanced at him, thinking to himself that Xiao Huang was in fact a little creature who had become a spirit. The plainly dressed maiden stood at the boat's edge, swaying gently with the vessel, her eyes fixed emotionlessly on the murky water. "Young master, give me your sword." Qingyun trembling unstrapped the sword from his waist. "Here." The maiden took the sword and turned to Li Xuanxiao. "Can you steer the boat?" "I can." "Then the helm is yours." Li Xuanxiao nodded. "Rest assured." The wind grew fiercer, the waves more tumultuous. Yet Li Xuanxiao soon brought the skiff under control. Qingyun clasped his hands together, muttering incessantly, "Amitabha, boundless Tao, heavenly lord of thunder and mercy, protect us." Li Xuanxiao couldn't help but smile. The man certainly believed in a mixed bag of deities. He glanced again at the maiden. The sword in her hand had a surface as smooth as a mirror, its touch exquisite. Its hilt was crafted from peach wood, adorned with intricate carvings and patterns. On the blade was etched a line of ancient text, still legible despite the passage of time. These characters seemed to be a spell, or perhaps the sword's name. The maiden held the sword with both hands and plunged its tip into the turbid water. Moments later a great column of water erupted from the surface. The gale ceased abruptly and the ripples on the water gradually faded. "Set sail." The maiden sheathed the sword. The small boat glided across the river as the surrounding mist gradually dissipated. Qingyun, still shaken, wanted to look back, but there was nothing there, as if nothing had ever happened. After returning his sword to him, the young girl sat quietly beside him as usual. "It seems there's no need for me to lift a finger." Qingyun forced a smile and stood up again. Xiao Huang clapped and cheered, "Big brother, you're amazing." Qingyun patted Li Xuanxiao on the shoulder. "Brother, with us on this journey you can rest easy. No demon or monster can scare us." "Then I'm much obliged. How can I ever repay you, young master?" "Just treat us to a hometown meal when we reach Cloud City." "A hometown meal?" Li Xuanxiao narrowed his eyes slightly, recalling how his mother's osmanthus rice was especially delicious. Cloud City was abundant with osmanthus trees. As a child, Li Xuanxiao thought the tree at his doorstep was so tall and grand it seemed to touch the heavens. Back then he always loved standing beneath the tree, gazing up at its branches and leaves, his heart brimming with boundless imagination. "All right, I'll treat you to osmanthus rice later." As the boat docked at the opposite shore, Qingyun only felt at ease once his feet touched solid ground. Late at night Li Xuanxiao returned to the riverside alone. "By the supreme decree I summon your lonely souls. All ghosts and spirits receive grace from the four realms. Haste to rebirth, haste to rebirth." Under the moonlight the river remained murky. From the woods not far off came the chirping of insects, their sounds piercingly clear in the silence of the night. As the incantation left Li Xuanxiao's lips, a glow gathered on the river's surface. Like a spark igniting in the darkness, it heralded the arrival of hope. His chant grew clearer and the faint light coalesced into a orb of radiance, growing brighter and larger. Its brilliance illuminated the entire river, casting light upon Li Xuanxiao's face. "All are pitiable souls. Go now." Li Xuanxiao turned and walked away. "Thank you, immortal master. Thank you for saving our lives. In the next life we'll serve you like oxen and horses. Your great kindness will never be forgotten." Dozens of voices echoed within his mind lake. Li Xuanxiao waved his sleeve. The campfire illuminated a small patch of ground. Qingyun and Xiao Huang were fast asleep on sheepskin rugs. The expressionless young girl sat by the fire, lifting her head slightly to gaze at the returning Li Xuanxiao. "Where did you go?" "Just for a walk." "You're lying." Li Xuanxiao offered no excuse, sitting beneath a tree. The girl fixed her eyes on him. "People of unknown origin are dangerous. My young master isn't sharp, so he'd travel with just anyone." Li Xuanxiao gave a faint smile. "Saying that about your young master might hurt his feelings." The girl replied seriously, "My young master isn't clever and is easily frightened, but I hope you harbor no ill intentions, because I am very strong." "I know. I hope you know it well." Li Xuanxiao said, "I'm not a bad person." "I hope so." The girl closed her eyes again. "People say the setting sun is the edge of the world, but gazing at it home remains unseen." Now standing before his hometown, Li Xuanxiao's eyes were filled with melancholy. Leaving home young, returning old. Time flies like a white steed passing a crack. This state of mind is something you could never grasp even after reading 10,000 books. When I left home, Cloud City wasn't so bustling. Back then it was just a small town. The closer he got to home, the more Li Xuanxiao spoke. My family were farmers for generations. If not for twists of fate, I would have been a farmer too. Qingyun interjected, and what do you do now? Me? Now? I suppose I'm just a wanderer with no fixed abode. Li Xuanxiao smiled bitterly. Qingyun nodded as if he could already imagine the experiences of Li Xuanxiao over the years. Forced to leave his homeland to support his family. With endless reluctance and helplessness, he ventured to strange lands to make a living. Living a drifting life, busy every day just to survive, striving for existence. Looking back, things have changed, people are gone and all is lost. Thinking this, Qingyun couldn't help but shake his head, nearly shedding tears of sympathy. The last time I returned home was when my sister passed away. Someone told me that the great Tao is merciless. When you set foot on one path, another door closes forever. Li Xuanxiao sighed softly. Qingyun was puzzled. His sister died. But this man looked young, no older than himself. Oh, she must have fallen ill. A premature death, how pitiful. Soon they entered the city. The village where Li Xuanxiao once lived was originally outside the city walls. Later the old city was destroyed, and when the new one was rebuilt, his village was annexed into it. But the village remained a village. The Li family was a prominent household in the village until the deaths of Li Xuanxiao's parents, brother and sister. The family declined for a time. When Li Xuanxiao learned of this, he sent money to the Li descendants to help them revive their fortunes. For their safety, Li Xuanxiao strictly ordered the Li descendants not to reveal they were his posterity. Now the Li family had long moved into the city, only occasionally having someone clean the old house in the village, though the ancestral graves remained. Fortunately, the osmanthus tree at the doorstep was still there. Li Xuanxiao gazed at it. When I was young, I loved climbing onto its branches to shake down the blossoms while my mother and sister gathered them below. Back then we were poor and had little to eat. Making osmanthus rice from the shaken flowers was the happiest time of the year. So this is your home? Qingyun pointed at the house before the osmanthus tree. It used to be. Li Xuanxiao placed his hand on the tree, feeling the warmth of the sun and the caress of the breeze. Listening to the rustling leaves, it seemed the tree was whispering something. The squirrel Xiao Huang plucked a leaf, chewed on it, then jumped back onto Qingyun's shoulder, muttering softly. This guy is so young, but he talks like an old man. Qingyun nodded in agreement. He seemed less like a man in his 20s and more like an elder past 70. At a mound in the hills, Li Xuanxiao stood before a row of tombstones. The wooden posts of yesteryear had been replaced with fine white jade tablets. After a long silence, Li Xuanxiao finally spoke. When I left home, my mother and sister wept uncontrollably. Mother worrying about me. Secretly borrowed money from my grandfather and sewed it into the lining of my clothes. I only discovered it years later. Mother lived to 90 to a ripe old age, but I couldn't care for her at her bedside. After she passed, my sister wrote to me, and only then did I learn. He pointed to another tombstone. This is my younger brother. I only saw him a few times. I didn't even know of his existence until 3 years after I left home. I promised my sister I would be at her wedding, but I broke my word. When I saw her again, she was already an old woman lying in bed. Li Xuanxiao gently rubbed the name on the tombstone with his fingertip. Time had passed, and where could one seek the vicissitudes of the past? He shook his head and led Qingyun and the others to his former home. The old house was empty and the lock had been changed countless times. However, this was naturally no obstacle for him. Qingyun watched as Li Xuanxiao pried open the lock, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. Is this really your home? Yes, I've just been away for a long time. The interior was reasonably tidy, with only a few weeds in the courtyard and some rice and flour in the kitchen. Li Xuanxiao looked left and right, rummaging here and there. Unable to stay still, he picked osmanthus flowers, took out a pot, lit the fire and began to cook. Soon fragrant osmanthus rice was ready, served with pickled vegetables and cabbage soup. A humble meal, please forgive its simplicity. The expressionless girl was the first to pick up her bowl and eat heartily. Li Xuanxiao took a bite, but it lacked the taste of his childhood. He remembered his mother's osmanthus rice was especially delicious, rich in fragrance like cream or honey. My mother's osmanthus rice was especially sweet and fragrant. I often secretly took it to the blacksmith's daughter next door. She said she would marry me when we grew up. Later the blacksmith moved to the city and I even sneaked into town to find her. If I hadn't left home back then perhaps I would be surrounded by children and grandchildren now. No, I would probably be buried underground by now. Li Xuanxiao sank into memories. Big brother, this man is so strange, Xiao Huang whispered into Peng Yun's ear. Peng Yun also felt a hint of unease. This man. Could he be ill? At night Li Xuanxiao tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He had possessed a clear memory since a very young age, never forgetting anything that had happened. He even remembered the scene of his first steps. It was a sunny morning when he cautiously took his first step in life. His little feet wobbled as if he might fall at any moment while his parents encouraged him from the side to move forward bravely. Suddenly a commotion arose outside, followed by the glow of firelight from a distant street. Li Xuanxiao sat up and the expressionless girl from the adjoining room walked out. Outside footsteps were clamorous. Li Xuanxiao opened the door and saw several Daoist disciples in robes dashing past, followed by a group of constables. There's demonic qi, the girl said. It should be resolved quickly. Li Xuanxiao closed the door and turned back to sleep. The next day, under a bright sun, Li Xuanxiao counted his meager remaining silver and decided to treat Peng Yun and his maidservant to a meal at the village's sole tavern. After all, Peng Yun had generously covered all their travel expenses. Inside the tavern they had just sat down when 4 or 5 Daoist disciples, arms around each other's shoulders, swaggered in. They shouted loudly, demanding wine and meat from the owner. The owner wore a pained expression but had no choice but to serve them well. These priests, under the pretext of exorcising demons, had settled here, feasting on rich food and fine wine daily without paying a single coin. It had been over a month, and if the demon wasn't dealt with soon his little shop would be eaten out of business. These were the same priests who had followed the constables to hunt the demon yesterday. Li Xuanxiao glanced at them. The aura on one of them closely resembles the demonic qi from yesterday, the girl said. They don't seem like good people. Young master, let's leave. Ha! Peng Yun was baffled, completely failing to understand what the girl was saying. The girl reached out to pull him. Staying around those priests might bring trouble. I'm not leaving. Explain yourself. Without another word the girl hoisted Peng Yun onto her shoulder and headed for the exit. Peng Yun's fair face flushed crimson as his legs kicked wildly. Put me down. Put me down. Oh my, this little lady is quite strong. Haha, what are you doing, little lady? Why are you carrying your husband like that? The drunken priests, upon witnessing this, all turned to look. And what a sight, the little lady was remarkably pretty. Move aside. The girl stepped back half a pace as if repelled by their strong reek of alcohol. A priest slammed the table in anger. Show some respect. Without us you'd have been devoured by demons long ago. Oh dear, revered sir, what's the matter? Hearing the commotion the owner rushed out. Revered sir, it's a misunderstanding. They're not from around here. Let's all be peaceful. Get lost. Before he could finish a priest shoved him to the ground. The girl set Peng Yun down. I'll say it one more time, move aside. Several priests blocked her path, their gazes mocking. Little lady, give us a smile and we'll let you pass. Peng Yun stepped forward, gripping the sword at his waist. In broad daylight, harassing a decent woman. If you persist, don't blame me for being rude. The girl shielded Peng Yun with her arm. Young master, you can't defeat them. Peng Yun. Couldn't you save me some face in public? The two sides were at a standoff on the verge of a fight. Just then the tavern door swung open again. A woman stepped inside, dressed in plain clothes and a black robe. She wore black cloth shoes, her steps light yet firm. Her hair was tied in a simple bun without any ornamentation, yet it appeared remarkably fresh and natural. In her hand she gripped a sword, its hilt adorned with a bright gem that shimmered with a mysterious light. Behind her a group of people followed, entering the tavern one by one. They were all disciples of the Qingyun Sect's Tong Tian Peak. The quarrel in the tavern came to an abrupt halt as all eyes were involuntarily drawn to this group. Their arrival was like a pebble dropped into a lake, shattering the tavern's clamor and silence. In appearance, attire and demeanor they seemed to have stepped from another world, utterly distinct from their surroundings. Senior brother. Mo Zhu exclaimed, his voice trembling with emotion as he clasped his hands in a solemn bow. The others behind him chorused, Senior brother. The scene was both familiar and strange to Li Xuanxiao. I am no longer your senior brother. Senior brother. Li Xuanxiao raised his hand to cut off what Mo Zhu was about to say. I know what you want to say, but let's not speak of it. With so many of you here I can't afford to treat you to a meal, but I can make you a bowl of osmanthus rice. Senior brother. Li Xuanxiao raised his hand to cut off what Ma Zhu was about to say. I know what you want to say, but let's not speak of it. With so many of you here, I can't afford to treat you to a meal, but I can make you a bowl of osmanthus rice. Mo Zhu fell silent for a moment. Senior brother, your injuries. Well, they were already improving before, but I didn't want to raise your hopes in vain. I never mentioned it, but this time it truly took effect. Li Xuanxiao made no effort to conceal it, so Mo Zhu quickly sensed the vitality in his once lifeless body. Now it was brimming with life, and strands of spiritual essence were being reborn in his dantian. This is wonderful. Senior brother, you've really succeeded. Mo Zhu's heart surged like boiling water, overflowing with excitement. Over the years she had witnessed all that her senior brother had endured. She had watched helplessly as the prodigy who grew up beside her, the unrivaled sword master, plummeted from grace. Gradually he transformed from a hero into what others called an Illiman man. The next moment tears streamed endlessly from the corners of her eyes. Her lips trembled, yet she made no sound, weeping silently as if releasing all the pain and sorrow of those years. Enough, silly girl. I'm fine now. What are you crying for? Li Xuanxiao smiled and patted her head. Among the others behind him, some rejoiced for Li Xuanxiao and cupped their hands in congratulations for his recovery. Others harbored mixed feelings. Junior sister Ningying bit her lip, while junior brother Chen Ping forced a faint smile. Since Li Xuanxiao's fall, though, they hadn't spoken harshly to their former senior brother. They had indeed deliberately distanced themselves. Especially after rumors spread that Li Xuanxiao was an Illiman man tainted by a demonic soul. Once during the Ascension Assembly, Li Xuanxiao was seated beside Ningying. Enraged Ningying quarreled with the steward for a long time. It wasn't until the steward changed her seat and Li Xuanxiao voluntarily claimed illness that the storm subsided. Unable to bear it, Mo Zhu slapped Ningying. She thought back to how without senior brother Li's care Ningying would never have achieved her current status. Not to mention Ningying owed her life to senior brother Li. Back then Ningying had provoked trouble and been poisoned by a dragon python venom. Had senior brother Li not ventured into the sunset forest and battled the purple gold dragon python for 3 days and nights to force it to cure Ningying, the grass on Ningying's grave would now be 3 feet tall. After hardship comes bliss. Congratulations, senior brother. Ningying raised her hands in a salute. Li Xuanxiao said nothing, not even casting a glance her way. Ningying's expression stiffened slightly and she bit her red lip. Fortunately the others then bowed in unison, saying, after hardship comes bliss. Congratulations, senior brother. Li Xuanxiao waved his hand. I've told you I'm no longer your senior brother. If there's nothing else, I won't linger. The group exchanged awkward glances, all looking toward senior sister Mo Zhu. After hesitating for a long moment, Mo Zhu cupped her hands toward Li Xuanxiao and prepared to leave. Wait. Senior brother. Mo Zhu spun around abruptly, gazing at Li Xuanxiao with surprise. Could it be that senior brother had changed his mind? Those Taoists deliberately unleashed their tamed beasts to cause chaos, then pretended to exorcise demons to swindle money here. Please handle it. The Qingyun Sect was the undisputed leader of the righteous path, with branches across the land maintaining order in the cultivation world alongside other sects and the Imperial Observatory. This matter should have been handled by them or the Imperial Observatory. Mo Zhu froze, her eyes filled with disappointment. Then, following her senior brother's gaze, she looked at the wine-soaked Taoists. Take them away. By then the Taoists had sobered up considerably. As they came to their senses, they saw a man in a blue robe approaching. How dare you? We are Taoists from Xingyang Mount. One of them mustered his courage and shouted, only to be sent spinning twice by his senior brother's slap. The eldest among them quickly forced a smile. Esteemed members of the Qingyun Sect, a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. We are disciples of Xingyang Sect here to slay demons. The authorities can vouch for us. Mo Zhu had no interest in such trivialities and left it to the Imperial Observatory stationed there. Overwhelmed by the blue-robed man's aura, the Taoists dared not even breathe, let alone flee. They could only obediently leave the tavern. Soon the once bustling tavern was left with only Li Xuanxiao and his companions. The young girl sat back down and continued eating as if nothing had happened. Now they were safe. As if nothing had occurred. Unlike her, Peng Yun stood frozen, struck dumb. Those people are disciples of the Qingyun Sect. Li Xuanxiao took a bite of fish, savored it and nodded approvingly. Delicious. They called you senior brother. Are you a disciple of the Qingyun Sect? I was. Qingyun pulled up a stool, sat across from Li Xuanxiao and stared at him intently. He scratched his head, vigorously recalling his interactions with Li Xuanxiao, and said incredulously, You seem to hold a high position in the Qingyun sect. The people earlier were all imposing, especially the woman at the lead who looked like a celestial maiden. She was the embodiment of his fantasy of a cultivator, clearly no minor figure in the Qingyun sect. Yet she appeared very deferential to Li Xuanxiao. Li Xuanxiao said calmly, I've already left the Qingyun sect. Then do you know Li Xuanxiao? Li Xuanxiao blinked. I've seen him twice. Qingyun took a deep breath and grabbed Li Xuanxiao's hand. Can you recommend me to the Qingyun sect? Li Xuanxiao chuckled. Aren't you a disciple of Li Xuanxiao? What? You're not from the Qingyun sect? Caught in his lie, Qingyun smiled awkwardly. Well. You see. The reasons are a bit complicated. Actually, I'm a nominal disciple of my master Li Xuanxiao. Once while traveling, my master encountered me, saw my extraordinary potential and took me as his disciple. Later my master went off to slay demons, so I never joined the Qingyun sect. Oh. Li Xuanxiao nodded with feigned understanding. Not a bad story. Qingyun lowered his voice. If you recommend me to the Qingyun sect, I'll give you anything you want. I'll let you in on a secret. My family is the Peng clan of Dongyun. We have plenty of money. Young Master Peng, do you truly wish to join the Qingyun sect? Qingyun scratched his head. Actually, I'm trying to find my master Li Xuanxiao for something very important. But if I can join the Qingyun sect along the way, that would be even better. Li Xuanxiao shook his head. I'm afraid I can't help. As you just heard, I'm no longer a disciple of the Qingyun sect. The disappointment on Peng Yun's face was plain to see, but then Li Xuanxiao added, however. However what? Peng Yun asked eagerly. Those people earlier were all Qingyun sect disciples. If you want to join the sect or find Li Xuanxiao, you can ask them. They haven't gone far, it's not too late. I'll go now. Peng Yun, suddenly enlightened, rushed out. Young master, wait. Don't run off. The young girl grabbed a steamed bun, stuffed it into her mouth and followed behind. Little Yellow also hurried after them. Big brother. Big brother. Li Xuanxiao couldn't help but smile as he looked at the table full of food. In the end he would have to enjoy it all himself. Merely empty fame. Peng Yun feigned modesty, yet inwardly he was brimming with delight. Oh, I have long admired your reputation. You've heard of my story? No. Li Xuanxiao thought to himself that long admired was merely a polite gesture. Peng Yun, undeterred, said with confidence, the name Peng Yun will one day be known far and wide. As he spoke, his stomach growled audibly. He gave an embarrassed smile. Apologies, we haven't found food in quite some time. Before long the campfire was rekindled. Flatbreads and the remnants of Li Xuanxiao's meat were roasting above it. Peng Yun devoured the bread while engaging Li Xuanxiao in idle chatter. Upon learning that Li Xuanxiao was heading to Cloud City, and since their paths aligned, they agreed to travel together. What business does my lord have in Cloud City? Peng Yun inquired. Li Xuanxiao replied flatly, visiting family. He had not returned to his hometown since the death of his parents and younger sister. This time he wished to see their graves. As the first stop on his journey. What would his hometown look like now? And what does the young master seek? Li Xuanxiao asked nonchalantly. Peng Yun said, Cloud City is my master's hometown. I left home to find my master, and I thought I'd try my luck there first. Your master is Li Xuanxiao. Then why not seek him at the Azure Cloud sect? You wouldn't know my master is a wanderer. I spent 5 taels of gold to learn that he hasn't been at the Azure Cloud sect for years. Li Xuanxiao found it rather amusing. Where did such baseless rumors come from? Are you truly a disciple of Li Xuanxiao? Of course. Young master, please do not speak such nonsense. The pretty 16-year-old maiden beside him said expressionlessly. Peng Yun coughed lightly, signaling her to hold her tongue. But as he coughed, the girl forcibly shoved a pill into his mouth. Cough. What? What have you fed me now? Medicine for the cold. The young master coughed just now. Peng Yun clutched his hair in exasperation. I'm sick of taking pills on this journey. The madam instructed me to care for the young master. I don't need your care. The girl remained impassive. The young master speaks nonsense again. The young master clearly can't manage anything. Watching this scene, Li Xuanxiao's lips curled into a faint smile. It involuntarily brought back many memories. 3 days later. The reeds by the riverbank swayed gently in the evening breeze, rustling softly. Within this thicket of reeds lay an abandoned ancient ferry, once a vital transport hub and the only passage for those crossing the river. Now the ferry had lost its glory, leaving only traces of decay. A small skiff drifted lightly across the river's surface. The boatman halted the skiff as 3 figures emerged from the reeds. 2 men and a woman, among them a dashing young master with a fiery red squirrel perched on his shoulder. "Boatman!" Qingyun waved and called out loudly. They had waited for hours before finally spotting a ferry. "There's hardly anyone here anymore. I'm just passing the time ferrying folks." The elderly boatman dipped his oars. Qingyun was a gregarious sort, able to strike up a conversation with anyone. "Boatman, why did this ancient ferry fall into disuse?" The boatman replied, "The river changed its course. My father said this dock was once bustling with people." Li Xuanxiao gazed down at the murky water, barely able to see through its turbidity. At 10 he had left home with his father to journey to the Azure Cloud Sect. They had crossed this very river then, but the water shimmered silver like a jewel-studded ribbon. Sometimes it was as placid as a mirror reflecting the green banks and azure sky, at other times it rippled gently. Back then his father had sold their 2 pigs and borrowed money from relatives to cover the travel expenses. He said, "Son, you must bring honor to the Li family." His voice lingered, but the man was no more. The fog on the river thickened until it was nearly impossible to see one's hand before one's face. During the times of war and chaos many people drowned in this river. The boatman spoke slowly. "Have you ever heard of water ghosts?" At the mention of such eerie matters Qingyun's eyes lit up. The boatman continued, "Legend says that souls of those who drowned, whether by suicide or accident, linger where they perished. Nourished by the river's energy, these souls become water ghosts. They patiently wait in the water, luring or even forcibly dragging the living down to drown them. Thus they find a substitute to reincarnate, known as a death substitute. Only through this method can a water ghost escape the torments of hell and be reborn." Qingyun swallowed hard. "What do these water ghosts look like?" "Covered in hair, with red eyes and a black face. In the water they are immensely powerful, on land they are as weak as a newborn." Qingyun chuckled at the old man's certainty. "You speak as if you've seen one yourself." "Of course I have, because—" The boatman turned his head slowly without moving his body. Qingyun's smile froze, his pupils dilated in terror. His face drained of all color as if he had witnessed something horrifying. The boatman's face was now covered in black fur, his crimson eyes seeming to mock him playfully. A sudden gale howled around them, mixed with eerie roars that threatened to shatter the boat. Qingyun collapsed onto the deck, his forehead pressed against the planks, sweat pouring like rain. He trembled like a leaf in an autumn gale, his former composure as a master utterly shattered. Xiao Huang also shrieked, "Oh my god, a demon!" Li Xuanxiao glanced at him, thinking to himself that Xiao Huang was in fact a little creature who had become a spirit. The plainly dressed maiden stood at the boat's edge, swaying gently with the vessel, her eyes fixed emotionlessly on the murky water. "Young master, give me your sword." Qingyun, trembling, unstrapped the sword from his waist. "Here." The maiden took the sword and turned to Li Xuanxiao. "Can you steer the boat?" "I can." "Then the helm is yours." Li Xuanxiao nodded. "Rest assured." The wind grew fiercer, the waves more tumultuous. Yet Li Xuanxiao soon brought the skiff under control. Qingyun clasped his hands together, muttering incessantly, "Amitabha, boundless Tao, heavenly lord of thunder and mercy, protect us." Li Xuanxiao couldn't help but smile. The man certainly believed in a mixed bag of deities. He glanced again at the maiden. The sword in her hand had a surface as smooth as a mirror, its touch exquisite. Its hilt was crafted from peach wood, adorned with intricate carvings and patterns. On the blade was etched a line of ancient text, still legible despite the passage of time. These characters seemed to be a spell, or perhaps the sword's name. The maiden held the sword with both hands and plunged its tip into the turbid water. Moments later a great column of water erupted from the surface. The gale ceased abruptly and the ripples on the water gradually faded. "Set sail." The maiden sheathed the sword. The youth stared in shock at the scene. The man in blue turned his head and said, "Oh, quite a brave lad, aren't you? Want to learn the sword?" That was the first time the youth had witnessed a cultivator in action, a single figure with a single blade that reduced the monstrous horde ravaging the city to scattered remnants. Later he traversed mountains and rivers from frozen snow-covered peaks to scorching deserts, from vast grasslands to surging tempestuous seas. As his swordsmanship advanced day by day, he encountered all manner of formidable experts along the way. Yet never again did he witness a sword strike that left him so utterly astounded, so deeply unforgettable. Li Xuanxiao could no longer recall the youth's name, for he had only taught him swordsmanship for a single day. He had left in haste due to urgent matters and never encountered the youth again. Now, hearing Ma Zhu recount this tale, he finally recalled that fragment of memory. Ah! So that youth's surname was Peng. Qingyun was his descendant, no wonder he claimed to be his disciple. Would you like to meet him? Ma Zhu asked. Tell him for me that I accept his gratitude, but he should no longer call himself my disciple in public. Li Xuanxiao had no shortage of enemies. Though the demon cult's pope was dead, its remnants still lurked in the shadows. This was precisely why during the 30 years his cultivation was crippled he never descended the mountain. Li Xuanxiao stretched lazily, patted the dust off his clothes and rose from the hillside. The heavens were draped in a Milky Way and a myriad of stars blazed brilliantly. He waved his hand and said, I'm off. Ma Zhu stood silently watching Li Xuanxiao's retreating figure, her heart churning with countless thoughts, yet she knew not how to voice them. Her eyes were filled with concern and worry, as if she wished to say something but found no words. Li Xuanxiao's silhouette appeared utterly carefree beneath the moonlight, his steps light and buoyant. Ma Zhu knew that his heart must be brimming with joy at that moment. As if sensing her gaze, Li Xuanxiao glanced back but did not pause in his stride. His eyes radiated warmth, as if telling Ma Zhu, little girl, the journey has reached its parting. Half a month later. Inside a cave, Li Xuanxiao sat with his eyes tightly shut, his breathing steady and rhythmic. Dense spiritual energy swirled around his body, converging from all directions like countless slender currents coiling and entwining about his form. A faint spiritual glow flickered on his skin, as if resonating with the surrounding energy. His pores slowly opened like tiny suction cups, drawing the spiritual energy into his body. As time passed, his body grew ever brighter, the spiritual radiance intensifying until he resembled a furnace on the verge of explosion. Within his body, spiritual energy flowed unceasingly, coursing through his meridians and converging into his dantian. The dantian is where a cultivator stores spiritual energy and one of the vital acupoints. As the spiritual energy accumulated, his dantian grew increasingly hot like a blazing fireball. After a long while, Li Xuanxiao opened his eyes. The demon soul within him was strengthening. He now housed two souls within one body. His original soul was too severely damaged to bear the energy of cultivation. Thus he could only rely on the power of the demon soul. As his cultivation recovered, the demon soul's power within him also gradually swelled. Li Xuanxiao furrowed his brow slightly, sensing the growth of that power, and a trace of unease rose in his heart. Did this surge mean he was another step closer to complete demonic possession? Would he become a demon himself? Yet on second thought, even the 18 demon caverns had failed to lure him into demonhood back then. A mere demon soul. Li Xuanxiao yawned lazily. The campfire in the cave illuminated two black-faced bears nearby, one large, one small. The larger one was like a small mountain, while the smaller resembled a lapdog. They stared wide-eyed, cautiously watching Li Xuanxiao seated within the cave. The wind howled, emitting a mournful wail. It raced down from the mountaintop, swept through the dense forest, and brushed across the grassland, carrying a desolate aura. Like a solitary wanderer roaming the mountains, it seemed to be recounting its tale to the listeners. Li Xuanxiao closed his eyes as if listening intently. The little bear lifted its head and looked at its father. The big bear took a deep breath, mustering its courage. Kind Sir Li, you've come all this way to see me. What exactly is your purpose? I've only been eating vegetarian these years, not just humans but even other spirits I've abstained from. If you don't believe me, go check the back mountain. That cornfield was planted by me. Li Xuanxiao said, don't worry, I'm not here to cause you trouble. I just want to sleep here for a while. The big bear muttered under its breath, why choose my place to sleep? Couldn't you have picked somewhere else? And not even a heads up, how rude. What did you say? The big bear quickly replied, no. Nothing. I just think it's my great fortune that kind Sir Li would deign to stay in my humble abode. Li Xuanxiao chuckled, I say, Big Bear, you're the boss of Funyo Ridge after all. When a guest arrives, don't you know how to show some hospitality? But you've already eaten 38 ears of corn, 17 tea eggs, 89 sticks of dried sweet potato and 3 caddies of fruit. Wasn't that just a little snack to tide me over? Big Bear. Li Xuanxiao tilted his head slightly, your son is quite adorable, isn't he? Look at those legs, They look delicious. I mean, they look just like you. The big bear quickly hugged its son tight, staring at Li Xuanxiao in terror. What are you going to do, you beast? Just kidding. Li Xuanxiao laughed. Relax, I'll be leaving tomorrow morning. I have an appointment with someone, and if I don't hurry you'll be late. An appointment? What kind of appointment? Li Xuanxiao gazed at the sky outside the cave. Big bear, have you heard of the Yaoguang meteor shower? No. A faint smile curled at the corner of Li Xuanxiao's mouth as if recalling something beautiful. The Yaoguang meteor shower appears only once every 100 years. I know of a small town where watching the meteor shower would be breathtakingly beautiful. 100 years ago I made a pact with a few others to return there after a century to witness another Yaoguang meteor shower. The big bear gaped. A pact spanning 100 years, would anyone still remember? They will. Li Xuanxiao paused, then emphasized, every single one of them will. The big bear ventured cautiously, kind Sir Li, I've heard people say that after that great battle you were gravely wounded and your cultivation was crippled. Li Xuanxiao raised an eyebrow. Oh. Would you like to test that? No, no, no. The big bear shook its head like a rattledrum. In its eyes, even if Li Xuanxiao had lost all his cultivation and was nothing but a skeleton, it would still be scared half to death. What are you afraid of? No, bandit. Li Xuanxiao said. The next day, Li Xuanxiao left Funyo Ridge carrying 3 caddies of corn kernels, 4 caddies of dried sweet potatoes, 5 caddies of figs and 2 caddies of free-range eggs. He turned around, waved goodbye to the big bear. Big bear sorrowful emoji. The town of Shili Chunfeng nestled in the heart of the Jiangnan water town, a picturesque haven blessed with abundant resources where the locals led a simple and peaceful life. At the center of the town stood an ancient well, its waters cool and crystal clear. Legend had it that this well was dug by a general named Li Chunfeng during a former dynasty, thus bestowing the town with its name Shili Chunfeng. The brook babbled as a barefoot little girl stepped into the stream clutching a sharp wooden fork, her eyes fixed intently on the water's surface. Just then a young man in white robes approached slowly, a stranger she had never seen before. The girl looked up, her clear black and white pupils meeting his gaze. Little girl, may I ask you something? Do you know a man named Zhang Tinyu? The little girl paused for a moment, then nodded. Zhang Tinyu is my master. Oh. There was only one blacksmith shop in Shili Chunfeng. The blacksmith named Zhang Tinyu had aged beyond recognition. Li Xuanxiao remembered a younger Zhang Tinyu clad in a suit of gleaming armor of his own forging, charging into enemy ranks like a massive war chariot, unstoppable and invincible. Alas, his vital essence had been too severely damaged. Not only had his cultivation regressed, but his lifespan could not be reversed either. Now his back was hunched, his eyesight dimmed, and he could no longer swing his hammer to forge intricate and exquisite ironware as he did in his youth. His hair had turned white, his face haggard, the marks of time deeply etched upon it. Li Xuanxiao scrutinized Zhang Tinyu from head to toe. Well, I thought I'd have to visit your grave instead. Cough, cough, cough. Leaning on his cane, Zhang Tinyu burst into a fit of coughing, a smile spreading across his wrinkled face. If you haven't kicked the bucket, how could I die first? I was still planning to burn incense at your grave. Li Xuanxiao retorted. Looks like you'll be the one to go first. The little girl stood at the doorway looking at Li Xuanxiao with confusion. Who was this man? Go get us something to eat. All right. The girl named agreed without hesitation. Have the other 2 latecomers arrived? Li Xuanxiao asked. Zhang Tinyu sat in his rocking chair, squinting slightly. Calling them latecomers? You're the one cutting it close. Those 2 arrived ages ago. They've been freeloading here, eating and drinking. If they don't leave soon, they'll eat me out of my retirement savings. Oh. Then where are they? One went to find someone to play chess at the village entrance, the other went to help butcher a pig. Ha, how rustic. Li Xuanxiao took a sip of the tea that had lost its flavor, basking in the afternoon sun. Gazing at the green hills, the distant fishing boats and the willow branches, his thoughts drifted far away to times long past. The senior disciple of Qingyun Sect's Tong Tian peaked, the sword Dao champion Li Xuanxiao. The master of all divine weapons under heaven Zhang Tinyu. The northern gate of the fallen star, the alchemy immortal Zhang Li. The great Yi kingdom scheming crown prince Yan Qing. Yet when they first met they bore none of these grand titles. Yan Qing was the most neglected prince sent as a hostage to a hostile nation. On his escape back home he encountered Zhang Li, who had been bitten by a venomous snake while searching for alchemy ingredients. Back then Yan Qing thought he had found love. Little did he know Jiang Li mistook him for a lecher, knocked him unconscious and prepared to sell him as a slave to the Quafu tribe. Then they stumbled upon Zhang Tiniu, who had left the mountains to seek knowledge. The three of them by sheer accident disrupted the formation Li Xuanxiao had set. That year Li Xuanxiao was 18. It was his first mission down the mountain under his master's orders, to subdue a beastly Jiangshi with 1,000 years of cultivation. Over a dozen Qingyun Sect disciples and 2 elders guarding the sword pavilion had all died at its hands. At 18 Li Xuanxiao alone with his sword fought it fiercely for 10 days and 10 nights on the verge of sealing it. But the sudden arrival of the 3 destroyed the formation, allowing the beast to escape. In the end the 4 of them chased it for over 6,000 li and joined forces to seal it. Thus the 4 became acquainted. What followed were adventures through sword formations, descents into caverns, partings and reunions. Aiding a king's ascension, vanquishing a demonic Buddha. Long time no see. Li Xuanxiao's thoughts were pulled back as he looked toward the doorway. One was a bald old man leaning on a cane, his face kind and amiable, devoid of any imperial majesty. The other was clad in plain white robes, elegant and pure, with a delicate and beautiful countenance exuding an air of refined grace. A smile curled at the corner of Li Xuanxiao's lips. Indeed. It's been a long time. Though partings are inevitable in life, mountains and rivers shall meet again. Is the meteor shower tonight? Zhang Tiniu asked. Yan Qing replied, I had the grand astrologer calculated 3 times, there's no mistake. Zhang Tiniu glanced at the bald Yan Qing. The prince who once had sharp brows and a jade-like face was now a bald old man. Are you sure that old astrologer who's even older than you got it right? Of course, the grand astrologer has served my Yan family for 3 generations. By the way, how much further is this road? Jiang Li thought for a moment. Back then it took us half a month. Half a month? Was it that long? Yan Qing was astonished. I already feel exhausted now. That's because you're too old now, Li Xuanxiao shrugged. Yan Qing jabbed his cane angrily into the ground. Everyone knows I'm an old man, yet none of you offer to carry me. Cough cough cough. Who cares about you? Li Xuanxiao crossed his hands behind his head and teased. Tiniu, why don't you carry our esteemed prince? Zhang Tiniu said gruffly, cough cough. If I carry him he'll probably be underground before we even get there. Jiang Li paused, struck by a sense of déjà vu. Similar words had been spoken many years ago. How many years ago was it? She couldn't recall. At the time it all seemed so ordinary. If you want carry me, then Miss Jiang will have to do it, Yan Qing said. Li Xuanxiao laughed. You old fool, with grandchildren all around and you still have eyes for her. Go look in a mirror first. What do you know? A man's true worth lies in his inner self. The 4 of them chatted and laughed, stopping on a hillside, lighting a fire in a dilapidated temple, talking about the past, the present and the future. Sometimes they encountered passing cart drivers, the jingle of camel bells ringing as caravans went by. A postman from the relay station galloped past. The road beneath their feet felt both long and short. So short that they couldn't recall all the memories of the past. Finally, after half a month, they arrived at the lakeside. Partings and reunions are eternal, but joy is found in the moment. The moonlight was hazy and a faint mist began to rise. Distant mountains surrounded them, the lake reflecting the moonlight. A meteor streaked across the sky, dazzlingly bright under the lunar glow, like a silver ribbon piercing the dark heavens, leaving a beautiful arc in its wake. A shooting star. Jiang Li pointed at the horizon. The 4 of them looked up simultaneously. Li Xuanxiao said, this meteor seems to have come from the past. A shooting star. Jiang Li pointed at the horizon. The 4 of them looked up simultaneously. Li Xuanxiao said, this meteor seems to have come from the past. A pot of unstrained wine, a joyful reunion, so many tales of past and present, all consigned to laughter. Jiang Li turned her head, gazing at Li Xuanxiao, Yan Qing and Zhang Tiniu. The iceberg beauty offered a faint smile. Thank you. Though he knew not what she thanked for, Li Xuanxiao still replied, you're welcome. It would be even better if you gave me a hug. Yan Qing said. Zhang Tiniu stared unblinkingly at the shooting star. So beautiful. It all feels like yesterday. Yan Qing said, we were still so young, each lost in our own thoughts, drinking the strongest wine, gazing at the most beautiful starry sky. The distant starry sky blurred youth, dimmed the prime of life, concealed the marks of youth and illuminated the innocence of the past. The next morning. Jiang Li had already left without a word. Yan Qing, not seeing Jiang Li early in the morning, grumbled incessantly. He complained that she never said goodbye, not the last time they parted nor the time before that. And this time it was likely their final meeting. He truly was like a little old man, Li Xuanxiao mused. Not just like, Yan Qing was a little old man now. Yan Qing didn't leave the small town by carriage until nightfall. Remember to pour some wine at my grave. Li Xuanxiao, don't forget to bring Jiang Li to visit me. If you come alone, don't bother. And don't forget to tell Jiang Li to dress nicely. Yan Qing's voice faded, carried away by the carriage's hoofbeats. Li Xuanxiao waved his hand and reminded, remember to put more burial items in the tomb so I can steal them easily. Zhang Tinia hunched over, walked back. When do you plan to leave? Tomorrow. Where to? To seek famous mountains, behold rivers and visit old friends. Zhang Tinia said bluntly, so you have nothing to do. Help me with a favor. Aki, her small hands clutching firewood, dashed energetically from the other end of the town toward the blacksmith's shop. Passers-by greeted her and she nodded in return. The girl was used to running up and down carrying such a large stack of firewood she didn't even breathe heavily. Hearing the sound of reading aloud, Aki cast an envious glance at the town's only private school. She ran back to the blacksmith's shop, first storing the firewood in the kitchen, then taking out the fish caught from the pond yesterday. Well, have braised fish today. Thank you for your hard work. Zhang Tinia sat in a rocking chair, his eyes slightly narrowed. Li Xuanxiao asked, you want me to take this girl to Xiling? I'm too old to travel and you have nothing to do anyway. What for in Xiling? When I die, shall have no one to rely on here. Does she have family in Xiling? Sort of. The Celestial Master Mansion on Dragon Tiger Mountain in Xiling is recruiting disciples. Her father was a menial servant there. A menial servant was not a disciple of Dragon Tiger Mountain. The mountain had personnel stationed in various places. With such a large workforce, the number of disciples alone wasn't enough. Thus they recruited non-disciples as menial servants akin to constables in a government office. They weren't considered officials, merely carrying out orders. Aki's family had served as menial servants for Dragon Tiger Mountain for 4 generations, passing down the role. Even the disciples of the Celestial Master Mansion treated them with a measure of respect. But in her father's generation he courted great trouble and perished. Before dying he entrusted his daughter to Zhang Tinia. Now that the Celestial Master Mansion was recruiting disciples, Aki possessed her father's first-class ancestral tablet for menial servants. According to the rules, the Celestial Master Mansion had to accept Aki. Li Xuanxiao sipped tea that tasted of nothing. This is too much. I, the esteemed Sword Saint, am to act as a mere bodyguard. Sword Saint, my foot. Zhang Tinia said nonchalantly. You've been kicked out. I'm giving you a chance to make a living. How much money do you have? My coffin fund and our friendship over the years, which one will you take as payment? Zhang Tinia asked. The former without a doubt. Li Xuanxiao replied without hesitation. Zhang Tinia bared his teeth in a grin. You're truly heartless. Li Xuanxiao chuckled, it was all in jest. An old friend he hadn't seen in years was asking for a favor, and it wasn't something difficult for him. Of course he couldn't refuse. When do you leave? Tomorrow. So soon. Can't you wait? Let her see you one last time. Zhang Tinia closed his eyes. She's already lost too many loved ones. Don't make her watch me leave. That would be too cruel. You're still always thinking of others. Zhang Tinia was a poor boy from the mountains. When Li Xuanxiao first met him, he carried a huge pack, his exposed teeth hinting at malnutrition, dressed in simple dusty clothes. He didn't believe there was evil in the world, was generous and selfless, always putting others before himself. Li Xuanxiao thought back then that this naive fellow would change once he saw the world's harshness. But after weathering countless storms, the youth remained the same youth. The next day, Aki packed her small bookcase, turning back from time to time to look at the aged Zhang Tinia sitting in his chair. Aki doesn't want to go. She wants to stay with Tinia, she suddenly said. Xiling is a big city. You'll meet many new friends and have lots of fun. But Xiling doesn't have Tinia, Aki said, her head down. Zhang Tinia replied, Tinia will wait for Aki here. Aki said nothing, then whispered. Tinia is lying. That day Aki secretly dismantled her treasured little bookcase. But she was still dragged out of the house by Li Xuanxiao holding her small hand. That departure was a journey of 700 li. A gentle breeze blew and the sun shone brightly. Aki wants to go back and see Tinyu one last time. Li Xuanxiao looked down at the little girl. Aki hasn't said a proper goodbye to him. In the town of the spring breeze. The town's only blacksmith Zhang Tinyu had passed away. That evening a neighbor went to his house to collect farm tools ordered 2 days earlier and found his body. The old man lay quietly on the bed, his face kind and serene. He had risen from obscurity, spent his life in battle and endured countless hardships. He ventured into caverns, vanquished demon cults, dreamed through the ages and traversed half a lifetime. In the end he chose this unremarkable little town as his final resting place. Aki did not cry. She silently followed Li Xuanxiao through Tainia's funeral. Then carrying the small bookcase that Tinyu had reassembled, she left the town with Li Xuanxiao. Li Xuanxiao took a few steps, then suddenly turned around. He saw the little girl standing at the village entrance looking up. Her eyes were brimming with tears streaming down endlessly. Wah! Wah! Crying here, Tinyu won't know. Wah! Li Xuanxiao reached out and patted her head. Don't pat Aki's head. The distant mountains rose majestically, piercing the clouds like ancient beasts silently standing upon the earth, witnessing the passage of time. Under the sun's radiance the mountain silhouette grew ever clearer. Li Xuanxiao, holding a bamboo stalk in his hand, tapped and rustled through the thicket ahead. Around them layers of thin mist ascended, winding through the peaks like white silk ribbons, making one feel as if in a celestial realm. Are you a swordsman? The little girl Chi asked. Then where is your sword? Li Xuanxiao replied, I don't have one for now. Speaking of which, your master is a blacksmith, you must know how to forge a sword. Make one for me. At the mention of iron ox, Chi lowered her head with a hint of disappointment. I can forge a sword, but there are no tools here. Then carve one from bamboo for me. Li Xuanxiao shook the bamboo in his hand. Is a bamboo sword even a sword? Of course, Li Xuanxiao said nonchalantly. I heard from Iron Ox that you are very strong. I was strong before. And now? Still very strong, Li Xuanxiao said confidently. Chi blinked and said nothing more. The once silent surroundings were suddenly pierced by a mournful cry as a heavy body thudded to the ground. Blood mingled with the clear stream water, and a battered carriage stood nearby, the current slowly carrying the corpse away. Several bandits, weapons in hand, rummaged through the bodies they had just ambushed. This was an official carriage. Normally bandits dared not touch such vehicles, for they might carry officials and the authorities would surely investigate. It was their misfortune to encounter this reckless band of outlaws who knew no rules. The bandit leader, eyeing the gleaming silver, twisted his lips into a cruel grin. A single robbery of an official is better than 100 from those paupers. Footsteps sounded. The bandit leader's gaze sharpened. Someone's coming. The remaining bandits turned, weapons drawn toward the source of the sound. A man in blue robes led a little girl of 6 or 7. They were not government soldiers, nor did they carry any means of defense. You're asking for trouble. A bandit released his bowstring and the arrow shot forth. Li Xuanxiao tilted his head slightly, dodging the arrow with ease. Chi looked up at Li Xuanxiao. He hurled the bamboo rod in his hand. Before the bandit leader could react, he was struck from his horse and pinned to the ground, clearly beyond saving. With a flicker of movement, the bamboo rod was back in Li Xuanxiao's hand. 7 or 8 bandits stiffened, then fell to the ground in unison. It was as simple as picking up a pebble from the ground. Li Xuanxiao flicked the bamboo rod and turned to Chi. It'll still trouble you to carve it into the shape of a sword, Li Xuanxiao said as he poked and prodded among the bodies. He searched for any survivors. Lifting a corpse with the bamboo rod, he suddenly discovered a small boy hidden beneath the pile of bodies. The boy's eyes were tightly shut, his face smeared with blood, and he held his breath, clearly playing dead. Li Xuanxiao poked him in a ticklish spot. A few giggles escaped and the boy could no longer contain himself. Sir! Don't kill me. I saw nothing, I know nothing. The bandits are dead. What is your name? Li Xuanxiao asked. The boy stood trembling, glancing at Li Xuanxiao and then at the fearsome bandits lying on the ground. My name is Lin Dowling from Tuanzhou. I was traveling with my childhood friend to study at the Shilling Celestial Master Sect. Oh. Li Xuanxiao raised an eyebrow. That one. Li Xuanxiao pointed to the only child among the corpses, a boy dressed in fine silk and satin, clearly from a wealthy family. Lin Dowling nodded. Yes. And these escorts? They were my friend's second uncle, a county magistrate who had just resigned. He intended to see us off, but we encountered bandits here. Lin Daling's voice trembled, but his logic was clear. Despite witnessing the brutal massacre at such a young age, he did not break down in hysterics. Half an hour later, Li Xuanxiao helped Lin Daoling bury the unfortunate souls who had perished there. Lin Daoling carved a wooden plaque for his childhood friend. You said you'd get me 10 wives when you made it big, but now, once you're there, you must bless me with safety and success. When I make it, I'll burn you a grand house and plenty of money. Li Xuanxiao watched the little boy with great curiosity. Though only a few years older than Qi, he carried himself like a miniature adult. Beside them, Qi was carving a sword for Li Xuanxiao with her small knife. Her craftsmanship was delicate, her expression focused. It seemed the display of skill, dispatching 7 or 8 bandits in an instant, had left her in awe. Make it look good, Li Xuanxiao said, rubbing his chin. Qi didn't look up. A bamboo sword, no matter how nice, won't be sturdy. That's fine as long as it's stylish. Lin Daoling stood up. Alright, let's go. While burying the bodies, he had already gathered all the valuables and loaded them onto the little donkey. When I left home, my mother only gave me 2 strings of coins and the family donkey. Now I suddenly have so much money. Lin Daoling spoke casually, as if he had already forgotten the life and death crisis he had just endured. He was not at all shy, chattering away to Li Xuanxiao and Qi, who was about his age. What's your name? Li Xuanxiao. And you? Lin Daoling turned to the little girl. Qi. Lin Daoling cupped his hands in an old-fashioned manner. The journey is long, I hope you two will look after me. As the old saying goes, a chance meeting is fate. Li Xuanxiao smiled faintly. With this little fellow around, the journey would surely not be dull. And so Li Xuanxiao led the 2 children and a donkey westward toward Xiling. The night grew thick. Li Xuanxiao lit a fire for the little ones and leaned against a tree trunk preparing to meditate. Lin Daoling then sidled over. Brother Li, are you very powerful? He figured that a man who could take on so many bandits was no ordinary person. I'm decent. Why? Could you teach me a few moves for self-defense? You. Li Xuanxiao shook his head. You can't learn yet. You look down on me. I've always picked up everything quickly. That's why the Dragon Tiger Celestial Master Sect chose me. Teach me a couple of moves so I won't get bullied. Lin Daoling pointed to the donkey grazing nearby. I'll give you this donkey. Deal. Li Xuanxiao closed his eyes, ignoring the boy. Forget it then. I won't learn. Lin Daoling muttered under his breath, then quickly forgot the matter and went back to pestering Qi. Qi carved a bamboo sword for Li Xuanxiao. Li Xuanxiao gripped the hilt and swung it a few times with palpable excitement. It had been so many years since he last held a sword. The first time he held a sword, it was the world-renowned Qingyun sword. After many years he once again grasped a blade, yet it was but a bamboo sword. Upon seeing this, Lin Daoling pestered Qi to make one for him as well. Initially reluctant, Qi eventually yielded to his daily entreaties. Thus she simply crafted one for him too. Lin Daoling led his donkey, the bamboo sword tucked at his waist, looking immensely proud. Brother Li, do you even know how to use a sword? I do. Then teach me a couple of moves and I'll give you my donkey. Li Xuanxiao shook his head. Teaching you a couple of moves for just a donkey, that's far too cheap for you, kid. Lin Daoling was displeased. I've raised this donkey since it was little. It can not only pull the millstone but also haul goods, it's incredibly capable. Li Xuanxiao hugged his bamboo sword and said with great smugness, back in the day countless people wanted to learn swordsmanship from me. What they offered was far more valuable than your donkey. Lin Daoling looked up at the sky. Brother Li, you're amazing. How is it that I see several oxen flying in the sky? You alone can blow up so many oxen, truly impressive. What do you know, you little brat? Whoosh. At that moment someone sped through midair on a flying sword. He hovered at a height low enough to be visible to the naked eye. It was a young sword cultivator, thoroughly drunk. He wore a flowing blue robe that billowed in the wind. The sword beneath his feet gleamed with a cold light, humming as if proclaiming its sharpness to the world. The treasured sword streaked across the night sky like lightning, leaving a brilliant trail in its wake. Lin Daoling's mouth hung open, his eyes fixed on the young sword cultivator gliding through the air. His gaze brimmed with envy, and a surge of inexplicable excitement welled within him as he imagined himself soaring just like that young cultivator. Treading a flying sword, soaring through the heavens. Lin Daoling withdrew his gaze and pointed at the figure speaking to Li Xuanxiao. So can you defeat him? Is your swordsmanship as good as his? Li Xuanxiao lifted his eyes slightly then quickly closed them again, speaking with indifference. Too weak. Lin Daoling rolled his eyes. Read more in the future. Don't always think about fighting others. To cultivate one must first cultivate virtue, Li Xuanxiao said calmly. However, at Lin Daoling and Aki's age such words were certainly not heeded. Senior brother, has Li Xuanxiao truly recovered his cultivation? I do not know. Night had fallen and the last trace of twilight was devoured by darkness, shrouding the earth in a silent gloom. Beneath a tree sat a man and a woman. The man was named Jin Li and the woman Zhong Yan. They were fellow disciples under Qingyun Sword, renowned as the one who sweeps through 800 opponents undefeated, the foremost master of external martial arts in the world. Qingyun Sword had taken only 2 disciples in his life, Jin Li and Zhong Yan. Their sect was small but immensely renowned. The 2 had been entrusted to monitor Li Xuanxiao. Zhong Yan said calmly, Senior brother, will Li Xuanxiao be as strong as before? Jin Li hesitated. No. Even if he has just recovered from severe injuries after being crippled for over 20 years, recovery will take time. Zhong Yan pondered. Our master has a close friendship with him. If the master finds out what we are doing. Jin Li suddenly stood up. Let's go. Zhong Yan said, Senior brother, Li Xuanxiao is traveling slowly with the 2 children. Do we need to follow so closely? No one knows what Li Xuanxiao will do next. If we lose him, it will be hard to answer to that person. Senior brother, what are our chances against him? Zhong Yan suddenly asked. Jin Li frowned, about to speak. A gentle breeze rustled through the woods, leaves whispering with a fresh cool air. Zhong Yan and Jin Li both stiffened. A figure appeared abruptly behind them, placing a hand on each of their shoulders. Neither Zhong Yan nor Jin Li moved, they only stared at each other. Both could sense the other's nerve stretched to the breaking point, as if a piercing force had instantly invaded their bodies, seizing control of their senses. An invisible shackle bound their limbs, rendering them immobile. They struggled to suppress the terror from showing on their faces. I remember you, your surname is Zhong, Li Xuanxiao said. You. Jin Li's Adam's apple bobbed. My surname is Jin, given namely. Oh, who sent you? Li Xuanxiao added, tell the truth. I guess it's the second elder of the Qingyun Sect's law enforcement hall. The 2 remained silent. Li Xuanxiao confirmed his suspicion and patted them both again. I don't like being followed. For the sake of my good relations with your master, let this be the first and last time. The breeze, which had stilled, began to stir once more, and the flow of time within the measured span of a few feet resumed its course. Jin Li and Zhong Yan's backs were already soaked with sweat. Before they knew it, the figure behind them had vanished. Not a trace of his presence remained, as if nothing had happened. The rustling of leaves in the gentle breeze and the cicadas chirping in the bushes now sounded almost soothing. A narrow escape from death. Jin Li's chest rose and fell slightly. Where were we just now? Zhong Yan seemed not yet to have recovered her wits. After a long pause she answered, what are our chances if we join forces against Li Xuanxiao? Now. They had their answer. In midair came the sound of a flying sword piercing the wind. Jin Li was startled, instinctively thinking Li Xuanxiao had returned and changed his mind about letting them go. But he quickly realized. It was not Li Xuanxiao but a young sword cultivator dead drunk. The young cultivator shouted something loudly, even pulled down his pants to relieve himself from above. Jin Li's forehead creased with dark lines. He reached out and grabbed. Plop. A muffled sound was heard. Then the young cultivator was yanked down as if by an invisible giant hand, crashing heavily to the ground and falling unconscious instantly. Aki and Lin Daoling had already fallen asleep. Li Xuanxiao rubbed his forehead vigorously and let out a soft breath. It seemed he had managed to bluff those 2 for now. Jin Li and Zhong Yan were both skilled cultivators of remarkable talent, otherwise Qingyun Sword would not have taken them as disciples. Had the 2 joined forces against him in his current state, he might truly have been outmatched. Li Xuanxiao shook his sleeves. After this incident, those who harbored doubts about him would surely think twice before making a move. Li Xuanxiao sat atop a donkey, flipping through a book in his hands. It was the Shilling summary which he had retrieved from the luggage of an unfortunate official killed by bandits. The map within was not particularly detailed, merely outlining the nation's shape and marking the locations of Xiling's major prefectures. Mount Longhu in Shilling was prominently marked on the map. In those days maps were largely based on mountains and rivers such as the county and city charts found in local historical records. The county seat was drawn in the center with mountains, rivers and landmarks sketched in their relative positions. Finally, villages and towns were filled in along the hills and riverbanks. This constituted a county map, and the same principle applied to a nation. Li Xuanxiao recalled that his last visit to Mount Longhu was long ago. Back then he had traveled by flying boat. Now he had to rely on his own 2 legs to find the way, which was rather difficult. The donkey beneath him let out a bray. Li Xuanxiao glanced down. In the end he had traded his sword technique for Lin Daling's donkey. "Let's rest here for a while," said Aki, who was walking at the front setting down her bookcase. Having worked the bellows with iron ox from a young age, she had developed a sturdy physique. She was accustomed to carrying firewood up and down the mountain without tiring. Soon Aki had started a fire and sent Lin Daoling to fetch clean water from the stream ahead. After eating a flatbread, Lin Daoling sidled up to Li Xuanxiao begging him to teach swordsmanship. Li Xuanxiao waved his hand. "I'll teach you later, I'll teach you later. I always keep my word." Lin Daoling tugged at Li Xuanxiao's hand with his small fingers. "Teach me now. Teach me now. You'll forget later." He was still just a child. "Aki, do you want to learn?" Li Xuanxiao asked. Aki looked up. "Can I learn too?" "You can. Aki doesn't have a donkey. You can learn without a donkey," Li Xuanxiao said calmly. Aki thought for a moment. "All right then, Aki will cook for you." So Li Xuanxiao taught the 2 little ones a single sword move. They practiced earnestly for a while and learned quickly. The next day they asked Li Xuanxiao to teach them the second technique. Li Xuanxiao lay on the donkey's back chewing a blade of grass, gazing at the azure sky. "Keep practicing." So the 2 little ones seized every opportunity to train with their swords. After a full 5 days they came to Li Xuanxiao again asking for the second move. Li Xuanxiao, munching on a flatbread, said with a serious expression, "Haste makes waste. Keep practicing." Aki and Lin Daoling, seeing his inscrutable demeanor, trusted him completely. They devoted themselves to mastering that single move, which was not particularly difficult to understand, and practiced it repeatedly. After another month had passed they finally sought Li Xuanxiao's instruction on the second technique. At that time Li Xuanxiao was eating a candied hawthorn stick that Lin Daoling had bought for him. He said calmly, "You're still far from it. Keep practicing." This time even Aki could not tolerate it anymore, let alone Lin Daoling. "Is he tricking us?" Lin Daoling asked. Aki nodded. "Big liar." The next second Lin Daoling pounced on him. "Give me back my candied hawthorn." "Don't. Snatch. Don't snatch, let me have one more bite." One day Li Xuanxiao, accompanied by the 2 little ones and a donkey, passed through a city. Weishui City was a vital transport hub, usually densely populated and thronged with merchants. It was a bustling and lively scene. However, since the beginning of spring that year ferocious beasts had begun to run rampant. Since humanity's rise in ancient times, before that rise during the long dark ages. Humanity was like a prisoner struggling in a boundless cage. They lived in the wilderness, constantly facing trials of life and death. The ruthlessness and cruelty of nature made their lives fragile and brief. Until the first human cultivator appeared. Yet even now humans and demonic beasts coexisted. Ferocious beasts were a separate branch of demonic beasts. Compared to demonic beasts, ferocious beasts were more violent, cruel, and lacked intelligence. Killing was their only instinct. They attacked cities, devoured humans, and even cannibalized their own kind. Ferocious beasts were originally rare around Weishui City, but now some from the north had migrated here in large numbers, causing widespread chaos. The city lord of Weishui had to dispatch elite warriors to sweep them away. Many sect disciples came able to hone their combat skills against the beasts while earning rewards. Among them were disciples of the Qingyun Sect. Li Xuanxiao found an inn to stay at, lay down on the bed and slept for a day and a night. After waking up he feasted ravenously downstairs, then leaned back in his chair contentedly, patting his belly with half-closed eyes. "I sleep on even when the sun is high, if not an immortal then who am I? Damn it. Get the hell out of here, I'm talking to you, what are you looking at?" Inside the inn a drunken burly man was causing a ruckus, his eyes bloodshot and his body trembling incessantly. He held a wine jug, swinging it unsteadily around him while cursing profusely. The innkeeper stood behind the counter looking helplessly at the man. He tried to reason with the man to calm down, but his words seemed futile. The burly man grew more violent, overturning tables and kicking chairs to pieces. Lin Daoling glanced at the drunken man, recalling the sword move Li Xuanxiao had taught him. He felt he had practiced that single move to perfection, and now was the time to test its true power. Lin Daoling drew his bamboo sword from his waist and like a chivalrous hero from a storyteller's tale shouted, "Watch my sword." Before the bamboo sword could even strike the man, he grabbed it and snapped it in two. "Where did this little brat come from? Get lost." With that he lifted Lin Daoling and gave him a smack on the bottom. It didn't hurt, but Lin Daoling was both humiliated and enraged. Seeing this, Aki, despite usually finding Lin Daoling somewhat annoying, didn't hesitate for a moment. She swiftly executed the sword move and stabbed the bamboo sword into the man's leg. The burly man snatched her bamboo sword and tossed it aside, seemingly angered by the two children. His eyes bulged as he stepped forward. After all, Aki was just a 7-year-old girl. His massive frame loomed before her like a small mountain, causing her to tremble with fear. Just as the burly man was about to act, the young man sitting with the two children tilted his head slightly. The man's gaze fell upon him, a young man who appeared utterly unremarkable. But his eyes were exceptionally calm, clear and bright like spring water without a single ripple. The burly man involuntarily clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white from the strain. Then, muttering a curse under his breath, he turned and walked out of the inn. The patrons in the inn cast astonished glances at the retreating figure of the drunkard. Why had he suddenly left? Their hearts had just leapt to their throats, yet the situation had shifted with such bewildering speed. The young man had done nothing at all. Li Xuanxiao withdrew his gaze, continuing to crack sunflower seeds as if nothing had transpired, paying no heed to the startled children Aki and Lin Daoling. Lin Daoling hurled a string of curses at the drunkard's back. Then he leaped onto a stool, pounding the table before Li Xuanxiao with a thunderous clatter. "What kind of pathetic swordsmanship is this?" Li Xuanxiao said calmly. "That drunkard is no ordinary man, he is a martial artist whose fists can shatter laws. With your current skill, handling one or two common folk should be no issue. Liar. Give me back my little donkey. And the candied hawthorns, beef jerky, donkey meat buns," Aki added softly. Lin Daoling felt a surge of melancholy. His sincere heart had been met with utter indifference. Ever since Li Xuanxiao taught him this sword technique, he had practiced tirelessly. Hope had burned within him, driving him to starve himself just to keep Li Xuanxiao well fed. Li Xuanxiao had boasted grandly, claiming that with even slight mastery this sword art could kill invisibly and sever heads from 1,000 li away. As for the drunkard's supposed fist that shatters laws, they had simply chosen the wrong opponent. Lin Daoling knew at once that he was being deceived again. That drunkard was nothing more than a common drunken lout. Li Xuanxiao picked his ear, pretending not to hear. From that day on, Li Xuanxiao earned the title of the Great Liar. Many cultivators from various regions had answered the call. The government paid the inns out of its own pocket to house the cultivators who had come to eliminate the ferocious beasts. All existing guests were to be evicted. The innkeeper, seeing Li Xuanxiao alone with two children, assumed he was not a beast subduer. Thus he refunded Li Xuanxiao's money and asked him to find lodging elsewhere. As they stepped out, they came face to face with disciples of the Qingyun Sect, recognizable by their distinctive robes. As the foremost righteous sect under heaven, the Qingyun Sect naturally sent disciples to eliminate the ferocious beasts. Ling He, the third disciple, led the team from Tongtian Peak. Ling He was a simple, taciturn man. His relationship with the senior disciple Li Xuanxiao was neither close nor cold. Whether it was 30 years ago when Li Xuanxiao was at his peak or 30 years later in his decline, Ling He was momentarily stunned to encounter him here. "Senior brother. I've told you not to call me that." Ningying, Chenping and the other disciples of Tongtian Peak also spoke up. "Brother Li." Li Xuanxiao waved a hand, too weary to correct them. "Brother, we are also here to eradicate the beasts. Why not travel together?" Ningying hesitated, then took the initiative to speak. She assumed Li Xuanxiao had come to aid Weishui City upon hearing of the beast outbreak. It seemed Brother Li's character had not changed much despite his recovered cultivation. He was still chivalrous, eager to right wrongs and sharp-tongued, but soft-hearted even when angered. Ningying couldn't help but recall the past. "Brother, I'm sorry, I was wrong, let me make you some pastries, please don't ignore me." When she was young, a little coaxing would always soothe her brother's anger. And Brother Li never held a grudge against her. Now at her age, Ningying would not resort to childish coaxing. The rift of 30 years could not be bridged in a single day. Seeing Li Xuanxiao ignore her, Ningying persisted. "Brother, I have a relative living in Weishui City. If you don't mind, you could stay at their place." The Qingyun disciples had overheard the innkeeper evicting them as they entered. It seemed Li Xuanxiao had no other lodging in the city. No need. Li Xuanxiao walked away without turning back. Lin Daoling followed a few steps then glanced curiously at the group. After Li Xuanxiao left, Ningying forced an awkward smile. It seems Brother Li is utterly disillusioned with the Qingyun sect. He rendered great service to the sect and the world, yet the sect treated him so. Chen Ping secretly admired her eloquence. Brother Li was indeed disillusioned with the Qingyun sect, but he was no less disappointed in Ningying. Back then Brother Li had saved her life, but how had she repaid him? By framing it as his disillusionment with the sect, she made it seem unrelated to her. Almost every inn in Weishuai city was packed with cultivators from all over, leaving no vacant rooms. In the end, a shabby little temple in the city took in Li Xuanxiao and his companions. The temple housed only an old monk in a row of dilapidated rooms. Who are they? Why do they all call you senior brother? Lin Daoling asked curiously while eating plain boiled noodles. Li Xuanxiao put on a pained expression. You two little brats are the only ones who look down on me. Go ask around about my reputation. Give you an inch and you take a mile. Lin Daoling rolled his eyes. Aki nodded silently as if in agreement. Lin Daoling continued, Hey Brother Li. Did you hire those people to put on a show because you felt embarrassed being exposed by us? To make us think you're impressive? Li Xuanxiao turned his head away, ignoring the two little ones, and wolfed down his noodles. He couldn't be bothered to argue with the brat. When they set off again, should he feed them to the wolves or throw them into the river? Hearing this, Aki blinked, looking at Li Xuanxiao with a hint of sympathy. Aki believes you. Li Xuanxiao squinted, feeling as if he were being patronized like a beggar. Hurry up and eat. We're traveling tomorrow. The next morning the old monk learned they planned to leave the city. He advised them to register at the city office, as all departures required registration and military escort to avoid beast attacks. Li Xuanxiao thanked him for the warning. Once outside the city, Lin Daoling flatly refused to let Li Xuanxiao ride his little donkey. Aki, do you want to ride the donkey? Lin Daoling chased after the little girl. No. Li Xuanxiao shook his head, such a young boy already trying to win a girl's favor. A total of 3 groups of cultivators from Qingyun Sect arrived this time, while the Tongtian Peak disciples led by Ling He numbered only 7. Though few in number, their combat prowess was indeed formidable. They did not join the main force from Weishuai city in clearing the ferocious beasts from the city's main peak, but instead followed a smaller group to the far more perilous Qingyun Peak. The group set up an array and swiftly ascended the summit. The mountain path coiled around the peak like a giant dragon, entwined amid the cliffs, with precipices soaring into the clouds and abysses plunging into unfathomable depths. Along the way they encountered many ferocious beasts. The Qingyun Sect disciples led the charge, recklessly storming the front lines. The disciples of other sects following behind could only shake their heads and smile bitterly at the severed limbs and broken bodies of the beasts strewn across the path. Such was the might of Qingyun Sect. Chen Ping drew his long sword, and the giant python blocking the road was effortlessly cleaved in two with a single stroke. His movements were clean and precise, devoid of any superfluous action. Feeling the gazes of the other sect disciples upon him, Chen Ping grew even more smug. Junior sister, what's wrong? Chen Ping noticed Ning Ying seemed distracted. Nothing. It's nothing. Ning Ying had been unsettled ever since she saw Li Xuanxiao. Now that Li Xuanxiao had recovered his cultivation, she kept recalling past events, beginning to regret her previous actions. Don't let your guard down. Ling He warned sternly, the ferocious beasts on Qingyun Peak are not to be underestimated. Yes, senior brother. Master, those Qingyun Sect disciples are incredibly fast. A middle-aged man wore a bitter expression. The white-haired elder's gaze was also complicated, though he far surpassed those Qingyun Sect disciples in age, his cultivation was vastly inferior. Such was the gap in innate talent. Enough, let's move on. We can gather some low-level beasts and at least. Before he could finish, he was crushed into a pulp before the disciples' eyes. Flesh and bone splattered onto the bodies, faces and eyes of the surrounding disciples. They stared blankly at the scene, utterly uncomprehending. Enormous ferocious beasts began raining down from the sky. Not only here, but the entire sky above Qingyun Peak was darkened as beasts fell like a torrential storm from the oppressive clouds. After a brief silence, the disciples erupted into screams and sobs. Their voices were filled with terror and despair, as if the end of the world had arrived. Some tried to flee, but within moments they too were reduced to bloody, shapeless masses just like their master. Li Xuanxiao chewing on a blade of grass looked up at Lin Dowling sitting on a donkey under the blazing sun. Little Dowling, didn't you hide 2 more pastries? Share one with me. Lin Dowling turned his head away, ignoring him. What about He's? Li Xuanxiao persisted. He said, didn't I give you plenty before? I finished them all, Li Xuanxiao declared without shame. He retorted, we only had 2 each, but you had 6 and ate them all, and now you want ours. Li Xuanxiao patted his stomach. Adults have bigger appetites, children eat less. It won't hurt you to spare some. He, annoyed, also turned her head away from him. Li Xuanxiao somewhat regretted it. The pastries were truly delicious, he should have bought more. He'll sneak their pastries tonight while they're asleep, he muttered under his breath. Sharp-eared He overheard and fixed him with a stare. Li Xuanxiao laughed heartily. Just kidding, just kidding. On the path they traveled not a single ferocious beast was seen. Instead they spotted convoys of carriages and some cultivators heading toward Weishui from this direction. A thunderous rumble shook the ground and the whole world seemed to tremble. The merchants of a nearby caravan looked around in terror, trying to locate the source of the earthquake. The already deserted village houses collapsed instantly, the road was torn apart and massive fissures split the earth. Damn it all! Lin Dowling was jolted off his little donkey. He glared at the distant forest, about to curse when a look of horror suddenly spread across his face. Trees as thick as well mouths fell in rows. The defensive line around Qingyun Peak collapsed in an instant, and nearly 80% of the cultivators guarding the area were engulfed by the tide of beasts. No one understood how so many ferocious beasts had suddenly appeared on what was supposed to be a secondary peak. The clouds that had shrouded Qingyun Peak finally parted, revealing a massive 6-winged golden peng spreading its wings. Its wings unfurled like flames of gold to their fullest extent, gleaming brilliantly under the sunlight, each feather radiating a powerful aura. With a gentle flap it stirred a fierce gale that dimmed the entire sky. The lord of Weishui city stared in shock at the sight. He could never have imagined that this beast had used some mystical art to conceal itself above Qingyun Peak, all while remaining undetected by anyone, including himself, who had been kept entirely in the dark. Not only that, but it had also hidden these hordes of beasts upon its own body. The 6-winged golden peng flew with incredible speed like a bolt of golden lightning, tracing a beautiful arc across the sky. In midair, Ling He, the Tongtian Peak disciple of Qingyun Sect, had his flying sword knocked away and a dreadful wound appeared from his chest down to his abdomen. Had he not been wearing the treasured armor of Tongtian Peak, he would surely have perished. The 6-winged golden peng's gaze seemed to mock the incompetence of Weishui city's lord. The main force of Weishui city was currently engaged in besieging the main peak, and it was too late to turn back now. The surging tide of beasts would trample the city before then. Qingyun knelt on the nearly leveled peak, clutching a broken sword. If not for Ling He's composure in the crisis, all the Tongtian Peak disciples here would have perished. Chen Ping, who had ascended the mountain brimming with confidence, lay beside her, half of his arm bone exposed. In the distance the colossal body of the 6-winged golden peng blotted out the sun. The lord of Weishui city was not particularly powerful, he held his position partly through family connections. Moreover, although Weishui city was a prosperous hub with thriving transportation, the region was not inherently dangerous. The city's families followed the tradition of 3 clans and 5 schools, and successive city lords had always come from these clans. Officials sent by the imperial court held no real power. At this moment Ling He, the Qingyun Sect disciple who had been defeated by the 6-winged golden peng, was the strongest cultivator in the vicinity of Weishui city. The oppressive aura of the 6-winged golden peng made it impossible to breathe. Even cultivators of considerable strength felt an unprecedented fear and pressure. Their hearts raced, their breaths grew short, and their bodies trembled involuntarily. Some could not even stand, collapsing to the ground as they gazed helplessly at the sky. The fierce wind howled mercilessly, tearing at everything. Lin Dowling and He stood close together, yet unlike some cultivators they were not paralyzed by the overwhelming pressure. Damn this accursed day. I haven't even returned home in glory. Erden, you bastard, is this how you watch over me from the grave? The Erden he spoke of was the childhood nickname of a friend who had died at the hands of bandits. Li Xuanxiao found the wind rather boisterous, squinting as he fixed his gaze on the 6-winged golden peng in the sky. Why? Did it look somewhat familiar? It wasn't until he spotted a massive scar on the left wing of the 6-winged golden peng that realization dawned. In those days the northwestern lands were teeming with savage beasts, and the common folk spoke of the 6 beast kings. The ferocious beasts raided villages, slaughtering humans. Even heavily fortified cities became their targets. At that time the sect leader of Qingyun Sect had tragically fallen and the merciless Taoist had yet to assume the position. Unable to leave Qingyun Sect for the time being, he ordered the senior disciple of Silver Sword Peak to lead 27 inner disciples and 40 outer disciples from Tongtian Peak. Along with disciples from the other two peaks, a total of over 100 Qingyun Sect disciples set out for the northwest to eradicate the menace once and for all. Who could have known that battle would bring devastating losses to Qingyun Sect? The senior disciple of Silver Sword Peak fought valiantly, slaying 2 beast kings at the cost of his own life, but ultimately fell in battle. That was also the battle where Li Xuanxiao first made his mark. At that time his cultivation progressed rapidly and many claimed his foundation was unstable. Coupled with the fact that no one had ever seen him fight, rumors spread that he was all show and no substance, a glittering spear tip that was useless in reality. Li Xuanxiao silenced all the rumors with the corpses of the remaining 4 beast kings. One of the beast kings he slew was the 6-winged golden peng. Back then Li Xuanxiao charged into the beast's lair intending to wipe out the entire nest. But at the critical moment the 6-winged golden peng shielded its young with its own life. By all logic, savage beasts were devoid of intelligence, cruel and bloodthirsty, with little regard for kinship. They might even kill their own offspring on a whim. Sacrificing one's life for a child was unthinkable. Yet the young Li Xuanxiao, after a moment of hesitation, did not show mercy and swiftly struck with his second sword. But at that very moment a sentimental female cultivator from Silver Sword Peak suddenly intervened to stop him. Caught off guard, Li Xuanxiao's sword chi only severed part of the left wing of the 6-winged golden peng's offspring. Seizing the opportunity, the young peng vanished into the forest, carried away by the wind. Afterward the female cultivator argued that all living things had spirits and that one should not kill indiscriminately. Li Xuanxiao, young and hot-tempered at the time, was furious. Returning to the city and witnessing the fallen comrades and slaughtered civilians, his anger boiled over. He gave the female cultivator a thorough beating. Your moment of softness today will cost countless lives tomorrow. Savage beasts know nothing of benevolence, righteousness or virtue. Later both Li Xuanxiao and the female cultivator faced disciplinary action from the sect. As Li Xuanxiao had predicted, once the young 6-winged golden peng healed, it roamed far and wide, attacking villages and cities. Its incredible speed and elusive nature made it nearly impossible to capture. It had survived to this very day. After all these years, fate had brought Li Xuanxiao and the beast face to face once more. The 6-winged golden peng's pupils reflected the image of Weishui's city, but suddenly its gaze shifted downward, locking onto a figure on the main road. That familiar aura, unforgettable for eternity. The 6-winged golden peng grew frenzied, its wings beating violently as it let out a cry of rage and excitement. Its gaze sharpened, the flames spewing from its mouth grew more intense, and its body radiated a formidable aura as if it would burn the entire world to ashes. The blazing fire illuminated the sky, too dazzling to behold. In that moment the 6-winged golden peng seemed to revert to a wild, mindless beast. Its power and presence were utterly awe-inspiring. Under the astonished gazes of the cultivators in Weishui's city, the 6-winged golden peng suddenly changed direction. Ah! It's coming this way. Lin Dailing's cries rang in Li Xuanxiao's ears. This was the biggest bird he had ever seen, larger than the tallest mountain back home. Sobbing and sniffling, he grabbed Li Xuanxiao's hand. Didn't you boast you were amazing? Where's your swordsmanship now? Use it. Li Xuanxiao, irritated by the noise, said, Learn from a chi. You're supposed to be a boy. A chi stood there dumbfounded, her mouth slightly agape. She turned her head, her bright eyes fixed on Li Xuanxiao. Are we going to die? Will we see Tinu after we die? You damned braggart. You owe me my buns, my pastries. Lin Daoling plopped down on the ground. After all, he was still a child under 10 years old. Forget him, even the cultivators were utterly terrified. Li Xuanxiao tilted his head. Then give me the pastries. Lin Daoling was taken aback, then hastily pulled out the pastries from his chest. Here, take them all. Li Xuanxiao pressed a hand on the bamboo sword at his waist, took the pastries and stuffed them into his mouth. Lin Daoling looked at him with great anticipation. Li Xuanxiao turned away, tossing the remaining pastry back to him. Eat up. Even if you die, don't be a hungry ghost. With those words Lin Dailing's last hope was shattered. You damned. Li Xuanxiao drew his bamboo sword. It wasn't that he was deliberately stalling, but he wasn't confident he could defeat the beast. He had only one strike. In the end it was a matter of life or death. Watch closely, this is the only strike. A formidable, unmatched aura suddenly surged through Li Xuanxiao's organs, sweeping over him like a raging tempest. His heart pounded like a war drum, blood surging and boiling within him as if straining to burst from his veins. His momentum climbed steadily like a volcano on the verge of eruption, gathering power and ready to explode. From the day Li Xuanxiao first grasped his sword, it was as if he had experienced the full bloom of spring, the falling leaves of autumn, the snow atop clouds, and the lush growth of grass. What others painstakingly cultivated through countless refinements he attained with effortless ease. At that moment Li Xuanxiao closed his eyes. These 30 years the martial world existed only in his dreams. The enormous shadow of the six-winged golden pine loomed over him. He raised his bamboo sword, sensing the flow of wind, the growth of grass, the movement of the stars. The swordsmanship was like the rhythm of nature, harmonious and exquisite, captivating all who beheld it. This single strike was like an eagle soaring on the wind, chasing the waves, bearing the might to split heaven and earth. The sword chi did not cleave the six-winged golden pine in two, instead it spread rapidly, grinding the beast into a mass of flesh and blood like a millstone. This time Li Xuanxiao would not give his foe another chance to escape. The agonized shriek of the six-winged golden rock tore through the heavens as if the entire world could hear its pain and despair. Its body was swiftly torn apart, leaving only blood and shredded flesh, its eyes filled with terror and agony. This soul-stirring scene would forever be etched in the memories of all present. After the majestic sword chi shredded the six-winged golden rock, its lingering might surged onward, galloping across the sky and earth. On Hengjian Peak, Ningying had just administered a pill to the severely wounded Ling He. In the distance the sword chi had already arrived. At that moment the disciples of Qingyun Sect on the peak, along with other cultivators who had ascended to slay the beasts, instinctively looked up, their expressions shifting in unison. Everyone felt a flash of sword light and a surge of sword chi pressed down upon their heads. Though it was still 3 or 4 zhang away, all could sense the chilling intent as if it could pierce their skulls at any moment. The sword chi paused for a moment, then losing its control slowly dissipated. Huff! Ningying gradually came to her senses, hearing Chen Ping gasping heavily beside her. Thai's sword chi. Seems familiar. Chen Ping blurted out. Ningying pondered for a moment, then said, "It's the senior brother." With the six-winged golden rock slain by a single sword strike, the many ferocious beasts that had suddenly appeared now all prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Their bodies quaked violently, muscles tensed, yearning to flee yet unable to move. It was a fear originating from the deepest core of life, deeply rooted and ineradicable. Even the most mindless of wild beasts could not resist the invasion of this terror. After his single sword stroke, Li Xuanxiao's figure floated in midair. He glanced towards Hengjian Peak, confirming no innocents had been harmed. Only then did he descend to the ground like a white rainbow. Lin Daoling and a Qi both gaped in unison, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. Li Xuanxiao reslung his bamboo sword at his waist and raised his head with an air of extreme smugness. "How is that sword art, you two ignorant little brats?" "Wow! Brother Li, you're incredible." Lin Daoling did a complete 180 in attitude, hugging Li Xuanxiao's leg and looking up at him with admiration. "Ha ha ha!" Li Xuanxiao curled his lips triumphantly. "Now you know how formidable I am. Still think I'm a fraud?" Lin Daoling shook his head like a rattledrum and hastily offered up the remaining pastries with both hands. "Big brother, please eat." Li Xuanxiao took them without any ceremony and popped them into his mouth. Well behaved. Then he turned his gaze to a Qi. A Qi blinked, feeling that Li Xuanxiao's expression was that of a petty man enjoying undeserved success, not at all like a true master. After all, what master would go to such lengths to trick a child out of all their pastries? She shook her head, casting aside those strange thoughts, and took out 2 pieces of pastry to hand to Li Xuanxiao. Moments later the city lord of Weishui's city arrived, flying through the air. "Li. Senior." The city lord's voice was filled with astonishment. He had assumed that the one who slew the six-winged golden rock was some old senior, never expecting it to be the renowned Li Xuanxiao. However, he distinctly remembered rumors that Li Xuanxiao's foundation had been destroyed and his cultivation lost. It seemed those were indeed just rumors. "Oh. You recognize me? During the Battle of Jiaguan Pass back then I followed my elders into battle and caught a distant glimpse of you, senior. Your heroic bearing is unforgettable for a lifetime." In those days the city lord of Weishui's city was merely a common soldier in the crowd, gazing at Li Xuanxiao's back from afar, his eyes brimming with envy and adoration. He had fantasized that one day he would be like that man, but as he grew older he gradually realized he could never hope to reach such heights in his lifetime. This beast tide was fierce and menacing. Thankfully Senior intervened in time, saving the countless citizens of Weishui city. "I hope Senior will accompany me to the city so its people may express their gratitude." The city lord said sincerely. Li Xuanxiao waved his hand. Thank you for the kind offer, but I still need to travel with these two little ones. Next time I pass through Weishuai City you can treat me to a meal. Just don't pretend you don't know me then. Senior jest. The city lord of Weishuai City watched the backs of Li Xuanxiao and his companions, hearing their playful voices drift back. Big brother, teach me now. I want to be as powerful as you. Big brother, from now on I'll follow your lead. Ahahaha, Li Xuanxiao's hearty laughter rang out as if he thoroughly enjoyed the adulation of children. With the six-winged golden rock dead, the pressure from the beasts on the outskirts of Weishuai City instantly lessened. A few remaining beasts still lurked in the forests, but they no longer posed a major threat to the city. To prevent a resurgence of the beasts, the city lord organized 2 more hunting campaigns. While they didn't achieve total annihilation, they cleared the area for 100 li around Weishuai City of any beast menace. At the city lord's mansion in Weishuai City, the residence was ornately decorated inside and out. Sunlight streamed through the curtains, casting dappled shadows, while flowers and greenery adorned every corner. The sprawling mansion with its 7 courtyards was filled with people attending the victory banquet. Dressed in their finest, they wove through the residence, their laughter and chatter rising and falling as they celebrated the triumph. Weishuai City was wealthy to begin with, and the city lord was generous with his rewards. Even cultivators who hadn't joined the beast hunt received substantial bounties. The city lord and many of Weishuai City's nobles greeted every guest with smiles and warm hospitality. The disciples of Qingyun Sect have arrived. At the announcement, the gazes of many cultivators within the residence were drawn over. The city lord and several clan heads hurried forward to greet them, their smiles brightening even more. Ningying gave a slight bow. My senior brother Ling, he is injured and unable to attend the banquet, so he has entrusted us to come in his stead. I hope the city lord and everyone present will forgive his absence. Not at all. Young friend Ling, he was wounded for Weishuai City. The city will bear all costs for his recovery. You are too kind, city lord. Slaying demons and vanquishing evil is the duty of Qingyun Sect. A fawning smile crept onto the city lord's face. It's a pity that true person Li couldn't attend due to other matters. This time it was thanks to true person Li's timely intervention. The other family heads behind him nodded in agreement. Indeed, indeed. We hope young friend Ning can convey our thanks to true person Li upon your return to the sect. According to the second elder's plan, the news of Li Xuanxiao's departure from the sect was originally supposed to be announced to the world soon. Li Xuanxiao was to have no further ties with Qingyun Sect. However, who could have foreseen that an accident would occur shortly after Li Xuanxiao left the sect? The Qingyun Sect's high echelons discovered his cultivation had recovered. Considering his talent, this unexpected turn of events caught them off guard. They were forced to change their plan, strictly forbidding sect disciples from discussing the matter further. They overturned the case of Li Xuanxiao's alleged poisoning and murder and simultaneously dispatched disciples to find Li Xuanxiao and bring him back to the sect. Thus the outside world remained unaware that Li Xuanxiao had already left the sect. The people of Weishuai City merely assumed that Li Xuanxiao had arrived together with Ningying and the others, only to depart ahead of them due to some matter. That 6-winged golden pine was truly unfortunate. It had lurked for so long only to encounter true manly the moment it showed itself, someone remarked in a jesting tone. Hey, it's fortunate that true manly was in Weishuai City, or else we wouldn't be celebrating our triumph here today. I propose we raise this cup first to true manly. The people of Weishuai City sang Li Xuanxiao's praises, intending to flatter the disciples of Qingyun Sect, but their efforts backfired. This left Ningying and the other Qingyun disciples visibly embarrassed, forcing them to smile along awkwardly as if sitting on pins and needles. The true essence of heaven and earth can only be tasted by the tranquil. The true mechanism of heaven and earth can only be perceived by the tranquil. Li Xuanxiao recalled a certain old bald monk once telling him that true cultivation lies not only on the mountains nor within the temples. Back then, wielding his 3-foot sword, he stood as a champion for the oppressed against the heavens. He had naturally dismissed the old monk's words. Now upon reflection, those words carried a subtle flavor. Li Xuanxiao lay atop the little donkey, his head pillowed on his hands, gazing quietly at the sky. As evening fell, the sun gradually slanted westward, painting the sky with hues of orange twilight. The distant mountains, bathed in the sunset's glow, exuded an air of mystery and grandeur. It was a feeling beyond words, as if nature had unveiled its most beautiful aspect to humanity. Under the dying sun, people's shadows stretched long. Li Xuanxiao yawned lazily and reached out a hand. Fruit. Lin Daoling promptly handed him a fruit. The fruit was rather green, its taste both tart and sweet. Big brother, when will I become as formidable as you? Lin Daoling asked, his face full of anticipation. Learn slowly, practice slowly, haste makes waste, Li Xuanxiao said leisurely. Lin Daoling nodded emphatically. I understand, big brother. Ever since Li Xuanxiao had demonstrated his skill by slaying the six-winged golden peng, Lin Daoling and Aki had placed unwavering faith in his words. Lin Daoling was now not only interested in learning swordsmanship but also captivated by Li Xuanxiao's stories. Every day he pestered Li Xuanxiao to tell him another tale. Where did we leave off yesterday? Lin Daoling reminded him. We got to the part where Yan Qing the Prince of Day and Jiangli the immortal maiden of Beiluo Shaimen pledged their love under the moonlight. Li Xuanxiao narrowed his eyes, recalling the past events of Yan Qing and Jiangli. One was a prince who endured humiliation and harbored great ambitions. The other was the youngest celestial officer of Beiluo Shaimen. Their encounter was as vivid as the protagonists in a storybook. Yet the fairy tale ending never came. What happened next? Did they end up together? Did they abandon everything and wander the Jianghu? Having heard many similar tales from storytelling sessions, Lin Daoling could guess the story's direction with considerable accuracy. Li Xuanxiao paused for a moment, then shook his head. In the end, Jiangli returned to Beiluo Shaimen and chose to further her sect. The prince who had endured humiliation became emperor, bringing peace and prosperity to the realm. Lin Daoling let out a long puzzled sound. Even Aki, who pretended to practice swordsmanship while eavesdropping, furrowed his brow, clearly dissatisfied with the story's conclusion. Why didn't they stay together? Didn't they already pledge their love? Li Xuanxiao smiled faintly. Because they had more important things to do. How many perfect tales of gifted scholars and beautiful ladies exist in this world? Most begin with a blaze of passion and end in silent obscurity. Lin Daoling and Aki, young as they were filled with bewilderment. Li Xuanxiao offered no further explanation. That was how many years ago? He could barely remember. He and Tinyu had gone out of their way to create an opportunity for Yan Qing to confess his feelings to Jiangli, spending a whole night watching the stars in the freezing snow. Together they helped Yan Qing draft his love letters. I think starting with "How are you" is the safest approach, Zhang Tinyu said earnestly. It's neither too forward yet still conveys your feelings. Li Xuanxiao shook his head. Jiangli is a celestial officer of Beiluo Shaimen, she prefers refined language. It should be written like this: a year apart deepens my longing. Which means after a year of separation my yearning and thoughts have only grown. Yan Qing and Zhang Tinyu nodded in agreement, simultaneously giving a thumbs up. In the end, Jiangli tossed the letter back to Yan Qing and said coldly, we just met half an hour ago. And this is already the 107th letter you've written to me this month. If you have Li Xuanxiao secretly place another one by my bedside, I swear I'll stuff every single one of them into your mouth. Recalling the aggrieved expression on Yan Qing's face when he had complained to him, Li Xuanxiao still couldn't help but burst into laughter. Big brother, what are you laughing at? Lin Daoling asked curiously. A trace of melancholy flickered in Li Xuanxiao's eyes. Nothing, just recalling some happy memories. Contemplating the past, it all lies vivid before the eyes. At Qingyun Sect Tongtian Peak, a slender youth was practicing swordsmanship in the forest. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating the youth's face. His gaze was focused and resolute, the sword in his hand gleaming with cold light as his body moved nimbly among the trees. The sword followed his movements like a shadow. His sweat soaked through his robes, but he paid it no mind. His heart held only the sword, only his faith in the blade. After a long while the familiar figure finally appeared. Ma Zhu, clad in a green robe with sleeves fluttering, stood tall and graceful. Her hair was styled into a simple bun adorned with a jade hairpin, while the rest of her dark tresses cascaded down her back, swaying gently with her movements. Her features were delicate and elegant, devoid of any makeup, yet radiating a natural beauty. Senior sister. The youth halted his movement, standing before Ma Zhu with his chest heaving slightly. His name was Chen Shirsi, an inner disciple of Tongtian Peak and the youngest among its disciples. He was also the most talented disciple Tongtian Peak had seen in recent years. Years ago Ma Zhu had descended the mountain to travel. By chance she encountered Chen Shirsi, who was being pursued by enemies. After rescuing him, she unexpectedly discovered that his apertures were naturally wide open and his Dao meridians were externally manifest. He was a once-in-a-lifetime seed for cultivation. Thus she brought him to Qingyun Sect. After joining Qingyun Sect, Chen Shirsi, without any prior foundation in cultivation, broke through 3 realms in succession. In the eyes of many, a genius rivaling Li Xuanxiao was about to emerge once again at Tongtian peak of Qingyun Sect. Each realm a scene step by step ascending to heaven. The path of cultivation comprises 9 realms, also known as 9 scenes. The first scene, Yellow Court Foundation establishment, cultivating the body and spirit, illuminating the Yellow Court. The second scene, the convergence of the 5 Qi. The third scene, the gathering of the 3 flowers at the crown, cultivation, reaching perfection, awakening innate divine abilities. The power of spells begins to manifest, giving rise to divine sense to probe heaven and earth and to command magical artifacts. The fourth scene, fate, is no longer dictated by heaven as the golden core is formed. From here the great Tao is first explored. The fifth scene, comprehending the Tao and its laws, forging the precious gate of the great Tao within the body. The path of cultivation and divine abilities begins, casting the Tao gate above the primordial sea. The sixth scene, nurturing the primordial embryo, giving birth to the nascent soul. These are the lower 3 scenes and middle 3 scenes of cultivation. As for the upper 3 scenes, those who cultivate to this level are few and far between. Chen Shirsi at a tender age had already stepped into the 4th scene of cultivation. Fate is no longer dictated by heaven as the golden core is formed. From here the great Tao is first explored. His future is boundless. It must be known that before this, aside from Li Xuanxiao, the average age for a Qingyun Sect disciple to enter the 4th scene was over 50. "Come, the master wishes to see you," Mo Zhu said. "Master." Chen Shirsi was taken aback. By the time he had joined Tongtian Peak, the merciless Daoist had already assumed the position of Qingyun Sect leader. With myriad affairs to attend to, he naturally had no time for this new disciple. Thus Chen Shirsi seldom saw the merciless Daoist in his daily life. More often it was the sect's elders and senior sisters who guided his cultivation. Soon Chen Shirsi followed his senior sister Mo Zhu to the main peak's great hall. Not bad. The merciless Daoist exuded no overwhelming pressure, merely casting a faint glance at Chen Shirsi. Chen Shirsi lowered his head, his lips tightly pressed together, overflowing with joy. This was, after all, the first time his master had praised him. According to the prevailing belief in the cultivation world, cultivators below the 3rd scene could not truly be considered cultivators. Only upon forming the golden core did one count. A cultivator below the golden core realm, when facing a golden core cultivator, was virtually impossible to defeat without external aid. The merciless Daoist said calmly, "You have now entered the 4th scene, the beginning of the middle 3 scenes. This realm can trap a person for a lifetime. Do not be arrogant or impatient. Your disciple heeds your teaching." The merciless Daoist then addressed Mo Zhu. "There are reports that the renegade disciple of Qingyun Sect Xiongtiansong is roaming the border between Xiling and Dai. The kingdom of Xiling hopes Qingyun Sect will deal with this man promptly to avoid unnecessary trouble. This time you will take Shirsi with you." Hearing this, Chen Shirsi's heart swelled with even greater joy. To go on a mission with his senior sister. Mo Zhu, however, had a flicker in her eyes. "Master Xiongtiansong's strength is formidable. Our junior brother has just entered the 4th scene, his foundation is not yet stable." The merciless Daoist said calmly, "Xiongtiansong is at the 6th scene, nascent soul cultivation. In his day, Li Xuanxiao at the 4th scene slew 2 6th scene cultivators with his own strength. Moreover, this time you will be by his side." Chen Shirsi silently clenched his fists. Before Mo Zhu could speak again, he immediately declared, "Master, rest assured. Your disciple will assist senior sister and return with Xiongtiansong's corpse. You may go." The merciless Daoist closed his eyes again. Mo Zhu gave Chen Shirsi a meaningful look, signaling him to leave first. Chen Shirsi walked outside the hall and heard the conversation within. "Master Ling He and the others have returned to the sect. The complete account of the incident has been recorded on the memory stone." A silence fell within the hall, as if the images from the memory stone were being played. After a long while the voice of the merciless Daoist sounded once more. It was a heavy sigh. Chen Shirsi had never seen his master like this, and he understood that all of this was caused by that senior brother he barely knew. By the time Chen Shirsi had joined the sect, Li Xuanxiao's injuries were already beyond hope of recovery, and he had long moved away from the areas where the Tongtian Peak disciples lived. Thus Chen Shirsi had little contact with Li Xuanxiao. However, he was all too familiar with Li Xuanxiao's legendary tales. A senior brother once said that if Tongtian Peak had no Li Xuanxiao, Chen Shirsi would surely be the most dazzling new star of Qingyun Sect. He entered the sect at 8, and at 15 within a single year he attained enlightenment and broke through 3 scenes in succession. Moreover, before reaching the age of 20 he had stepped into the 4th scene. All of this was brilliant enough, yet above him there existed an even more radiant presence. No matter how hard he tried, others would always casually remark, back then senior brother Li did this and that. Thinking of this, Qingyun couldn't help but clench his fists. After a long time, senior sister Mo Zhu emerged from the hall. Senior sister. Mo Zhu waved her hand. Go back and prepare. We depart tomorrow. All right. Qingyun looked at Mo Zhu's increasingly haggard face and felt a pang of pity. Since Li Xuanxiao had left, Qingyun Sect smiles had rarely graced senior sister Mo Zhu's face. He knew what the master worried about, and he knew what the fellow disciples of Tongtian Peak feared. Li Xuanxiao had been schemed against and driven out of Qingyun Sect, and now his cultivation had recovered. For Qingyun Sect this was the greatest variable. Qingyun took a deep breath and suddenly turned back toward the great hall. Master, he declared in a clear voice. Mo Zhu looked at his retreating figure in surprise, wondering what he intended to do. Master, I am not Li Xuanxiao, nor will I ever be Li Xuanxiao. Give me time and I will surely surpass him. Deep in the mountains a torrential downpour. Thunder and lightning flashed, rain poured in sheets as if the heavenly river had burst its banks. Li Xuanxiao and his companions arrived at a dilapidated temple in the mountains. Lin Daoling looked at the broken walls, the crumbling doors and windows thick with dust and reeking of decay. Better to sleep in a wild grave than in a deserted temple, Lin Daoling remarked. However, it was clear that Qi and Li Xuanxiao cared little for this saying. Lin Daoling then flattered, but with Big Brother here there's nothing to fear. So cold, Li Xuanxiao said, rubbing his hands together. How did this temple become so ruined? Have you been here before? Qi asked curiously. A long time ago. As he spoke, Li Xuanxiao walked over to a collapsed clay idol and set it upright. Li Xuanren, it's been a while. The next moment a kind-faced old man appeared before them. The scene startled Lin Daoling and Qi. Oh scholar, how did your temple become so dilapidated? The earth deity chuckled. The river changed course, making the path into the mountains difficult. Even the original mountain god has been replaced. For a lowly earth deity like me, managing to survive until now is already quite an achievement. What brings Li Xuanren to my humble abode? Li Xuanxiao replied, just passing by, thought I'd drop in to see you and bum a meal off you. Who knew you'd fallen on such hard times? Looks like I won't be getting that meal after all. I can still afford one meal, said the earth deity. However, I need Li Xuanren to do me a small favor. Ha, from the sound of it this favor is anything but small. The earth deity said with a beaming smile, for Li Xuanren it is naturally a small matter. Could I trouble Li Xuanren to move my statue to Liuhe County on the other side of the mountain? The earth deity named Lu Chu was a poor scholar in his former life, born into a declining family. He had known Sun Yan since childhood, sharing a bond of understanding. As a young man he would blush at the maiden's gaze and feel flustered by her sudden lean. Though their bond was sweet and tender like green plums, it was fraught with hardships due to the constraints of their fates and circumstances. The youth knew that only by studying diligently and earning a title could he bring a perfect conclusion to this love. But fate played a cruel trick. The day before he was to journey to the capital for the imperial examination, a flood struck the small county. To save the people, the youth attempted to use his family's inherited art of water control. Under his protection hundreds of villagers managed to escape. In the end the youth exhausted his strength and died. To commemorate his kindness the locals built a statue of him and he became the local earth deity. It was a cliched tale of a talented scholar and a beautiful woman. Li Xuanxiao had once stayed in Lu Chu's temple for a month. That woman named Sun Yan would come up the mountain every few days to pay respects to the earth deity. Each time she brought an apple, the youth's favorite fruit. At dawn the next day the rain ceased. Li Xuanxiao placed Lu Chu's statue on the back of his little donkey. How is that girl? Li Xuanxiao asked. In his eyes Sun Yan was naturally just a young girl. But by now she was already in her 80s with children and grandchildren. Lu Chu gave a bitter smile. She is sick and hasn't come for a long time. I want to go see her. Aki turned her head curious and asked, doesn't the earth deity have divine powers? But no one has offered me incense for a long time. Forget about magical power, it's already difficult for me to even exist in this world. There's nothing to be done about it. The river changed course, making it troublesome to come up the mountain. Still, every now and then I get to eat an apple. Lu Chu's tone was filled with happiness as he spoke. He paused and continued, a new city god has recently arrived in the neighboring county. He acts a bit too overbearingly. He had some past grievances with our county's city god, but he brings personal grudges into official matters. He has established many special rules forbidding our county's underworld officials from entering his territory and forcibly shoving many wandering spirits into our county. Now the city gods of both counties are preparing to take the case to the capital city god. Lu Chu hadn't spoken with anyone for a long time, so he was especially talkative now. Thank you for your trouble, true person. Just treat me to a meal, Li Xuanxiao said casually. How could I waste your precious time on a meal? As it happens, I have plenty of time now. Lu Chu narrowed his eyes as he looked at Li Xuanxiao. True person, you seem different from before. Oh. Very different, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Lu Chu was merely a minor earth deity. He only knew that Li Xuanxiao was very powerful, but not exactly how powerful, and he was unaware of the major events in the cultivation world. Thus at this moment he genuinely sensed a change in Li Xuanxiao. This man, once burdened with worries and anxieties, now exuded an air of leisurely contentment, as if all troubles had left him. Li Xuanxiao's steps had become lighter and his entire being radiated a sense of ease. He seemed to have found inner peace filled with love and anticipation for life. Lu Chu said, I truly envy you, true person. The mountain wind blew in their faces, carrying the scent of the forest, bringing an inexplicable comfort and joy. The wind also carried the fresh fragrance of pine needles and the aroma of earth. The journey down the mountain took 3 days. On the 4th night the lights of the town below became visible. Cough, cough, cough. Li Xuanxiao coughed violently, his body trembling, his face pale as paper and cold sweat pouring from his forehead. On one hand, his body had not fully adapted to its current state and needed more time to recover. On the other hand, although his injuries were healing, his Dao bones and foundation had been destroyed in irreversible damage. It could no longer support his current spiritual power. If Li Xuanxiao's original body was like a reservoir with no boundaries, then after the injury the reservoir was destroyed, all the water lost. Now though Li Xuanxiao had regained the ability to store water, he no longer had such a vast capacity. Unable to store much water, every time he cultivated he could feel his body trembling as if resisting the influx of spiritual energy. Li Xuanxiao looked up and saw Aki, who was walking ahead, turning her head to look at him with concern. He responded with a reassuring smile. Rumble. Suddenly the rocks in the distance began to change as if a mysterious force was awakening. At first there were only slight tremors. But soon the tremors grew stronger until the entire cliff face began to shake. A towering giant figure rose from the mountain, radiating a divine light imbued with the majestic power of the mountains and rivers. This aura was vast and powerful, inspiring a deep sense of awe. I am the mountain god of Liuhe. Who are you? Lu Chu clasped his hands. I am Lu Chu, the earth deity of Zhao County, paying my respects to the mountain god. Zhao County, the mountain god snorted. Why does an earth deity from Zhao County come to Liuhe? I have little offering power left. I wish to take one last look at an old friend while I still exist in this world. No underworld official from Zhao County may enter Liuhe County. Lu Chu forced a smile. I am aware. Recently there have been some misunderstandings between the underworld officials of Liuhe and Zhao counties. The mountain god is magnanimous and would not trouble a minor deity like me over such a small matter. I beg you to grant me this favor. I would be eternally grateful. You certainly have a way with words, said the mountain god. I share a close friendship with the city god of Liuhe. If I let you pass, how could I answer to him? Having served as earth deity for many years, Lu Chu knew that the bureaucracy of the underworld was no different from that of the mortal world. He understood the mountain god's implication. Without some benefit the god would not turn a blind eye. Lu Chu looked embarrassed. Mountain god, I have not received incense offerings for a long time, let alone any valuable items. The mountain god had already discerned the extreme weakness of Lu Chu's incense aura. Now hearing it from the deity's own lips he grew even more impatient. Enough idle talk. If you take one more step forward, don't blame me for being rude. But according to the laws of the underworld there is no such regulation. Although I am the earth deity of Zhao County, I still have the right to enter Liuhe County. Before he could finish, the mountain god coldly interrupted him. What? You dare reason with me? What? You want to reason with me? Little deity. Little deity. Lu Chu's form grew even more ethereal, as if overwhelmed by the imposing aura of the mountain god. At that moment Lin Daoling stepped forward. This lad was bold, showing no fear in the face of such a scene. He reached out to pat Lu Chu's shoulder, but his hand met no solid form. Thus he could only shoot the other a glance as if to say, "Leave it to me." From his bosom he produced 2 osmanthus cakes and offered them to the mountain god. "Here, these are for you." Young as he was, Lin Daoling had a knack for navigating human affairs. He knew that now was the time to offer a favor, so he generously parted with the osmanthus cakes he couldn't bear to eat himself. Just how irresistible were these osmanthus cakes? To put it plainly, Li Xuanxiao had been pestering him for them for 3 or 4 days. In his view, even a formidable swordsman like Brother Li craved a taste of these cakes, let alone a mountain god. The mountain god stared coldly at the little brat before him, but Lin Daoling wore a smug expression. As if to say, "You want to eat, don't you? I knew you would." The osmanthus cake suddenly slipped from Lin Daoling's hand but was caught midair by another hand before it could fall to the ground. Li Xuanxiao took a huge bite, devouring more than half the cake. Lin Daoling, also feeling the pressure from the mountain god, quickly hid behind Li Xuanxiao. Li Xuanxiao slowly closed his eyes, savoring the delicacy on his tongue. The osmanthus cake was delicate and soft like a cloud. As he ate, he patted Lin Daoling on the shoulder. "Young lad, still too green. Watch your big brother." "Big brother, are you going to beat him with your swordsmanship?" Lin Daoling asked in a low voice. Li Xuanxiao shook his head with an inscrutable air, speaking earnestly to Lin Daoling and a Qi. "Remember, violence never solves anything. Meeting force with force only escalates conflict. It only breeds fear and submission, either feigned obedience or outright rebellion. Violence only fuels the desire for resistance within the other's heart, it cannot resolve the issue." The 2 children nodded, half understanding. Li Xuanxiao gave a faint smile. "May I ask the mountain god to grant us a favor? We shall go and return without causing any trouble." "A favor? What favor do you have to ask?" Li Xuanxiao clasped his hands again. "The Liuhe mountains stretch far and wide, and you have become the rightful deity of this mountain. You must have achieved considerable cultivation and possess virtue. The city gods of 2 counties have involved officials in their personal grievances, which already violates the law. As a mountain god, you need not wade into this muddy water." Unexpectedly, these words only inflamed the mountain god's anger further. "Who do you think you are speaking to me in such a tone? How I conduct my affairs is none of your business. Just because you have some magical power, you think you can act so arrogantly." As the mountain god's voice boomed like a great bell, a hurricane arose around them, stirring up sand and stones, bending branches. "Ask you. My surname is Li, given name Xuanxiao." The gale ceased abruptly and the mountain god's expression stiffened. Li Xuanxiao." Li Xuanxiao crossed his arms, leaning back slightly. Lin Daoling gazed at Li Xuanxiao's back with admiration. This was the scene he dreamed of. Traveling the Jianghu alone, righting wrongs that cannot be ignored. Just a name was enough to strike terror into the hearts of villains. Mountain god Li Xuanxiao. Who is Li Xuanxiao? Never heard of him. Li Xuanxiao. The mountain god did not know Li Xuanxiao, just as a yamen runner might not recognize the prime minister. "I, Li Xuanxiao, the one who uses a sword." Li Xuanxiao, perhaps feeling the awkwardness of the situation before the children, gestured with his bamboo sword to jog the other's memory. "I don't care who you are. You blasted birdman, you thieving little monkey, you shameless cur." The mountain god had lost all patience for conversation and decided to teach this insolent brat a proper lesson. Li Xuanxiao's expression remained unchanged. Come, let's talk over there." Lin Daoling was puzzled. The mountain god cursed our big brother like that, and he didn't even utter a word. A Qi said calmly, "To be cursed so harshly yet remain unruffled, neither elated nor humiliated, he insists on winning people over with virtue." A Qi fell into thought, her understanding of Li Xuanxiao shifting profoundly for the first time. She realized that a true master never acts without reason. A true strong man is willing to use the freedom of the weak as his boundary. Violence never solves any problem. She recalled what Tinu had told her. Li Xuanxiao is the gentlest among us, he never fights lightly. He is always gentle and refined like a true gentleman, with a perpetual smile on his lips. No matter what happens, he never gets flustered, nor does he become complacent because of his strength. Before long the mountain god reappeared, bruised and battered. "Ah, what a misunderstanding this has been. If only you had said you were Li Xuanxiao earlier, none of this would have happened. It's like the Dragon King flooding the Dragon King's temple, family not recognizing family. Come. Follow me, I'll lead you down the mountain." "A misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding." Li Xuanxiao patted his bamboo sword and muttered, "This thing still works best." A Qi. Qi shook her head, casting aside all her previous thoughts. She glanced again at Li Xuanxiao, who was boasting about his swordsmanship, to Lin Daoling, and silently mused. Tiniu lied to me. Li Xuanxiao and his group transported Lu Chu's clay idol to Liuhe County on a donkey. Because Lu Chu's incense power was too weak, his soul could not stay away from the idol for long. Thus Li Xuanxiao and his companions followed Lu Chu to the doorstep of the girl he yearned for. Thank you, true manly. Lu Chu's form grew even fainter, as if a gust of wind could scatter it. Li Xuanxiao said calmly, go quickly. I sense that girl doesn't have much time left. Lu Chu fumbled in his bosom for a long while, pulled out a piece of silver and handed it to Li Xuanxiao. This is the agreed payment. Li Xuanxiao took the silver, tossed it into the air, caught it in his palm and smiled. I wonder if that girl Sun Yan still remembers me. Shall send her regards. Lu Chu nodded, and his figure passed through the stone wall into the house. Li Xuanxiao casually plucked a blade of dog's tail grass from the roadside and chewed on it. Looking up, he saw the entire sky had turned a warm hue. The sky was steeped in the sunset's glow like cloth in a dye vat, with not a trace of white left. Qi leaned against the wall, tilting her head, and said. Is he going to bid a final farewell to the one he loves? Yes, he is, Li Xuanxiao said softly. Within the Su residence. Sun Yan, now frail and aged, lay upon the couch, her body akin to an oil lamp on the verge of extinguishment, slowly draining its final reserves of energy. Her eyes were deeply sunken within their sockets, having lost their luster of yesteryears, resembling two dry wells, dim and lifeless. Lu Chu drew a deep breath, standing before Sun Yan's bed, yet she could not perceive him. Lu Chu's face was equally etched with wrinkles, like a crumpled piece of paper inscribed with the marks of time. His lips quivered slightly as if he wished to speak, yet no sound could escape. His thoughts gradually drifted back to the past, recalling his youthful self. Because his mother remarried, he had moved from Liuhe County to Zhao County. His mother bore another son, and his stepfather treated him poorly. He thought of the days when his father was alive, and of the girl next door named Sun Yan. One day, while chopping firewood at home, he felt a tap on his shoulder. Have you been eating well? Turning around, he saw Sun Yan standing behind him with a beaming smile. Her shoes were very dirty. Later, Lu Chu learned that to see him, the girl had crossed a mountain alone to reach Zhao County. In the days that followed, Lu Chu frequently traveled to Liuhe County. Later, he unexpectedly became a local deity. Then it was Sun Yan's turn to tread that mountain path over and over again. The mud she trod, the mountain ridges she crossed, the myriad stars she gazed up at while breathing the cold air. Unfortunately, in the end, he ultimately broke his promise. Lu Chu took a deep breath, using the last of his incense power to materialize his ethereal form before Sun Yan. Hey, have you been eating well? The setting sun spilled over the river's surface, and with the undulating waves, turbid from heavy rain days prior, the river displayed shifting light and shadow as if countless stars from the heavens had fallen into the water. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, whispering as if to accompany this beautiful tale. Those obsessions and loves once deeply rooted in the heart were shattered into fragments by the relentless torrent of time. A flicker passed through Li Xuanxiao's eyes, he suddenly stretched lazily. Let's go. What about Grandpa Lu Chu? Asked Qi. Him. He has already said his farewells, Li Xuanxiao said calmly. Will he ever return? Asked Lin Daoling. No, he has bid goodbye to his past self. Qi lowered her head. But they didn't end up together in the end. Isn't that very sorrowful? Li Xuanxiao smiled faintly. How could that be? There is so much beauty in this world, the fresh sunlight of early morning, the hem of a coat lifted by a gentle breeze. The newborn soil of spring, the warm hearth of winter, the plum blossoms beneath green tiles in deep alleys, the osmanthus outside the courtyard, the bonfire holding stories, the verses inscribed with moonlight. Never forget what you once possessed, cherish even more what you cannot attain. Do not abandon what is yours, keep what is lost as a memory. Boss, how much for the noodles? I'm hardly a boss, just a roadside noodle seller. The vendor at the stall lifted his head with a smile. Winter was approaching and the weather had turned chilly. Early in the morning, few people were on the street. Before him stood a young man leading 2 children and a donkey, looking like a traveler. How many bowls? 3. Moments later, Li Xuanxiao had emptied the bowl before him. He licked the corner of his mouth, savoring the lingering fragrance of the noodles with relish. Just then, as the vendor lifted the freshly boiled noodles before he could react, Li Xuanxiao called out loudly and warmly, "Boss, 1 bowl of noodles, extra chili and scallions." Hearing the voice, the vendor adeptly placed the freshly drained noodles into Li Xuanxiao's bowl. Li Xuanxiao praised, excellent noodles. Where does the guest hail from? The south. Where are you headed? The north. Gradually the vendor sensed something amiss. This young man had an extraordinary appetite. Bowl after bowl he couldn't keep up. As soon as the noodles left the pot they were claimed. In no time more than 20 bowls had disappeared into his stomach. The vendor was delighted but also vaguely worried. Would the man burst from overeating? Guest, please take it easy. These noodles are no small dish, they are made from solid dough. Fragrant, delicious. Li Xuanxiao wanted to continue eating. Aki tugged at his sleeve. Li Xuanxiao looked down at her. Aki's round eyes darted about. She opened her small hand and extended it toward Li Xuanxiao, revealing only 15 copper coins. Originally they had plenty of money which came from the family of Lin Dailing's late second uncle who had been killed by bandits. But earlier in the city the money had been lost. Because of this Lin Daoling had wailed and thrown a tantrum for a long time. This was the money he had saved to marry 8 wives in the future. Li Xuanxiao calculated the noodles he had just eaten. 15 coins were certainly not enough. That's all. No more. Aki shook her head. No more, this is all we have. Li Xuanxiao then looked at Lin Daoling. Lin Daoling shook his head. I don't have any either. You little rascal, you're the best at hiding money. Li Xuanxiao, unconvinced, reached into the boy's pocket. Brother, I really don't have any. Hearing this the vendor's heart sank. Could this be a freeloader? But judging by Li Xuanxiao's attire and bearing he hardly seemed the type. Li Xuanxiao scratched his head. How about? We sell the donkey. No way. Lin Daoling jumped 3 feet high. This donkey had been raised by him since childhood, how could it be sold so easily? Li Xuanxiao's gaze fell upon a shop by the roadside and an idea struck him. He stood up and walked toward the store. Seeing that the 2 children and the donkey were still there, the vendor wasn't worried about him running off. The shopkeeper was busy writing an essay. Seeing a customer he greeted, "What would you like to see, sir? Inkstones, paperweights, or other stationery?" Li Xuanxiao glanced around. The inkstones were carved with exquisite patterns, landscapes, flowers and birds. The fine paperweights were made of premium rosewood inlaid with cat's eye turquoise amber. Shopkeeper, 1 sheet of rice paper. Just 1 sheet? Yes. Do you sell it? The shopkeeper lost interest, having thought from the man's fine clothes that he might be a big spender. He casually pulled out a sheet of rice paper. 2 coppers. Thank you. May I borrow a brush? Of course. The shopkeeper was not a stingy man. Li Xuanxiao thanked him, placed 2 coppers on the table, picked up the brush, dipped it in ink and gently held the handle, feeling the contact between the tip and the paper. Li Xuanxiao rolled up the sleeve of his right arm with his left hand, grasping a brush in his right. The strokes were light and agile, appearing as if a galloping steed had taken flight, vanishing into the distance. As he continued to move the brush, a beautiful scroll gradually emerged on the paper. It was a landscape painting with rolling mountains and swirling clouds, as if placing one in a realm of immortality. Li Xuanxiao's strokes quickened, his right hand waving continuously, and the lines beneath his brush became increasingly smooth, making the entire scene come alive. Finally he paused, gently exhaling. He set down his brush and lightly massaged his fingertips. After a long time his painting fingers felt somewhat sore. Li Xuanxiao's painting skills were taught by the renowned master of the previous great Yi. Back then he vowed before his master that he would only leave 10 paintings in the world throughout his life. Since then he has been extremely cautious. The shopkeeper stood in front of the painting, staring at it with wide eyes, his mouth agape. He too was an appreciator of art, and at that moment he seemed to be immersed in the world within the painting, captivated by the delicate strokes, utterly enchanted. The majestic mountains and flowing rivers combined with the composition evoked a sense of tranquil and comfortable beauty, hinting at a profound understanding that could bridge heaven and earth. Li Xuanxiao asked, "What does the shopkeeper think of this painting?" After a long pause the shopkeeper finally came to himself, exclaiming, "Good. Good. Good." Feeling that his response was a bit too dry, he was about to pour out his understanding of the painting. However, Li Xuanxiao interrupted him, asking, "Are you willing to buy it?" "That would naturally be great." Li Xuanxiao calculated the money, "Not much, just 70 or 81 will do." 70 or 81. The shopkeeper's mouth twitched. He had even prepared himself for the possibility of hearing 70 or 80 tales. Who would have thought it would be 70 or 81? All right. All right. No problem, no problem. The shopkeeper nodded vigorously, seemingly afraid that Li Xuanxiao would change his mind. He reached into the counter and grabbed a handful of silver coins, handing them over without a glance. Li Xuanxiao squinted slightly but did not refuse accepting the money with a sense of peace. This marked his second painting to be shared with the world. The first painting he had given to a woman. At that time he never imagined that many years later he would pick up the brush again to exchange it for a few taels of silver. Well, it was worth it. A moment of joy is worth more than gold. Li Xuanxiao accepted the money and left in a carefree manner, not looking back with any reluctance. Interestingly, he hadn't even noticed the name of the shop. "Sir, could you leave your name?" the shopkeeper suddenly remembered to ask. Li Xuanxiao waved his hand dismissively. The shopkeeper was overjoyed, rubbing his hands together excitedly while staring at the painting. The more he looked, the more he enjoyed it, itching to try and replicate it, suppressing his inner excitement. However, the urgent matter was to frame the painting. Famous paintings need proper framing. It can be a matter of life or death. A skilled framing job will elevate the artwork while a poor one might ruin it. Li Xuanxiao leisurely left the shop and returned to the noodle stall by the street. In fact, a bowl of noodles only costs a few won, despite how much Li Xuanxiao seemed to eat. In reality, he didn't spend much money, having paid a total of 75 won at checkout. The noodle vendor took 71 from him. "Big brother, where did you get this money?" Lin Dowling glanced at the shop's direction in surprise, whispering, "Big brother, did you rob someone?" Li Xuanxiao tapped his little head. "What kind of identity do I have? How could I do something so disgraceful? A single masterpiece can fetch a sky-high price." He handed the money he earned to the little steward Qi. Qi blinked, so impressive. This was the first time she sincerely praised Li Xuanxiao. In Qi's understanding, only the village's private school teacher could write. Let alone someone like Li Xuanxiao who could take his art out to sell. "You sold it for a lot of money." Qi murmured, wondering how many times they would have to forge iron to earn that back. She carefully tucked the money away, making sure not to lose it like last time. Qi looked up at Li Xuanxiao. "Can you teach me to write?" "Hey, you two little ones, one wants to learn my swordsmanship and the other wants to learn my calligraphy, each one more eager than the last." Li Xuanxiao shook his head. No teaching, no teaching. Do you think I am some village teacher? I was once." Just as Li Xuanxiao was about to speak, Qi said, "From now on all the pastries will be for you." Li Xuanxiao stroked his chin thoughtfully, nodding, "That's not bad." The streets were bustling with people, various vendors setting up stalls by the roadside, and the sounds of haggling filled the air. Chen Shirsi looked left and right. Since joining the Qingyun sect he had rarely come down the mountain. Among them the most eye-catching was a noodle vendor standing in front of a big pot stirring the noodles with a long chopstick. When the noodles were cooked he would scoop them out and place them in a bowl. Adding various seasonings, a fragrant bowl of noodles was ready. The noodles were thin and long, slippery and tender, making one unable to resist salivating at the sight. Chen Shirsi licked his lips, his throat moving. After breaking through the lower three realms, cultivators would stop eating grains, relying on other means to sustain their bodies. However, many cultivators still indulge in culinary delights to satisfy their cravings. "Want a bowl of noodles?" The nearby Mo Zhu suddenly spoke. Chen Shirsi was taken aback. "Ah. No, no." He knew his senior sister had not touched grains for many years, having fasted for over 20 years. He himself could not entertain such cravings. Moreover, this was his first time coming down the mountain with his senior sister on a mission. "Let's rest here for the night and set off tomorrow." "All right." The moon was bright and the stars sparse. It was not yet curfew. Chen Shirsi listened to the bustling sounds outside, walking to the window. He suddenly wanted to take a walk outside with his senior sister, but when he reached the door of her room he hesitated and stopped. He took a deep breath but ultimately did not muster the courage to knock on his senior sister's door, instead choosing to venture out onto the streets alone. Chen Shirsi wandered aimlessly through the streets and alleys, eventually entering a shop named Rongbouzai. "Ah, welcome, sir. Please feel free to browse and choose whatever you like." The shopkeeper did not turn his head, staring intently at the newly hung landscape painting on the wall, growing increasingly fond of it. He had not returned home for 2 consecutive nights, instead choosing to stay in the shop, fearing that someone might steal the painting. His mind was filled with contradictions. He wanted to share it passionately with others but was also worried about potential dangers. After all, wealth should not be flaunted. Chen Shirsi wandered around the shop, unable to find anything that caught his eye. Noticing the shopkeeper's focused expression, he followed the direction of his gaze. Chen Shirsi fixed his gaze on the painting. Many senior disciples of the Qingyun sect were masters of calligraphy and painting, and their works possessed an innate spiritual charm beyond ordinary objects. He had originally wandered over out of boredom merely browsing, yet this painting captivated him profoundly. He unconsciously held his breath. Seeing the painting was akin to meeting the artist. The depth of the creator's Tao was unfathomable. The shopkeeper could only vaguely sense the artistic conception within the painting. But Qin Shixi was a cultivator, his divine sense far surpassing that of ordinary people, and he became immersed in it at a single glance. Before his eyes unfolded a landscape of green mountains and clear waters, while the melodious sound of an ancient zither echoed in his ears. He felt as if he had stepped into an ancient world, experiencing a power that transcended time and space. After a long while Qin Shixi came back to his senses and spoke in a deep voice. "Shopkeeper, how much is this painting?" The shopkeeper grinned. "You have a good eye, sir. To be honest, every customer who has come in these past few days has said the same." Seeing that the shopkeeper hadn't answered his question, Qin Shixi asked again, "How much is this painting?" "It's not for sale, sir." "My apologies, but I intend to keep it for myself." On one hand, the shopkeeper vaguely suspected that the person who left the painting might be a renowned master. No, it must be some master he didn't recognize. They had passed by here by chance and also by chance left him a painting. If he sold it for a low price, he would regret it for the rest of his life. This was a treasure worthy of being a family heirloom. On the other hand, he hadn't yet appreciated it enough himself. Even if someone offered a high price, he would be reluctant to part with it. Qin Shixi frowned slightly. The one who created such a painting must be a cultivator of great attainment. So he inquired further with the shopkeeper about the painting's detailed origins. Upon learning that someone had traded the painting for a few pieces of silver, his frown deepened. "Shopkeeper, name your price." "I won't haggle." In Qin Shixi's view, leaving the painting with the shopkeeper would only amount to exchanging it for some money, a complete waste. "Sir, this painting truly isn't for sale." 200 taels. The shopkeeper's expression stiffened slightly. Though it was a prosperous era, a common family of 5 could live on just 10 taels of silver for an entire year. Although the painting was worth admiring, it bore neither a signature nor a seal. In such a small town, trying to sell it for 200 taels would have others thinking you had a screw loose. 300 taels. Seeing no response, Qin Shixi calmly added another 100. The shopkeeper's mouth twitched and his heartbeat quickened involuntarily. Well. But his merchant instinct told him that as long as he held firm, the price would keep rising. He forced himself to stay composed. "Sir, 300 taels." He deliberately trailed off. Qin Shixi didn't hesitate. 500 taels. The shopkeeper's heart jolted again and he finally relented. "Fine. Deal. But I have one condition: I want to make a copy of it one last time." The shopkeeper was considered quite skilled in calligraphy and painting within the town. "Agreed." After a long while, the shopkeeper looked at his own copy and couldn't help but frown deeply. The difference was far too great. Without a word, Qin Shixi pulled a brush from the holder, took a light breath, placed the tip on the paper and began to paint the first stroke. "Excellent. Excellent." The shopkeeper smiled, believing the two paintings were nearly identical. But in Qin Shixi's eyes they were worlds apart. After paying promptly, Qin Shixi took the landscape painting and left. "Sir, your painting." The shopkeeper chased after him, holding the copy Qin Shixi had made. Qin Shixi waved his hand dismissively and said calmly, "It's yours." The shopkeeper opened his mouth, then beamed with joy as he carried the painting back into his shop. In his eyes the two paintings were virtually the same, and he had gained 500 taels of silver for nothing, a windfall from heaven. Back at the inn, the more Qin Shixi looked at the painting, the more wondrous it seemed. He suddenly recalled that senior sister Maju was fond of landscape paintings and her room was filled with many similar works. His own foundation in landscape painting had also been cultivated under her guidance. It appeared the painting had been created not long ago and it bore no signature. A bold idea suddenly sprang into Qin Shixi's mind and his impulse drove him to put it into action without delay. "Senior sister, why did Xiong Tiansong betray the sect back then?" Using the pretext of discussing cultivation, Qin Shixi invited his senior sister to his room. He had already set up the painting beforehand, removing its mounting to reveal the rice paper beneath. It was laid flat on the table with brush and ink deliberately placed nearby. He created the illusion that he had just finished painting. Qin Shixi felt a bit anxious, but the thought of his senior sister's praise upon seeing the painting filled him with eager anticipation. After a while, guided by Qin Shixi's deliberate hints, Maju noticed the painting on the table. "Shixi, what prompted you to take up painting?" "It was a whim. I was hoping you could take a look." No sooner had he spoken than he noticed Moses' expression shift oddly. His heart skipped a beat and a foreboding feeling washed over him. Ma Zhu was silent for a moment. Where did this painting come from? Chen Shixi dared not lie. I bought it from a shop that sells stationery. Ma Zhu abruptly stood up. A flash of light flickered from her wrist and the bracelet she wore transformed into a streak of light shooting forth. With a clang it materialized into a sword. Ma Zhu naturally recognized it as Li Xuanxiao's painting. Her senior brother had once sworn to leave only 10 paintings to the world. His first painting had been given to that enchantress of the demon cult. Later the cult was destroyed. The enchantress was slain by her senior brother but the painting had vanished without a trace. Ma Zhu had never seen that painting but she knew of the matter and recognized her senior brother's brushwork. Thus she immediately concluded that remnants of the demon cult had fled here. Seeing his senior sister in such a state, Chen Shixi was utterly bewildered. Fearing she might misunderstand, he hurriedly recounted the entire story from beginning to end, including the painting's origin as told by the shopkeeper. After hearing Chen Shixi's explanation, Moses' slightly furrowed brows relaxed. Her senior brother had passed through here. And he had given away a painting just to exchange for some money. He had once refused the princess of Beimang who had pleaded and wept for one of his paintings. The emperor of Beimang, doting on his daughter, had offered an astronomical price but her senior brother had rejected it. Yet now he had casually given his painting to a shopkeeper in a small town. Her senior brother had changed. He had truly changed so much that she hardly recognized him. Chen Shixi watched his senior sister's shifting expression, guiltily lowered his head and bitterly regretted his foolishness. How could he have been so blinded? To think he could win her favor with such a clumsy trick. This painting must have been recognized by his senior sister as the work of someone she knew well. He should have realized it sooner. His senior sister had long been renowned and had a wide circle of acquaintances. The creator of this painting was no ordinary person and it was highly likely she knew them. Chen Shixi lowered his head, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into for his earlier actions, utterly unaware that senior sister Ma Zhu across from him had not given the matter a second thought. Ma Zhu only knew that the person once most familiar to her was gradually turning into a stranger. At this thought her heart ached with sorrow. After a long while Ma Zhu averted her gaze from the painting. Since you have obtained this painting, it is your fortune. Keep it well. Chen Shixi hesitated. Just moments ago his senior sister had asked him if he was painting. He had said it was merely whim, clearly implying the painting was his own work. Though he could barely offer an explanation, doing so would only betray his guilt. Senior sister, who painted this? Your senior brother, Ma Zhu replied indifferently. Senior brother. Chen Shixi had many senior brothers, but seeing her expression he instantly understood which one she meant. Who else could occupy his senior sister's thoughts so deeply but Li Xuanxiao? Gazing at the painting, Chen Shixi's heart churned with mixed emotions. What an incredible coincidence. Rest early, Ma Zhu said, then left the room without a single word about his forged painting, as if it had never happened. Chen Shixi let out a deep breath, his fists clenching involuntarily. His gaze returned to the painting. When he had first joined the sect, Li Xuanxiao's cultivation had already been crippled. Thus he had only heard tales of senior brotherly from others, let alone seen his calligraphy or paintings. From the shopkeeper's tone, Li Xuanxiao had casually created such a masterpiece with a single stroke. Suddenly he felt an urge to tear the painting to shreds, as if doing so would allow him to surpass the insurmountable mountain before him. A narrow winding path stretched ahead, flanked by dense woods and lush green fields. On ordinary days the village farmers traveled this rugged trail between the fields and the village, hauling crops by handcart or on their shoulders, bringing home bountiful harvests. Li Xuanxiao led the little donkey, stepping lightly and humming a slightly off-key tune. The girl Aki walking ahead seemed distracted, perhaps homesick. Lin Dowling, however, was restless, catching a bug one moment, molding a snowball the next. His youthful spirit refused to let him stay still. The farther north they traveled, the colder it grew. Half a month later snow fell in vast overwhelming flurries. The biting wind howled, temperatures plummeted, and all traces of birds vanished from the white expanse. The wooden door creaked open as the wind pushed it. Li Xuanxiao sat on a stool, the brazier at his feet blazing brightly. On a fork rabbit meat sizzled, dripping with fat. The two youngsters huddled by the fire, warming themselves. Li Xuanxiao held a small jar of rice wine, a look of pure contentment on his face. Dusk fell, revealing a vast misty mountain range in the distance. Thankfully they had found this cabin, otherwise they would have had no place to sleep tonight. Beyond these mountains lay Xiling. Li Xuanxiao took a large gulp of wine and bit into the meat. Lin Daling's eyes sparkled with envy. Big brother, let me have a sip too. Away with you, kids shouldn't drink. Big brother, you're looking down on me. Lin Daoling stood up indignantly. I was soaking in wine barrels since I was 5, I've drunk everything under the sun. He young but full of mischief, boasting like no one else. Feeling humiliated in front of Aki, Lin Daoling lunged for the wine. Li Xuanxiao blocked him with one hand while using a branch to write and draw in the snow, teaching Aki her letters. Aki sat beside him watching quietly, her eyes shimmering with longing and curiosity. Her small hand gripped the branch tightly as if feeling the power of knowledge. Every stroke, every line she studied earnestly as if etching Li Xuanxiao's teachings into her heart. In the distance an old man in a straw cape and bamboo hat trudged through the white expanse. Aki looked up at him feeling an inexplicable unease. May I borrow your fire to warm myself? The old man's voice rasped. No problem, Li Xuanxiao replied casually. Thank you. Are you heading to Xiling? The old man asked. Yes. He glanced at Aki beside Li Xuanxiao. Do you know Zhao Lingchuan, the once renowned runner of Dragon Tiger Mountain? Aki's brow twitched and she silently stopped her movements. I don't. Why don't you tell me about him? Li Xuanxiao seemed intrigued. Zhao Lingchuan was a mere mortal, not yet on the path of cultivation, even past 30. Without his father's connections he could never have become a runner at Dragon Tiger Mountain. He spent his days indulging in pleasure, idling away his life with no one taking him seriously. No one expected that he would bloom late. As a runner of Dragon Tiger Mountain he wielded 12 Dragon Tiger command tokens, sweeping away all demons beyond the northern pass. He gathered followers, widely established his own court, and even accomplished what successive heavenly masters of Dragon Tiger Mountain could not. But too much of anything is harmful. His existence not only threatened the demons beyond the northern pass but also stirred discontent within Dragon Tiger Mountain, leading them to plot his elimination. The runners of Dragon Tiger Mountain were originally established to address a shortage of personnel. Yet this latecomer surpassed them, overshadowing Dragon Tiger Mountain itself. They knew only Zhao Lingchuan, not Dragon Tiger Mountain. The demons beyond the pass couldn't tolerate him, and neither could Dragon Tiger Mountain. How could such a man survive? In the end, with Dragon Tiger Mountain's tacit approval, the demons beyond the pass joined forces to slay Zhao Lingchuan and swore an oath if any descendant of the Zhao family reappeared they would stop at nothing to destroy them. The old man in the bamboo hat paused, then continued. In truth, the Zhao family was massacred back then, save for a young daughter who survived by chance. She was taken in by a retired cultivation master, which kept the demons at bay. Lin Daoling looked left and right, keenly sensing the tension in the air, and tightened his grip on his bamboo sword. Li Xuanxiao took another sip of wine. A man of such heroic spirit yet meeting such an end, what a pity. The old man chuckled. Zhao Lingchuan always said evil could never prevail over good. And what became of him? Since you have no ties to Zhao Lingchuan and are merely acting on someone's behalf, unaware of the full story, why not turn back here? Li Xuanxiao scratched his head. Oh dear, what now? The demons beyond the pass. Truly unsettling. The old man's brow furrowed. Was that a hint of mockery in the other's tone? Moments later a colossal shadow rose from the ground. The young man sitting on the ground followed closely, yet he leaped into the air before the former, the bamboo sword at his waist slashing downward. With a single strike he smashed the enormous shadow back to the ground. In less than half a breath Li Xuanxiao's figure had returned to the earth, catching the yellow wine that had slipped from his hand but had yet to touch the ground. Before the wooden hut a massive black python writhed on the ground. Its scales shimmered with an obsidian luster and its eyes glinted with a chilling cruelty, exuding a contempt for life that sent shivers down one's spine. Blood gushed from the black scales and a nauseating stench soon filled the air. Lin Daoling and Qi stood frozen, staring dumbfounded at the creature, which was larger than any python they had ever seen in their lives combined. Yet the little donkey remained remarkably calm. By all logic such a mindless beast should have long been driven by instinct to flee in panic. It had been the same when they encountered the six-winged golden roc. The little donkey had quietly grazed by the roadside. Li Xuanxiao reinserted the bamboo sword into his waistband, casting a casual glance at the serpent sprawled on the ground. The elder, now in his true form, lay prostrate on the ground, his body convulsing. That single strike had said it all. He glanced at the ordinary bamboo sword the other had used. His 5 centuries of cultivation were no match for a mere bamboo blade in his opponent's hand. It seemed he would need to reach the rank of a python to even stand a chance in battle. I fail to recognize a true master. Cough. Go back and tell the demons beyond the pass that this girl is under my protection. The python's eyes rolled. Judging by the other's tone, there might still be a way out for him. Moments later the python vanished from the mountain range, its body burrowing swiftly through the earth. Li Xuanxiao stood with his hands on his hips before the two children, his smug expression seemed to say, impressive, right? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and praise me. Qi stared at him, motionless, deliberately silent. Omega Li Xuanxiao tilted his head back, hearing no praise, and furrowed his brow. Very impressive, Qi finally said. An. Qi pondered for a moment. Very impressive. No other words. Li Xuanxiao frowned, looking in the direction the giant python had fled, contemplating whether to capture it and scare the two little ones again. Qi looked at Li Xuanxiao's demeanor, recalling what Qingyun had told him. Li Xuanxiao is very humble, he never gets complacent because of his strength. Qi shook his head. Qingyun was lying, Xuanxiao was not humble at all. In fact, he really liked to show off. Lin Daoling clapped his small hands loudly. Big brother, if I practice swordsmanship hard, can I become as strong as you? Li Xuanxiao smiled confidently, probably. It depends on your talent, after all someone as formidable as your big brother is rare. Lin Daoling pondered, muttering, if someone as clumsy as big brother has to train for so long, then if I train myself, wouldn't I become strong quickly? Li Xuanxiao slapped him on the head. Hey! What are you saying, kid? Dai and Xiling were originally adjacent. Inevitable friction arose between the two nations, sparking several wars of considerable scale. Later they demarcated their territories with the Jiameng Pass as the boundary. This area was called Beyond the Pass, a lawless zone. The two countries no longer bordered each other, thus easing their former hostility. At that moment, in the grand restaurant of Floating Cloud City beyond the pass. Dong dong dong, as the night watchman's gong sounded, the grand restaurant, silent all day, suddenly blazed with light as night fell. Multicolored lights shimmered, illuminating the entire establishment as if it were daylight. A rich aroma filled the main hall, the scent of exquisite cuisine tantalizing the senses. At this moment the restaurant seemed to awaken from slumber, brimming with life and vitality. Attendants polished the tableware, preparing to welcome the evening guests. Soon the guests arrived. The first was a graceful, beautiful woman, her steps light as the wind, her figure as elegant as a willow. A short figure passed by, yet it had two heads on a human body. There were those with 4 clattering hooves, others shuffling on 2 feet, and handsome fair-faced young men. Looking closely, one saw white foxes, wild dogs, tiger, demons, snake spirits. All manner of demons and monsters from beyond the pass had gathered here. The main hall was a cacophony of noise, all kinds of voices rising. Our old patriarch was among those who swore the oath back then. That Zhao Lingchuan caused our family no end of trouble. Now that his daughter has appeared, how can we let her live? Exactly. Hand that girl over to me, I'll make her wish she were dead. Count me in. It turned out that the demons had gathered today to discuss how to deal with the descendant of Zhao Lingchuan. The demons ate and drank, shouting loudly in righteous indignation. Among the crowd an elder sat silently, flicking his tongue. A young man dressed like a scholar stepped forward, signaling the crowd to quiet down. Everyone, that Zhao Lingchuan had a blood feud with us. We once swore a blood oath to grind his bones to dust and annihilate his entire clan. Now his own flesh and blood has appeared, and she even intends to join the Dragon Tiger Mountain sect. It's only been 7 or 8 years, do the demons beyond the pass mean nothing? His words stirred the crowd into a frenzy. Exactly. No matter who it is, kill them. If the Dragon Tiger Mountain is behind this, we'll leave the 3 provinces beyond Xiling Pass strewn with corpses. This was no idle boast. 100 years ago the demon forces beyond the pass were immense, sandwiched between the powers of Xiling and Dai. Both sides sought to court them, making the demons even more reckless. They treated human life like grass, killing at will. They would barge into homes and even slay a county magistrate on a whim. Some simply seized entire cities and made themselves the masters. Even now the demons beyond the pass had restrained themselves greatly. But if they truly intended to break with the Dragon Tiger Mountain, poisoning water sources, spreading plagues, breaching riverbanks, these underhanded tactics were all too effective. I suspect Dai is pulling strings behind the scenes this time. Might as well deal with Dai too. I agree. If we don't show them a thing or two, they might forget our might. The elder drank his wine in silence, recalling the man with the bamboo sword, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. Then the scholar standing before the demons spoke. Brother Lu, your Lu family has the best information. I heard you've already crossed swords with the escort. Why not share it with us all? All the demons' gazes fell upon the old man. He removed his bamboo hat, flicked his tongue and rose to his feet with a complex expression. Old Lu, who exactly is this escort? A massive boar demon, irritated by the old man's hesitation, pressed impatiently. Indeed, could it be some celestial being? The words drew hearty laughter from the crowd. Yet the old man could not muster a smile back. Then he had not known the other's identity either. Later, after extensive inquiries, he finally confirmed it. To have survived a single exchange with that person, needless to say, it was a tale that would grant him unshakable confidence to boast about forever. Qingyun Sect. Qingyun Sect. The demon's expressions darkened. As the foremost righteous sect of the era, their involvement indeed spelled trouble. Li Xuanxiao of Qingyun Sect. At these words utter silence fell. Who? Li Xuanxiao. Then the demon's looks turned to confusion. The absurdity of this was akin to two underworld gangs locked in a deadly feud, with one summoning an ally. The other gang seeking to counter inquired about the ally, only to learn their rival had enlisted the emperor himself. The demons stared blankly at one another. Li Xuanxiao. That Li Xuanxiao of Qingyun Sect? A goat demon asked in disbelief. How many Li Xuanxiaos does Qingyun Sect have? The old man retorted. Another wave of silence. Then, to hell with it. A man slammed the table, reeking of alcohol, clearly drunk. That Li Xuanxiao had his cultivation crippled 30 years ago and has been holed up in Qingyun Sect ever since. Even if he's barely recovered, if we swarm him he can't possibly kill us all. The demons looked at him as if he were a fool. Do you even hear yourself? What manner of man is Li Xuanxiao? Our ragtag band of outland demons likely wouldn't even register on his radar. Back then the demonic cult's mere envoy could command us all. To us that envoy was exalted, yet within the cult he didn't even rank. At that time Li Xuanxiao alone with his sword battled 8 cult elders, killing 4 and wounding 2. Countless figures like that envoy fell to his blade. Though a fallen tiger may be bullied by dogs, we are not even dogs, merely a swarm of insects gathered together. Elder Lu, is this true? The scholarly young master was full of doubt. Not that he distrusted the man, but the matter was simply too absurd. The old man nodded, then clasped his hands in a farewell and left the tavern without another word. The demons now felt a chill of retreat in their hearts. Since the other side had enlisted a figure of heaven-defying stature, persisting would be nothing short of suicidal folly. Just then a laugh rang out. The laugh was piercing like a sharp blade, stabbing into the eardrums of every demon present. It came from a tall, burly man. His laughter drew all eyes. A stranger. What are you laughing at? The tall man said, I laugh at the outland demons, cowards who bully the weak and fear the strong, their courage shattered at the mere mention of a formidable name. What did you say? How dare you? I'll tear out your tongue today. Enraged, the demons erupted. If they couldn't afford to provoke Li Xuanxiao, did they fear him? In an instant all present froze as if struck by a thunderbolt. The terrifying aura emanating from the tall man instantly quelled the restless demons. Allow me to introduce, said the scholarly young master. This is Sect Master Xiong Tiansong. Xiong Tiansong. The renegade disciple of Qingyun Sect. A disciple of Silver Sword Peak, known since youth for his fiery temper and disregard for rules. Years ago, shortly after joining the sect, Xiong Tiansong was guilty of defiling a female disciple of the hidden sect. To preserve their reputation and reluctant to lose a gifted disciple, the sect handled the matter discreetly. Thereafter Qingyun Sect covered for him every time he caused trouble. Once while leading a mission he stumbled upon a rare treasure. To prevent treachery among disciples, sect rules mandated that any treasure found during missions must be surrendered to the sect. To claim the treasure for himself, Xiong Tiansong slaughtered all the disciples on the mission. Upon returning he claimed they had been attacked by a vicious beast and were missing. However, his scheme was clumsy. The law enforcement hall soon uncovered evidence. For killing fellow disciples, even his master could no longer protect him. Thus Xiong Tiansong fled Qingyun Sect and was placed on its wanted list. Despite his infamy, his strength was undeniable. At the 6th scenery stage, nurturing an embryonic form to birth a nascent soul, he was already qualified to found his own sect, hence the scholarly young master's respectful address. Calling you cowards is an insult to cowards. What of Li Xuanxiao's reputation? I've long wished to cross swords with him. Xiong Tiansong swept his gaze over the demons with utter contempt. Leave Li Xuanxiao to me. Just watch from the sidelines. The demons all stared at him. Xiong Tiansong wore a haughty expression as if the so-called Sword Dao paragon meant nothing to him. He had his own calculations, hunted by Qingyun Sect he had no foothold. Having barely escaped to the outlands he still lacked a foundation. Killing Li Xuanxiao would serve as revenge against Qingyun Sect. Though Li's cultivation was crippled his name still carried weight. All the world knew of Li Xuanxiao of Qingyun Sect. Slaying him would be a public slap to the sect, a form of vengeance. On the other hand it would serve as a pledge of loyalty to his backer. The so-called remnants of the demonic cult were now his last refuge. More importantly, the rumor of Li Xuanxiao's crippled cultivation was only half true. After all, he hadn't left the mountain in 30 years since vanquishing the cult. As a core disciple of Qingyun Sect, Xiong Tiansong had access to internal matters. Silver Sword Peak and Tongtian Peak had always maintained good relations among the 7 peaks. Naturally, Xiong Tiansong knew the truth. Li Xuanxiao was long a cripple. His body was tainted by a demonic soul deemed an Illiman man. Even before leaving the sect the elders had harbored grievances against him. Surely by now he had been cast out. What a perfect chance for Xiong Tiansong to seize the advantage. Outside the pass at the traversing gorge. This was the only route from beyond the frontier to Xiling. The myriad demons of the outer lands had long ambushed both sides, yet despite their fierce posturing none dared to step forward as the vanguard. After all, who was Li Xuanxiao? Even in his most fallen state did they think themselves worthy of humiliating him. But now a renegade disciple of Qingyun Sect had volunteered to lead the charge, speaking with unwavering conviction. Xiong Tiansong stood atop the mountain overlooking the gorge's magnificent vista. Mountains stretched across the horizon, the gorge plunging deep. The peaks undulated like a colossal dragon winding its way forward. The river within the gorge surged endlessly, splashing water and roaring with thunderous echoes. Xiong Tiansong took a deep breath. The gorge was rich with spiritual essence, which explained why so many demons thrived beyond the pass. Today he would slay Li Xuanxiao here. To say he felt no fear would be a lie. Xiong Tiansong had witnessed with his own eyes how the crippled Li Xuanxiao was defeated by a cultivator of the lower 3 realms in the martial arena. Yet he had also seen the same man barely 20 wielding the Qingyun sword to vanquish countless demons. In truth, he and Li Xuanxiao shared a certain connection. Years ago, on the day Li Xuanxiao entered the sect, they had exchanged a single glance. Li Xuanxiao's father struggled to climb the long stairs of Qingyun Sect, gasping for breath. Though Xiong Tiansong had also just joined, he was born into a cultivation family and had trained since childhood. He had always looked down upon mortals. Yet years later Xiong Tiansong could never have imagined that the youth of that time would become the most dazzling figure in the cultivation world. A wind ceaselessly swept through the gorge, howling like ghosts and wailing like wolves. In the distance several figures were approaching. Boss, that story about Jiang Li and Yan Qing didn't have a happy ending. Tell us another one. Li Xuanxiao chewed on a wild blade of grass, lifting his eyelids slightly to glance at the gorge ahead, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Oh. What story do you want to hear? I want a love story, said Lin Daoling. You're just a brat who hasn't even grown hair yet, what do you know about love? A Qi walking ahead suddenly turned around. A Qi wants to hear Xuanxiao's love story. Yes, Lin Daoling nodded. Want to hear, I want to too. A flicker passed through Li Xuanxiao's eyes and his smile slowly faded as if he was recalling some distant memories. I am a swordsman. A swordsman needs no woman, only his sword. Behind the little donkey a 4-wheeled cart was laden with sacks of dried tea leaves. An old man, pipe in mouth, walked beside the cart with a young man. They were father and son whom Li Xuanxiao had met on the road. Their donkey had gone missing. The old man intended to take his son to Xiling, sell all the tea for money and return to find his son a wife. So Li Xuanxiao had offered them a ride along the way. Li Xuanxiao ate the homemade dried sausages from the old man's home. Fearing the 2 little ones would pester him for love stories, he took the initiative to chat with the old man. Since you can sell your tea in Xiling for money, why doesn't everyone else do the same? The old man slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. Everyone knows it can make money, and these years Xiling and Day are no longer at war, but this place beyond the pass is perilous, plagued by demons and monsters. If it weren't for finding a wife for my boy, this old man would never risk it. After speaking he looked back at Li Xuanxiao. Young man traveling with 2 children on the road, what's your purpose? A friend entrusted me to take them to school. School is good. The old man nodded. The group chatted as they walked, and before they knew it they had entered the gorge. Xiong Tiansong stood atop the mountain gazing at the figures below, a smile curling on his lips. Even from this close the other had not sensed him at all. It was the extra pair, the old man and the youth, that caught Xiong Tiansong's attention. But once he confirmed they were mere mortals, his uneasy heart finally settled. Once he killed Li Xuanxiao, the demons beyond the pass would bear witness. Then he would present Li Xuanxiao's head to the Demon Sect in exchange for a 7th realm breakthrough pill. Xiong Tiansong had stepped into the 6th realm at 30 but had been stuck there for the rest of his life with no substantial progress. He had taken 2 breakthrough pills before, but the effect was negligible. As for the 7th realm breakthrough pill in the Demon Sect's hands, it was said to be left behind by the sect's second patriarch when he broke through his bottleneck. The demon's gazes fell upon the group in the gorge. Which one was Li Xuanxiao? The one smoking the pipe? The young man in the leather cap? Or the man chewing on grass? Surely it couldn't be those 2 little children. He was once a figure of earth-shattering renown whose mere stomp could shake the world. Such a legendary person stirred their curiosity, a desire to see his true face. Xiong Tiansong let out a cold snort. His aura surged, climbing like a man ascending a high mountain. His previously suppressed cultivation rose from the 3rd realm through the 4th up to the peak of the 6th realm. To evade pursuit, Xiong Tiansong had long refrained from unleashing his peak power. Now, though he had confirmed that Li Xuanxiao was still a cripple, he dared not be careless. Feeling the long-lost power within him, everything seemed easier, his blood pulsed and every meridian thrilled with excitement. The demons felt that power, simultaneously realizing Xiong Tiansong was about to strike, and their hearts tightened with tension. Li Xuanxiao. His voice was about to roar out, but in the next moment the renegade Qingyun disciple, so confident in his strength, suddenly stiffened. The killing intent in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by a hint of confusion. You looking for me? A familiar yet unfamiliar figure stood before him. The man stood with hands on his hips, a faint smile on his face. Xiong Tiansong stepped back, unleashing his full vital force, muscles tense, power gathering in his fist. Blood surged as if about to burst forth. His fist arced through the air, carrying the sound of wind, aimed at the other's chest. In close quarters combat without spells or artifacts, a fist was more effective. The moment Li Xuanxiao appeared before him, Xiong Tiansong sensed something was wrong. Yet he clung to a shred of hope. Now, with the demons of the outer lands watching and his 6th realm cultivation at hand, charge together. Li Xuanxiao has long been a cripple. The voice was cut short as a bamboo sword pierced through Xiong Tiansong's heart. My cultivation was indeed crippled, and I have indeed grown weaker, but not weaker than you. When Li Xuanxiao thrust that unremarkable bamboo sword into Xiong Tiansong's body, the battle had already ended. The sharp sword qi exploded, instantly destroying his heart. The 6 realms are divided into 3 stages: the spiritual platform, the embryo nurturing, and the nascent soul. Raising the spiritual platform, nurturing the embryo, and manifesting the nascent soul. Xiong Tiansong had long been at the peak of the 6 realms, having manifested his nascent soul years ago. As the saying goes, the Yuan Sea surges to raise the spiritual platform. Upon the platform the embryo is nurtured. The embryo condenses with radiant light, and with a thunderous flash the nascent soul is born. Logically, even with his heart destroyed, Xiong Tiansong should not have died instantly. But Li Xuanxiao poured every bit of his meager sword qi into him in an instant, leaving no chance for a counterattack. After the sword qi tore through Xiong Tiansong's body, except for the small portion consumed, the rest was once again absorbed by Li Xuanxiao. A swordsman's sword qi is not infinite. It is honed through relentless day and night practice, yielding only a few strands. Each use diminishes the reserve. Li Xuanxiao patted the dust from his knees and let out a silent sigh. Truly not what I once was. Frequent urination, incomplete voiding. Tui tui tui. Xiong Tiansong's body fell straight to the ground, silent and still. Once the nascent soul is destroyed, not even a celestial deity could save him. Li Xuanxiao pulled out the bamboo sword and glanced around. The next moment figures fled in all directions. At that instant the demons beyond the pass shared but one thought. Flee. And in their minds they cursed Xiong Tiansong's ancestors for 8 generations without end. That scoundrel Xiong Tiansong, a man without a shred of decency, had boasted to the heavens. He claimed all demons beyond the pass were mere nobodies. He said Li Xuanxiao was nothing to fear. He vowed to take the lead and rip off Li Xuanxiao's head. To hell with him. They were fools to have trusted that wretched soldier. After Li Xuanxiao's single strike he watched the scattering demons but chose not to strike again. His injuries had yet to fully heal and his foundation was destroyed. His sword chi was scarce best saved for critical moments. Soon after Li Xuanxiao reappeared in the canyon. Lin Dowling seeing him return from afar said, "Big brother, where did you go to take a dump?" "I want to go too." Li Xuanxiao annoyed kicked the lad. "Ow, big brother, don't kick my butt or it'll come out." Lin Dowling clutching his rear ran off in a hurry. The old man puffed on his pipe staring at the rising campfire and said in a deep voice, "I hope this journey is safe and we encounter no demons or monsters." Li Xuanxiao resting his head on his hands turned slightly to tease the old man's son. "When you sell goods in shilling this time and get money, what kind of wife will you marry?" The young man smiled sheepishly. "Aling from the east end of the village." "Oh. Is she pretty?" The young man nodded, even more embarrassed. Aling was dark-skinned, thin and had wide hips. When she bent over to work in the fields, the young man couldn't help but stare. They had been childhood sweethearts. Now at the age for engagement he pestered his father to find a matchmaker and propose. His family was poor and couldn't afford a bride price. So he had to go to shilling to earn money. Before he left, Aling tugged at his sleeve, reluctant to let him go, afraid her lover might never return. "I bet Aling stands at the village entrance every day watching for her lover," Li Xuanxiao teased. The young man's dark face flushed with embarrassment. "How wonderful!" Li Xuanxiao sighed sincerely. 5 days later, Li Xuanxiao and his group left the canyon and arrived at Shaoqing, the nearest provincial city to the pass in Shilling. After resting for a night, the old man and his son who had traveled with them bid farewell and left. They needed to sell their tea quickly or it would lose its value. The young man gave Li Xuanxiao half a sack of tea as payment for the journey. The old man's lips twitched, his face dark as he glared at his son. He clearly begrudged the half sack of tea. Then with his murky eyes fixed on Li Xuanxiao, he waited for him to decline, hoping to take the tea back. Thank you. I won't stand on ceremony." Li Xuanxiao accepted the tea with a smile. The old man's face grew darker and a few black lines appeared on his forehead. Before leaving, Li Xuanxiao took out the bamboo sword from his waist. "I won't take your tea for nothing. This sword is my gift in return." He untied the bamboo sword and handed it to the young man. "It hasn't been with me long, but it has gained a bit of spiritual essence. Ordinary demons and monsters won't dare come near." The old man's face wrinkled in confusion, unable to understand such a senseless remark. If the speaker had been a Taoist or a monk, the words wouldn't have seemed so out of place. Besides, throughout the journey they had seen no sign of any special skill from him. Young as he was, his words carried no weight. But the old man's son, after a moment of surprise, solemnly took the bamboo sword. "Thank you." When they were far away, the old man scolded his son, "You foolish boy. You gave away half a sack of tea. What, showing off your wealth?" The young man scratched his head. "Dad, he gave us a ride the whole way. Besides, that man didn't seem ordinary." "How so?" "Look, he dared to travel beyond the pass with 2 kids from the south all the way to Shilling. With no trouble for so long, how could he be an ordinary man?" The young man added, "That's how it's written in storybooks." The old man snorted in disdain. 5 days later, the father and son driving a mule cart left Shilling and headed beyond the pass. This time not only had they sold their tea at a good price, but they had also bought a mule cheaply, leaving both beaming with joy. A heavy rain fell as if the sky had split open. The father and son drove the mule cart into a dilapidated temple in the mountains to take shelter. "This one's too old. Tough old meat won't taste good. That young one's good. Well, split him in half." "Deal." Unseen by the father and son, 2 malevolent spirits dwelling in the clay statues were plotting to devour them. The mule, as if sensing something, let out uneasy cries. The old man shivered, a bone-chilling cold creeping over him. The mule stomped its hooves on the ground, letting out terrified sounds. In the dark night, thunderclaps echoed, illuminating the old man's pale face. A wave of unease surged within him and his throat tightened. The 2 malevolent spirits stared at the unsuspecting victim slowly approaching the father, son and mule, their eyes gleaming with cruelty. The old man's eyes widened. Though he couldn't see the spirits, he instinctively felt something drawing near, his skin crawling with goosebumps. "Son! Son!" The young man, lost in a dream of his wedding night with Aling looking at him shyly, wore a foolish smile. His father's panicked cries jolted him awake. Lately he wondered if the bamboo sword truly had a miraculous effect. Despite the freezing winter, with the sword at his waist, he didn't feel the cold much. So now the young man instinctively reached for the bamboo sword. Dad, what's wrong? Thunder and lightning still raged outside the temple. But the mule had calmed down. The old man, drenched in cold sweat, stared around in terror. Yet the suffocating pressure that had felt like a sword at his throat was gone. Gone. It was gone. The old man patted his cheeks, looked at the clay statues in the temple, then at his son. Finally his gaze settled on the bamboo sword at his son's waist. Dad, what happened? A nightmare. No, nothing. Go to sleep. The next day the rain stopped. The father and son led the mule out of the ruined temple. They never noticed the fine cracks that had appeared on the clay statues inside. The two malevolent spirits that had dwelled within had long been slain. At Xiling in the city of Chao, Superintendent Lu of the Celestial Master Sect of Dragon Tiger Mountain was in charge. Fellow Daoist fellow Daoist Chen, please. Superintendent Lu, who presided over Chao City, raised his wine cup. Mo Zhu and Chen Shirsi raised their cups simultaneously. The contents were no ordinary vintage but spirit wine beneficial to cultivators. Superintendent Lu set down his cup. I wonder how many more disciples or elders from Qingyun Sect will be arriving later. Mo Zhu replied indifferently, only the two of us. This. Superintendent Liu's expression stiffened slightly. He was well aware of Xiong Tiansong's strength. Ever since that man arrived beyond the pass, he had caused Superintendent Lu endless headaches. Several attempts to besiege and kill him had failed, and now Qingyun Sect had only dispatched 2 disciples. Chen Shirsi perceived the other's distrust and spoke with a tone of displeasure, with my senior sister here you may rest assured. Xiong Tiansong is no threat. Indeed. Indeed. Superintendent Lu nodded awkwardly. Qingyun Sect is unrivaled under heaven, who does not know who has not heard. Having said this, Superintendent Lu hesitated before continuing. It is not that I, this humble priest, am deliberately prying, but I inadvertently learned that Li Xuanxiao, the true man of Qingyun Sect, has appeared in Chao City. Thus I presumed it was that true man Li himself who had come. Chen Shirsi stared at him in silence, speaking of the very thing best left unmentioned. Mo Zhu's face was as dark as water. Seeing this, Superintendent Lu quickly changed his tune. Of course it is not that I distrust the two of you. True man Li could not possibly grace us with his presence for a mere Xiong Tiansong. He he he. Superintendent Lu swallowed his saliva, realizing he had misspoken, and hurriedly drank 3 cups as self-punishment. Just then a constable from Dragon Tiger Mountain rushed in with urgent news. Superintendent. Superintendent. What is it? Such a fluster. Xiong Tiansong is dead. What? Superintendent Lu instinctively looked at Mo Zhu and Chen Shirsi, only to see bewilderment on their faces as well. Before long, Xiong Tiansong's corpse was carried into the superintendent's mansion. The body was perfectly preserved. By all logic, a man's death is like a lamp extinguishing. Moreover, in the mountains it should have long been devoured by demons and monsters. After all this, 6 scenes, cultivator was no ordinary cabbage or radish to the demons, monsters and beasts of the mountains. He was undoubtedly a precious tonic. Yet Xiong Tiansong's corpse had lain in the ravine for days, still completely intact. The reason was the sharp sword aura lingering on the body, which kept all demons from daring to step even an inch closer. This. Superintendent Lu frowned deeply, staring at the sword mark in his palm. Such a piercing sword aura. As a local superintendent of Dragon Tiger Mountain, fortified by the Dragon Tiger Chi, his cultivation was naturally formidable. This sword aura appeared frail like a guttering candle in the wind. Yet upon contact it burrowed into his body like a clinging bone parasite. As he puzzled over this, he saw Mo Zhu of Qingyun Sect levitate Xiong Tiansong's corpse with a spell. This man was slain by my senior brother. The body must be taken back to Qingyun Sect. My apologies for the intrusion. With that, without waiting for Superintendent Liu's reply, she had already swept out of the hall. Chen Shirsi stood frozen for a moment before following immediately. Senior sister. Mo Zhu slightly lowered her head, the corners of her mouth curling upward into a gentle smile. That smile was like the first ray of morning sunlight, warm and soft as if it could dispel all gloom. It was like the first cherry blossom blooming in spring, delicate and moving. Chen Shirsi was momentarily stunned. Senior sister. Smiled. The one whom sect disciples teasingly called the iceberg senior sister had actually smiled. In Chen Shirsi's memory, his senior sister's smile was so precious and unforgettable. Whenever he recalled his senior sister, his heart swelled with deep longing and affection. Yet no matter how hard he tried, he could never clearly picture the look of her smile. Senior sister. It's nothing. Let's go. Mo Zhu's smile faded. Upon realizing that Xiong Tiansong had been killed by her senior brother Li Xuanxiao, everything became clear to her. So her senior brother had not changed, he had not abandoned Qingyun Sect. Was Chen Shursi's acquisition of senior brother's painting a mere coincidence? Mo Zhu had thought so before. But now she understood. That painting was left deliberately by her senior brother. He had never casually given away his paintings before. How could he have sold one to a shopkeeper for just a few pieces of silver? Her senior brother must have foreseen that Chen Shursi would visit that shop and ultimately obtain his painting. As the most gifted disciple of Tongtian Peak aside from senior brother himself, Chen Shursi was someone senior brother intended to nurture. Afterward, senior brother had also slain Xiong Tiansong, who colluded with the demons beyond the pass. Fearing that she and Chen Shursi would be outmatched, senior brother had gone to great lengths. Understanding all this, knowing that her senior brother was still silently guarding Tongtian Peak, Mo Zhu's eyes slightly lowered, a warmth rising in her heart. With this thought, Mo Zhu glanced at Chen Shursi. After a moment's hesitation, she told him the truth of the entire matter. In the past, senior brother never sought any reward for his deeds, so much so that those he had silently helped often never knew it was him. After senior brother's downfall, had any of those people ever shown him gratitude? Of course, among them were also ungrateful wretches like Ning Ying. After listening to his senior sister's explanation, Chen Shursi was silent for a moment. Then, meeting her expectant gaze, he finally spoke. Senior sister, rest assured. Shursi will forever remember senior brother's kindness. Mo Zhu nodded approvingly. Achoo. Achoo. Li Xuanxiao rubbed his nose and muttered, who keeps thinking of me? One sneeze means someone's thinking of you, two means someone's cursing you, Lin Daoling remarked. Li Xuanxiao gave him a kick on the backside. Lin Daoling, long accustomed to it, held his rear and ran ahead. Big brother, look. Is that tallest mountain Dragon Tiger Mountain? Lin Daoling pointed excitedly at the imposing peak ahead. Yes. Li Xuanxiao nodded. He had visited Dragon Tiger Mountain once years ago, so he hadn't forgotten it yet. Achi walked slowly behind her, head low, clearly in low spirits. What's wrong? Li Xuanxiao's large hand suddenly rested on her head. Achi lifted her head, her big watery eyes darting around before glancing at Lin Daoling ahead. Achi doesn't want to go to Dragon Tiger Mountain. After sending Lin Daoling there, Achi wants to follow you. There's wind in my blood, I'm destined to drift all my life. What would you follow me for? Achi fell silent. Her father Zhao Lingchuan and the entire Zhao family had been killed by some ill-intentioned individuals from Dragon Tiger Mountain in league with the demons beyond the pass. And now she was supposed to go to Dragon Tiger Mountain to study martial arts. Seeming to guess what was on her mind, Li Xuanxiao tousled her hair. Where in this world is there so much fairness and justice? If you want fairness and justice, go and claim it yourself. Learning from your enemy and then avenging your family, there's nothing cooler than that. Achi blinked, puffing out her cheeks. The people of Dragon Tiger Mountain aren't fools. Why would they teach the child of an enemy? Li Xuanxiao said, I know Dragon Tiger Mountain well enough. Not everyone there is evil, and certainly not every Taoist on the mountain is your enemy. As for your enemies, they wouldn't dare touch you. Achi asked, why? Because the greatest swordsman under heaven has your back. Li Xuanxiao stated calmly. In Xiling, at the Celestial Master Mansion of Dragon Tiger Mountain, the old Celestial Master was in seclusion. The initiation ceremony for new disciples was to be fully presided over by the 5 masters of the Celestial Master Mansion. The 3 dukes, 5 masters and 18 heads of the Celestial Master Mansion were responsible for all matters great and small. The 3 dukes had long since ceased to involve themselves in the internal affairs of Dragon Tiger Mountain. At that moment the 5 masters clad in crimson robes were gathered in the hall to discuss the initiation ceremony. This is the list of children whose parents have rendered great service in the various regions of Dragon Tiger Mountain and are of at least 3 generations of clerical servants. Pinjiangzi furrowed his brow, his gaze falling upon the name at the top of the list. The descendant of Zhao Lingchuan. In those days Zhao Lingchuan had enjoyed unparalleled prestige, threatening to surpass the orthodox lineage of Dragon Tiger Mountain itself. This had stirred discontent among some within Dragon Tiger Mountain. Back then it was Pinjiangzi in collusion with one of the 3 dukes, the elder Du, who had used the demons from beyond the passes to bring about Zhao Lingchuan's demise. Seeing this name again after so many years, Pinjiangzi's eyelids twitched involuntarily. According to the rules, a candidate must have a blood relative who still serves as a local clerical officer to be eligible. But this descendant of Zhao Lingchuan. Zhao Lingchuan died years ago and none of his collateral relatives serve as clerical officers in any region. The other four masters understood Pinjiang's implication. One of the crimson-robed Taoists who had kept his eyes shut finally opened them. Zhao Lingchuan rendered great service to Dragon Tiger Mountain in his time protecting the people of Xiling. Upon his death he was granted the rare honor of burial on the mountain. The entire Zhao family was massacred, leaving only a single daughter alive. Now she comes holding her father's clerical token, seeking to enter Dragon Tiger Mountain. If we were to turn her away, what would the world say of us? Pinjiangzi had nothing more to say and the others voiced no objection. Oh, look at their clothes, beggars climbing the mountain. Some Dragon Tiger Mountain disciples sat on the white stone steps on either side, eyeing Li Xuanxiao and his two companions who were leading a donkey with amusement. Aki followed silently behind Li Xuanxiao. Lin Daoling rolled up his sleeves ready to curse, but Li Xuanxiao lifted him up by the collar. Big brother, let me go. I need to teach those snobs a lesson. Hey, are you Zhao Lingchuan's daughter? Do you know how many Dragon Tiger Mountain people your father got killed? And you still dare to come here? What's your name? Are you mute? Beggars are on the mountain. Beggars are on the mountain. Li Xuanxiao swept his gaze over them. Most were no more than 13 or 14 years old, outer disciples of Dragon Tiger Mountain. It seemed someone was pulling the strings from behind the scenes. Inner disciples wouldn't stoop to such tactics, so they had deliberately sent the younger outer disciples. Thinking this, Li Xuanxiao couldn't help but smile and shook his head to himself. The trick may be beneath contempt, but it's certainly annoying enough. Go back. Get the hell out of here. Dragon Tiger Mountain doesn't want you. Playing deaf, huh? Your father was a beast and you're a little beast. Whoa, ha ha ha. Aki clenched her fists tightly, saying nothing. Li Xuanxiao looked down at her and said with a smile, pretty angry, aren't you? Aki nodded silently, then shook her head. Aki is not angry. Oh. Getting angry only hurts myself. Aki will remember them. Good, not bad. Li Xuanxiao ruffled her hair. Just then a young disciple in a Taoist robe appeared ahead, silencing the others with a look. These outer disciples are young and ignorant. Please do not take offense. No harm done. Please follow me. They followed him to a dilapidated room. Please stay here until the initiation ceremony begins. Lin Daoling pinched his nose, glaring at the animal droppings in the corner, and couldn't hold back his curses. Son of a bitch. Is this a place for humans? This was clearly a stable. Is this how Dragon Tiger Mountain treats its guests? The young Taoist gave a faint smile, left them with a take it or leave it, and departed. Lin Daoling stomped his feet in fury, cursing the young Taoist's ancestors for 8 generations. Li Xuanxiao, however, plopped down on a stone by the door and yawned lazily. Aki had already begun tidying up the room inside and out. The little donkey let out a snort. The initiation ceremony was to begin in a month, so Li Xuanxiao planned to stay on Dragon Tiger Mountain for a while. But certain people on the mountain were intent on making things difficult for them. Not only was there no food provided, but someone also threw stones at their window in the dead of night. Upon learning that other new disciples had been assigned to the spacious and comfortable main rooms in the eastern hall, Lin Daoling was hopping mad. He stood before the hall cursing loudly. But before anyone could teach him a lesson, Li Xuanxiao dragged him back. Big brother, let me have my say. These Dragon Tiger Mountain Taoists are despicable. They look down on us. Since no one brought them food, Aki and Lin Daoling went to fetch it themselves. Every time they had to walk a long way to the chores hall. Of course the path was never smooth. Either they were deliberately bumped into by outer disciples their own age, or they were picked on and provoked into arguments. Lin Daoling's quick temper led to a fight after just a few words. Outnumbered, he was knocked to the ground. Aki put down the food container she was carrying, rolled up her sleeves and rushed forward. These Dragon Tiger Mountain disciples were outer disciples, but they were the same age as Aki and Lin Daoling. Though they came from cultivation families, they were still just children. Lin Daoling, who had grown up roaming the streets and brawling, was naturally skilled in fighting. Aki, who had learned from Tiniu at the forge, found it easy to handle a few arrogant peers. Before long 5 or 6 of them were crying and running away after being beaten by the pair. But the next day more people were lying in ambush for them. Lin Daoling and Aki fought as they fled, returning with their clothes stained with food and soup. Lin Daoling rubbed his bruised cheek and burst into loud sobs. Seeing his pathetic state, Aki said angrily, "What are you crying for? If you get beaten today, fight back tomorrow." The next day the two little ones went to fetch food again. This time they were prepared. One threw a handful of sand they had prepared earlier into the opponent's faces while the other struck with a bamboo sword. They gained the upper hand, but the next time their opponents came armed as well. Lin Daoling was beaten black and blue, sniffling and sobbing as he tugged at Li Xuanxiao's sleeve, begging his big brother to get revenge. Li Xuanxiao sat on the stone and said nonchalantly, "If I get revenge for you this time, who will do it the next time you're beaten?" Li Xuanxiao merely sat or lay there while Qi and Lin Daoling had no idea what he was thinking all day. "Big brother, the sword technique you taught me is ineffective," Lin Daoling said gloomily. He had tried a few moves earlier but found them even less effective than his own random swings. "That's because you two don't know how to use it properly. Practice diligently and don't be lazy." Li Xuanxiao lazily turned over. Qi and Lin Daoling had not seen him leave the dilapidated house for a month, and they too had endured a month of beatings. At last the month passed and the day of the disciples' entrance ceremony arrived. True trouble was at hand. Early in the morning Lin Daoling and Qi had just changed their clothes and prepared to head out for the entrance ceremony when they saw a crowd outside. The outer disciples of Longhu Mountain whom Qi and Lin Daoling had dealt with before not only showed up this time but they also brought their elders. Li Xuanxiao yawned as he walked in from the house. "What's going on? Why is everyone making such a fuss?" One of the children with a bruise on his face pointed at Qi and Lin Daoling, his eyes flashing with anger. An elder among the crowd fixed his gaze on Qi, his narrow brows slightly raised. Whether in appearance or expression, it was strikingly similar. Just like Zhao Lingquan. Those present along with their respective families from Longhu Mountain were all involved in the plot against Zhao Lingquan back then. Otherwise they wouldn't be here today. To root out the threat they could not allow Zhao Lingquan's descendants to return to Longhu Mountain. "You have mismanaged your discipline. Indulging children in violence, we have come today to seek an explanation." As soon as the elder named Qian finished speaking, Lin Daoling shouted. "Nonsense. It was clearly your child who started the trouble and insulted us as the spawn of dogs. A group of children from your family attacked us and we were forced to retaliate against such a beating. Yet you still have the nerve to come demanding an explanation. Shameless." The expression on Elder Qian's face darkened. Nearby a young disciple was furious. "You little brat, how dare you speak to my uncle like that?" Then he turned his ire toward Li Xuanxiao. "It must be your poor guidance to apologize to my uncle." At this moment one of the 5 masters of Longhu Mountain, Qingyun, though inside the hall, was keenly aware of Li Xuanxiao and the other situation. The incident started with children causing a ruckus, prompting everyone to demand an explanation, and a conflict was inevitable. In the midst of the dispute a young disciple, furious, acted out. This led to the accidental killing of Qi, the daughter of Zhao Lingquan, who had come to Longhu Mountain to seek a master. To outsiders this appeared to be an accident. And the young disciple's act of killing was not punishable by death, for once the storm passed fortunes awaited him. Taking a step back, even if the old heavenly master were to investigate this matter, they could simply let the young disciple take his own life to settle the matter. Longhu Mountain, considering its reputation, would certainly quell the incident. With Zhao Lingquan's family without heirs, naturally no one would continue to pursue this matter. Ultimately this matter would come to nothing. Qingyun recited the Quietude Sutra. To him it was not a significant issue. Just like clearing the wild grass from the field. After all, Zhao Lingquan was already dead, killing his daughter was merely a precaution. Even if today's scheme failed, there were countless ways in the future to ensure her demise, whether on Longhu Mountain or outside of it. But why did he have an inexplicable feeling of unease? As one of the 5 masters of Longhu Mountain, Qingyun certainly did not believe that this feeling was unfounded. Yet he was unsure what could cause him such discomfort. Thus he had no choice but to recite the Quietude Sutra. "Apologize." "I do not know how to apologize," Li Xuanxiao asked. "Bow twice to my uncle." "I am not skilled in bowing." Li Xuanxiao shook his head. As he spoke he looked up at the sky, seemingly indifferent to the young man speaking to him. The snow fell like goose feathers, if the Qingyun sect never experienced snow. The seasons felt like spring all year round, lacking much flavor. A wind blew against him, making his clothes flutter and his hair dance. Li Xuanxiao squinted his eyes, finding it amusing. "Bow? Bow to what?" Lin Daoling exclaimed angrily. A beautiful woman shielding her child scoffed, "2 wretches born of a father but without a mother. Coming to Longhu Mountain to wreak havoc. You are the one born without a mother." The beautiful woman glared with her apricot eyes. "You little brat, say that again." Lin Daoling suddenly fell silent, tugging at Li Xuanxiao's sleeve and whispering, "Big brother, why do I feel that something is off?" "You are quite perceptive." Lin Daoling had seen bandits kill, and the gazes of these people were eerily similar to those bandits. Do they want to kill us?" Lin Daoling said in disbelief. "Probably." Lin Daoling's lips turned pale. "This is Longhu Mountain, big brother, you stall for time, you'll go get help." "It's useless." "Why?" Li Xuanxiao looked at the snow rapidly melting in his palm and said lightly, "If it were useful they would have come long ago." Today the disciples of the Deacon Hall of Longhu Mountain were deliberately avoiding this direction and taking other routes. The elder of deacons sat at the head. "This matter has nothing to do with us. If it truly escalates, Qingyun will take responsibility." Another relatively younger elder showed a hint of difficulty. "If it were just this I wouldn't be so worried, but Li Xuanxiao happens to be present at Longhu Mountain at this time. He is already a useless person, what is there to worry about? Lend me your sword." Li Xuanxiao's voice was not loud, yet it carried immense weight. Thousands of swords from the Dragon Tiger Mountain Taoists unsheathed themselves, simultaneously flying toward him in a majestic torrent. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, a fierce wind howled, and the entire world descended into gloom. Flying swords streaked across the heavens like rainbows. As the sword light pierced the darkness, in an instant the entire sky above Dragon Tiger Mountain was illuminated. The clouds were torn apart by the sword aura, revealing a patch of azure blue beneath. Sunlight spilled over the clouds, casting a golden radiance as if a celestial being had descended upon the mortal realm. Large tracts of trees on the mountain were felled by the sword aura, crashing to the ground with a dull thud. Rocks were shattered by the sword aura, scattering into countless fragments that flew in all directions. The largest river on Dragon Tiger Mountain flowed through the entire Shilin region. At that moment the entire river of Dragon Tiger Mountain was illuminated by the sword light. The water was churned by the sword aura, forming a massive whirlpool that sucked in everything around it. Spray flew into the air, crystalline and translucent like pearls. The river was sliced by the sword aura, leaving deep gashes that resembled canyons. In an instant every living creature on Dragon Tiger Mountain was bathed in the sword light. Spirit beasts in the Spirit Beast Garden fled in terror, seeking refuge from the sword aura. Birds circled in the sky, emitting sharp cries. The crowd stared in horror at the rain of swords in the sky, bewildered by what was happening. Those before the dilapidated hut felt an unparalleled force. This force seemed to emanate from the very heavens and earth. Before it, all else were insignificant ants. "Not good. Spare us, true person Li." Several voices suddenly rang out in succession as figures darted forth from all directions. At the affairs hall the elder, who had been idly watching and chatting, had already arrived atop the peak, staring dumbfounded at the rain of swords filling the sky. Qingyun, one of the 5 masters, took a deep breath and began to chant rapidly under his breath, his whisk shimmering with a strange light. "No use. It's too late, too fast." Among the remaining 4 masters overseeing Dragon Tiger Mountain, only a sword cultivator reacted swiftly, yet he could only gaze helplessly at the rain of swords. Soon he abandoned any thought of resistance. Dragon Tiger Qi. This man can actually command the Dragon Tiger Qi. In the main hall 18 Dragon Tiger banners rustled loudly. The banners were inscribed with the topographical maps of Xiling's 18 provinces and various mystic talismans. These banners were crafted by the first heavenly master of Dragon Tiger Mountain to suppress the 18 provinces of Shilin. In those days the first heavenly master could wield all 18 Dragon Tiger banners. No subsequent heavenly master had ever been able to fully command all 18 banners, until years ago when Zhao Lingchuan, a menial worker of Dragon Tiger Mountain, mastered 14 of them. The dozens of people before the dilapidated hut, men, women, young and old, had originally come according to plan to pick a quarrel and kill Zhao Lingchuan's daughter. There were also many Dragon Tiger Mountain disciples who had come to watch the spectacle, over 100 in total. Now they stood dazed, gazing up at the falling rain of swords. They would die, this in their eyes was an unchangeable fact. They would be struck down by the sword aura in an instant, not even having time to feel pain. Over 1,000 swords plunged into the ground, humming loudly. The sword aura did not run rampant, instead as each flying sword landed it dissolved into a torrential rain that poured down its icy touch, sending chills through everyone. The crowd stood petrified. Alive. They were still alive. The same thought arose in every heart. The rain of swords had fallen, yet not a single person was harmed. The beautiful woman who had cursed the loudest was now pale and bloodless, utterly terrified. The seemingly most seasoned elder among the crowd was not much better off. Let alone these disciples from Dragon Tiger Mountain's collateral families. In midair, what of the 5 masters, the many Taoist true persons and the countless Dragon Tiger Mountain disciples who had come to see what was happening? In that instant their swords had all uncontrollably leaped from their scabbards. Li Xuanxiao raised his head and declared loudly, "Old Heavenly Master, I return the last wisp of Dragon Tiger Qi to Dragon Tiger Mountain. From now on we are even." Li Xuanxiao shook the snow and wind from his person. By now the sky was thick with the figures of Dragon Tiger Mountain Taoists in their robes. Lin Daoling gave a thumbs up. Aki stared at Li Xuanxiao with her big watery eyes. So amazing, Li Xuanxiao nodded. If he remembered correctly, this was the first time the girl had praised him. If someone bullies you, fight back. If you get beaten by someone your age, don't use my name, I'd be ashamed. The young man in blue stroked his little donkey, his aura surging. He turned to Lin Daoling and said, "The little donkey is mine now." In an instant his figure transformed into a pillar of light that shot into the sky. The crowd instinctively looked up as a voice came from beyond the 9 heavens, "These 2 children are under my protection. I hope everyone at Dragon Tiger Mountain will look after them." His tone was light, almost as if joking. But feeling the lingering authority that still hung in the air, everyone present understood the weight of those words. "Big brother, when will we meet again?" Lin Daoling shouted at the top of his lungs. "The Jiang who never parts, fate will bring us together again." "Goodbye," Aki said softly. She seemed to know that Li Xuanxiao could hear her. A long while later the families who had come to cause trouble silently led their young children away from the place. The many Dragon Tiger Mountain Taoists also retrieved their swords. Everyone remained silent, some even sat down cross-legged on the spot to deeply contemplate the lingering sword intent. Qingyun took a deep breath and then let it out slowly. Such an imposing display, sword aura blotting out the sky, thousands of flying swords of different types and grades. And none of the swords belonged to the swordsman himself. Yet he allowed not a single wisp of sword aura to leak out, not a single person present to be harmed. Painting on a canvas is not difficult, but to create a beautiful, exquisitely detailed painting on a space the size of a fingernail, that is truly beyond human capability. Li Xuanxiao's feat, commanding 1,000 swords without harming a single person, was like painting on a thumbnail. Li Xuanxiao was truly worthy of the title Sword Dao Paragon. Qingyun's gaze fell upon the girl with braids in front of the dilapidated hut, and he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. He gave a bitter smile. To receive a single sword from Li Xuanxiao is an honor worth a lifetime. At Dragon Tiger Mountain Spirit Herb Garden, the old heavenly master slowly opened his eyes, feeling the Dragon Tiger Qi that had been missing for over 70 years now finally restored. Years ago Li Xuanxiao had borrowed most of Dragon Tiger Mountain's Dragon Tiger Qi to exterminate the Demon Sect. Because the Dragon Tiger Qi was tied to national fortune, only a handful of people knew of this matter. Over the years the Dragon Tiger Qi had gradually returned to Dragon Tiger Mountain, leaving only this last wisp. They had long given up hope, for back then Li Xuanxiao had destroyed the Demon Sect not for personal gain but for the sake of the entire world. Thus Li Xuanxiao had been gravely wounded. The Dragon Tiger Qi also possessed healing properties, it was only natural and reasonable for him to keep it for his recovery. One could even say that for certain reasons the entire Dragon Tiger Mountain owed Li Xuanxiao a debt. Little did they expect that years later Li Xuanxiao would ultimately return the Dragon Tiger Qi to Dragon Tiger Mountain. A month later in Yangon Town, Xiling. Ghost Hand Divine Physician Li Yangon fussed over his bottles and jars, his fingers dancing nimbly among various instruments as if playing a beautiful melody. These bottles and jars held the medicines Li Yangon cherished as treasures. Each one was carefully selected and processed by him, and he treated them like his own children, full of love and care. Cough, cough, cough. Li Xuanxiao lay on the bed, lifting his eyes slightly. "Hey old Li, where's your damn medicine? How long has it been? Less talk. Shut your mouth if you don't want to die." Li Yong'an hunched over, stuffed a freshly formed black pill into Li Xuanxiao's mouth, muttering incessantly. "Your injuries have healed. Why couldn't you just rest peacefully? You had to go to Dragon Tiger Mountain to summon the sword. And even after summoning it, why return the Dragon Tiger Qi?" Li Xuanxiao said, "Style is a lifetime thing. Besides, that Dragon Tiger Qi was never mine. I promised to return it to Dragon Tiger Mountain. A promise lightly made is one to be kept." "Fine, fine, you sentimental fool." Li Yangon poured a green liquid into Li Xuanxiao's mouth and patted his back. "This ascending dragon pill of mine, many sect masters and powerhouses begged for it, but I refused. Do you know the trials I endured to formulate it? More than 81 tribulations. I sought out 3 top-tier alchemists, crossed mountains and seas, begged and groveled, and after immense hardship I finally concocted 3 ascending dragon pills. I used two before. This third one I plan to save for when my lifespan wanes to add a few more years. Li Xuanxiao grinned. You old miser cling to life so tightly everyone else might die but you won't. Rest well. Your foundation is shattered, you're not the young man you once were. Even if your injuries heal, your foundation won't recover. Find a compatible foundation to merge with quickly. Li Xuanxiao yawned lazily. A good foundation isn't like cabbages, where am I supposed to find one? Li Yangon said with a sly smile, return to the Azure Cloud sect or join any sect or power. Once they hear your injuries are healed they dig out their own bones for you, let alone a foundation. Too tiring. While I'm still alive I want to wander and see the world. Li Xuanxiao stretched. As for the foundation. Hard to find, it's all about fate. Enough talk, let's get some wine and meat. It's rare for us to meet tonight, well drink and revel until we're drunk. That night. Li Xuanxiao and Li Yangon clinked cups roasting meat over a fire in the moonlit countryside. Ghost Hand Divine Physician Li Yangan's garden was filled with spiritual herbs. Any single one would drive outside cultivators into a frenzy willing to risk their lives for it. No one would imagine that such a garden, instead of belonging to some sect, clan or empire's backyard, appeared in an unremarkable little town. Yet now this astonishing garden had become Li Xuanxiao's barbecue spot. I'll remember our first meal together. It was over this very fire roasting meat. Li Xuanxiao squinted, staring at the sizzling meat in the flames. Li Yangon stroked his beard. How could I forget? Back then Li Yangon wasn't called the Ghost Hand Divine Physician, he was just a blind wanderer seeking a cure for his eyes. It felt like crossing through time, recalling all the past. Though his heart churned with thunderous emotions, his lips only uttered a calm, long time no see. As the wine warmed them, spirits rose. They reminisced about joys, regrets, amusing tales and remorseful moments from years past. They drank until the jug was empty, reveling together, and slept until dawn without stirring. Who knows if our next meeting will be me burning paper for you or you for me, Li Xuanxiao joked. Li Yangan's wrinkled face broke into a smile tinged with bitterness. Things had changed and all was done. Li Xuanxiao turned, plopped onto his little donkey and waved. Farewell. The last time he said farewell, their next meeting was 40 years later. This time who knew how many years would pass? Li Yangon gazed at Li Xuanxiao's retreating figure for a long time. The older one grows, the more one clings to memories. He hadn't believed it before, but now. This might be our last meeting, I should have said a few more words. Li Yangon sighed softly and turned back into the house. He lifted the garden's barrier, revealing its true state. Then he saw his meticulously tended garden, every precious herb had been stolen clean. Whoever did it stole the herbs without his notice, calmly picking only the finest ones. There was no one in the town capable of such a feat, and any outsider would have been detected. Only one person remained. In this world only one man dared to steal from Ghost Hand Divine Physician Li Yangon. Li Yangon froze, then erupted into curses. Li Xuanxiao. Your mother is a maid. Achoo. Achoo. Li Xuanxiao rubbed his nose and smiled contentedly. That must be Li Yangon missing me. What brotherly love, he's already thinking of me and I've only just left. Li Xuanxiao patted the sack he used to carry the herbs. Under the bright sun the scenery was fine with red flowers and green grass. He held a small stick with a string tied to one end. On the string hung a carrot. Sitting on the donkey he dangled the carrot before its eyes to spur it forward. The little donkey couldn't reach it left or right and let out a disgruntled bray. Then with a shake it threw Li Xuanxiao off. Caught off guard, Li Xuanxiao fell flat on his face and the stick dropped. The donkey quickly bent down to eat the carrot, infuriating Li Xuanxiao, who kicked its rump. Hey! You ungrateful beast! I feed and water you and this is how you repay me. The donkey gave him a sidelong glance as if to say. Haven't I worked? Who do you ride every day? Li Xuanxiao dusted off his pants, then grabbed a random herb from the sack and chewed it like a weed. If any pharmacist or alchemist witnessed this, they'd slap their thighs in anguish and cry out, what a waste! What a waste! Three-tailed wind leaf. Cultivators' realms ranged from 1 to 9 vistas. The world's herbs and pills were also graded from 1 to 9. Unlike man-made pills, herbs were born of heaven and earth, nurtured by spiritual energy. This three-tailed wind leaf was a 7th-grade spiritual herb, immensely precious. Countless pharmacists and alchemists had traveled far and wide seeking one in vain. And now Li Xuanxiao casually ate it as a snack. Not a single cloud graced the sky nor a breath of wind stirred. The blazing sun hung overhead and all the trees stood listless and languid as though weary of the world. Li Xuanxiao gazed into the distance where a vista of green mountains and jade-green peaks lay before him. White clouds coiled around the mountains like a realm of immortals. He drew a deep breath, recalling the man he once was, the reckless youth, the one lost in confusion. The thunder of hooves rang out on the official road, drawing nearer. Li Xuanxiao turned his head slightly to see a troop of heavily armored soldiers. Their warhorses were monstrously large, like beasts from a myth, and the road trembled violently as if an earthquake were upon it. Hastily Li Xuanxiao guided his little donkey aside to avoid being trampled. Behind them the rumbling of carriage wheels flowed like rain over gleaming white marble. The carriage, resplendent in the sunlight, was adorned with gold and embedded with jewels, exuding an air of elegance. Li Xuanxiao took a large bite of the soft roasted flatbread in his hand. Just then the carriage curtain was drawn aside, revealing a strikingly beautiful face. She was a maiden of about 16 with a delicate and lovely countenance. Her eyebrows arched like crescent moons and her bright spirited eyes shimmered like stars. Her nose was straight, her lips rosy, and the slight upward curl at the corners hinted at her sweetness and playfulness. She looked at Li Xuanxiao and his little donkey, then her gaze fell upon the flatbread in his hand and she couldn't help but purse her lips. Could you share some with me? Li Xuanxiao smiled, tore off the untouched half of the bread and tossed it to her. The girl's face lit up with joy as she reached out her small hand. But in the next instant a sword flash struck the bread to the ground. A white-clad swordsman riding close to the carriage said, "Miss, this bread is fare for common folk. If you're hungry, there are pastries in the carriage. Besides, you shouldn't accept food from strangers." He cast a cold glare at Li Xuanxiao as if issuing a warning. Li Xuanxiao shrugged helplessly. The girl stared at the fallen bread, her face full of reluctance. But he seemed to enjoy it so much. And if I wasn't going to eat it, why waste food? The white-clad swordsman ignored her. The girl chattered on. Amused, Li Xuanxiao pulled a wild fruit he had picked earlier from his pocket and took a bite. After a few bites he felt a pair of eyes fixed on him. Turning around he saw the same girl from the carriage staring intently at the fruit in his hand. Li Xuanxiao found it truly intriguing. Given the retinue and the carriage, this was no impoverished family. How could a simple fruit or flatbread captivate her so? "You want this?" The girl nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. Li Xuanxiao glanced at the white-clad swordsman. The girl said, "I want the fruit." The white-clad swordsman sighed, seemingly weary of the girl's incessant chatter, and tossed a gold piece to Li Xuanxiao. "The fruit. Hand it over." His tone carried a commanding edge. Li Xuanxiao's expression remained unchanged as he tossed the fruit back along with the gold piece. Wild fruit picked from the mountains is worthless. Let's call it a friendly gesture. The white-clad swordsman raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised by Li Xuanxiao's response. But soon he snorted coldly. As if a mere fruit could earn a connection to the Wei family. Unlike the swordsman, the girl bit into the fruit, a satisfied smile spreading across her face. After finishing the fruit she looked at Li Xuanxiao with a beaming smile, as if asking if there was more. Li Xuanxiao found it amusing. "What is the young lady's name?" "Wei Yingying." Li Xuanxiao searched his memory. Judging by the procession, this was likely the Wei family of Nanyang. The carriages behind were laden with goods, gifts perhaps for a celebration. So he asked further. "Oh, it's for the grand wedding of Tang Wu, the master of Qingyun Pavilion. We're going to the feast." At the mention of the feast Wei Yingying's eyes sparkled. "And you riding your little donkey alone, where are you headed?" Wei Yingying asked curiously. "To see the world. But now. I think he'll go to Qingyun Pavilion for a cup of wedding wine as well. Then we're going the same way." The white-clad swordsman said flatly, "You know the master of Qingyun Pavilion?" You could say that. Could say that. The man's cultivation, the flow of energy within him, the spiritual trends around him, all were laid bare, easily discerned. Without regard for appearances the white-clad swordsman used his divine sense to probe the man's age. Though he couldn't pinpoint the exact year or month, he could grasp a rough estimate. At such an age his cultivation was merely passable. With no promising path ahead, how could a man of such shallow learning know the master of Qingyun Pavilion? The white-clad swordsman doubted it. Likely seeing their grand procession, this fellow hoped to tag along and try his luck at Qingyun Pavilion. A resource sort adept at seizing opportunities. The white-clad swordsman glanced at his young mistress who was chatting animatedly with the man. He said nothing more, harboring a private thought at least this kept her from pestering him. Once they reached Qingyun Pavilion he could simply send the man away, a trivial matter. Li Xuanxiao and Wei Yingying found common ground in their conversation. The young girl was curious about everything. As for Li Xuanxiao, he was simply starved for conversation. "Do you know the master of Qingyun Pavilion?" Wei Yingying asked. "I knew him once upon a time." "Oh," Wei Yingying continued, "then how is his cook?" Clearly she took the matter of the feast very seriously. Li Xuanxiao was caught between laughter and tears at the girl's erratic train of thought. "That I truly don't know. I've never dined at his home. Besides, it's been ages since I last saw him." "Then what's in your sack? Is it food?" Wei Yingying stared at the sack strapped to the donkey. "You could call it food." Li Xuanxiao gave an ambiguous answer. This only piqued Wei Yingying's curiosity further. "What kind of food? He'll trade you something for it." Any single herb in that sack was likely worth more than all the gifts in this entire caravan. "No trade, no trade. Besides, you couldn't eat it," Li Xuanxiao said with a smile. Herbs and elixirs weren't to be consumed casually. It wasn't about higher grades yielding better results, it depended on each cultivator's unique condition. If the body couldn't withstand the medicinal power, it would cause harm, at best injury, at worst death. "Humph," Wei Yingying's face fell with disappointment. After a moment's thought she pulled out a priceless jade pendant. "He'll trade you this." The white-clad swordsman glanced at it, a look of resignation on his face. The young mistress' habit of trading treasures for food had never been cured. The old madam, fearing she might give away truly valuable items, had given her some trinkets of little worth. The jade pendant in her hand was probably enough to keep this young man comfortable for 3 lifetimes. To the Wei family it was hardly a treasure of immeasurable value. This man, though unrefined, was indeed fortunate to have encountered their young mistress. It could be considered his good fortune. "Would you trade with me?" Wei Yingying said eagerly. Li Xuanxiao waved his hands repeatedly. "No, no, you can't eat this." The white-clothed swordsman beside them secretly scoffed, realizing he was a fool. A tremendous opportunity lay before him, yet he had rejected it. However, he had remained silent throughout, like a lofty observer quietly watching ants carry their food. The caravan moved forward, the weather gloomy, with thick low gray-yellow clouds filling the sky. The northeast wind howled, rampaging across the wilderness as if wielding sharp blades capable of piercing through thick fur coats. Fortunately, most of the caravan members were cultivators unafraid of the howling north wind. Li Xuanxiao stopped the little donkey at a nearby charity house, unwilling to continue. The snowstorm was so severe that the road ahead was barely visible. However, the Wei family seemed completely unconcerned, continuing onward. Li Xuanxiao started a fire, his feet jumping from the cold. Ouch, ouch. The charity house was established by a prominent local family to store the bodies of those who died mysteriously or unjustly with no one to claim them. Li Xuanxiao glanced at several coffins inside the house alongside some basic provisions. He scanned the area and found a ceramic bowl tucked in a corner. He wiped the sides of the bowl with snow, added some more snow inside, and then some rice to roast over the fire, waiting for the snow to melt. Before long the aroma of rice porridge filled the air. Li Xuanxiao squinted, took a sip of wine, and listened to the howling wind and snow outside. It felt very comfortable. However, not long after voices came from outside. Li Xuanxiao turned his head to see a familiar cute little face peeking in. Members of the Wei family entered one after another. "Hurry inside, warm up," Wei Yingying urged a few thinly clad maidens. "Dressing so lightly and not letting them into the carriage to warm up, look at how frozen they are." The white-clothed swordsman said lightly, "Miss, if the servants get on the carriage like the master, wouldn't that break the rules?" "What rules?" "They're not cultivators. What will happen if they freeze?" The maidens were quite beautiful but unfortunately lacked any cultivation talent. "Second master lets rest for the night before pursuing them further." The white-clothed swordsman crossed his sword over his chest and sat cross-legged. After saying this he seemed unwilling to say more. In his view the lives of these maidens had nothing to do with him. They had signed a contract of servitude, their lives and deaths were at the mercy of the Wei family, and they were not precious cultivators. This was not just his opinion, which aristocratic family truly regarded these servants as human. The young lady remained a girl at heart. "Is this firewood yours? Can you sell us some?" Wei Yingying asked. "No, it's from the charity house." "How could there be so much firewood here?" Someone put it here for passing travelers. Why? Li Xuanxiao explained, it's for convenience for others and themselves. Passing travelers can use the firewood. The next day once it's convenient they can replenish what they used. Wei Yingying blinked. The white-clothed swordsman coldly scoffed in his heart, just the weak gathering warmth. However, he had no interest in explaining this to his young lady. Your rice porridge looks delicious. Wei Yingying pursed her lips. Then she pushed all her sunflower seed snacks over to Li Xuanxiao. Let's trade. Li Xuanxiao looked at the beautifully packaged snacks in his hand, took a light bite and slowly chewed, savoring the delicate texture as it melted in his mouth. It's from the Wang's confectionery in Chang'an. Chang'an is located in Day, and to eat confectionery from Day's Chang'an in Shilin one would expect to pay dozens of times more. However, for the Wei family it was naturally nothing. Wei Yingying showed surprise. Have you eaten it before? Yes, a friend used to love eating it. The beauty and I share similar tastes. Your friend must be a great beauty like me. Li Xuanxiao nodded. Yes, she is indeed a great beauty, the most beautiful in the world. How beautiful? Indescribably beautiful, in short, very beautiful indeed. She must not be as pretty as my sister. Wei Yingying said, my sister is the #1 beauty in the world. One day I'll have you meet my sister and your friend for a comparison. That might not be possible because she is already dead, Li Xuanxiao said blandly. How could that be? I killed her. Wei Yingying's action of eating porridge froze as she looked up, her amber eyes fixed on Li Xuanxiao. Why? Because she was a madwoman who wanted to kill everyone in the world, Li Xuanxiao said, resting his head on his hand, his tone as casual as discussing daily life. The Wei family members listening couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing, not taking it too seriously. Even the few servants warming themselves found this merely a story. It seemed that only the little girl in front of Li Xuanxiao took it seriously. Wei Yingying said, was she not very powerful? Yes, quite powerful and very confident. She always said, unless I don't want to win no one can make me lose. Light and darkness all depend on one's own thoughts. Li Xuanxiao imitated the tone of the person he remembered. I have witnessed the rise and fall of kingdoms, the birth and extinction of species. In countless moments the only constant is the foolishness of mortals. You are guarding a world destined for destruction. Your efforts are meaningless. Flee. That way you can live a few more days. I am the beginning of the end, the shadow that obscures the sun. The bell of destruction. My existence is for this moment to witness pain and despair, O mortals. As Li Xuanxiao continued to imitate, he couldn't help but laugh. The surrounding people couldn't hold back their laughter either. However, being from a wealthy family, they seemed to think such laughter was unbecoming. Thus they just covered their mouths with their hands, chuckling softly. Everyone simultaneously had the thought, is this person mentally unstable? Most of the Wei family's entourage were cultivators at that moment, looking at a child pretending to be a valiant general in cardboard armor. Even the white-clothed swordsman who had been meditating with his eyes closed couldn't help but open his eyes and look at the young man again. Every time he found the young man's actions ridiculous, the next moment the other would do something even more ludicrous. Absurd. Wow. So impressive. Wei Yingying said, her mouth agape. The white-clothed swordsman sighed silently. His young lady believed such things without doubt. Logically speaking, she was not young anymore, not a 3 or 4-year-old child. Sigh. Your friend is incredibly powerful. Wei Yingying said, her belief in Li Xuanxiao's words unwavering. Then how was she defeated? Because she encountered someone even more formidable. Sometimes Li Xuanxiao even suspected that the heavenly Tao had deliberately brought him into this world to annihilate that person. Once he killed her, the heavenly Tao reclaimed everything from him, restoring balance to the world's power. The snow never ceased, the sky was an endless cascade of snowflakes. It had been so long, over 30 years. Even in his dreams he could never clearly see her face. He was lost in idle thoughts again. Li Xuanxiao shook his head involuntarily. He stepped outside to gather more snow. The wine was also finished. What a pity. Wei Yingying cupped her face in her hands, her eyes darting around. So he's really that formidable? The white-robed swordsman could not help but interject, Miss, don't listen to that man's nonsense. He's just a failed sword cultivator who hasn't even manifested his life-bound sword yet, he boasts with such audacity. Wei Yingying asked, puzzled, you mean he's lying? Yes. Why? No particular reason. Boasters are not uncommon, but one who spins tales as grand as his is indeed rare. Then how do you know he's lying? Wei Yingying was perplexed. The attendant named Yinger let out a soft laugh. Miss, even I could tell, he was practically tearing the fabric of his own tall tale. Although Yinger was a maid, her attire differed from that of the other girls. Her light blue dress appeared no different from the ordinary servants, yet her skin remained utterly unchanged under the biting wind. Yinger's father was a hereditary servant of the Wei family, and such servants held a status far from low. He was also a scenery cultivator. Having grown up alongside Miss Wei Yingying, Yinger naturally shared a closer bond and enjoyed a higher standing. Had an ordinary maid spoken such words with the white-robed swordsman present, she would have been severely punished after the miss departed. Wei Yingying's delicate brows furrowed slightly. I have witnessed the rise and fall of kingdoms, the birth and extinction of species. Throughout the countless ages only the folly of mortals remains eternal. Ha ha ha, this man's words are truly amusing. After speaking, Yinger couldn't help but stifle another laugh. But I don't think he was lying. Wei Yingying said. The white-robed swordsman replied, Miss, a swindler doesn't wear a sign on his forehead. Don't be deceived without even realizing it. Yinger chimed in, exactly. Riding a donkey, carrying a burlap sack, dressed so shabbily. And what a fool, he refused to trade even when you offered your jade pendant. Since he's not here, let me see what treasures he hides in that sack. With that she untied the burlap sack Li Xuanxiao had been carrying all along. The sack was the most ordinary kind commonly used by commoners to transport grain. There were no talismans or seals on it. Yinger pulled out a flower and her eyes lit up. So the sack is filled with flowers. They're quite beautiful. The petals were layered, soft yet resilient, adorned with countless tiny golden specks. Even without leaning in, one could catch their fragrance. Yinger rummaged further. How peculiar, the sack is full of nothing but flowers. They really are lovely, Wei Yingying said, drawing closer to examine them. The white-robed swordsman cast a casual glance. There was something strange about this flower. His divine sense swept over it instinctively, and his curiosity deepened. Something was off. Very off. Though he knew little of pharmacology and could scarcely identify precious herbs. Yet his divine sense could perceive the spiritual resonance within the blossom, sensing a peculiar energy emanating from it. The white-robed swordsman said, Uncle Bin, take a look at this flower. The man he addressed as Uncle Bin was an apothecary of the Wei family, blind in one eye and somewhat eccentric in temperament. However, due to his expertise in pharmacology, he commanded considerable respect within the household. Hearing the call, an old man with a single eye and white hair shuffled over. He was unkempt, exuding the distinctive odor of one who spent years in constant contact with medicinal herbs. What the hell do you want me for? Look at a flower. What good is there to see? Despite his grumbling, Uncle Bin still cast a glance. Uncle Bin bent down, his clouded eyes fixed on the beautiful blossom, and his expression shifted abruptly. Heavens! The celestial cicada spirit flower. It's the celestial cicada spirit flower. His exclamation startled those nearby. The celestial cicada spirit flower. A 7th-grade spiritual flower that grew atop snow-capped peaks. The white-robed swordsman instinctively tightened his grip on his sword. No wonder the flower looked familiar. Years ago, in his quest to break through to the mid-6th scenery, he had ventured into a secret realm with his clan's elders in search of this very flower. Not only had he failed to find the spiritual flower back then, but he had also been injured, causing his cultivation to regress. Now, after so many years, he beheld it once more. A tumult of emotions surged within the white-robed swordsman, followed by confusion. Why was this spiritual flower here? Tisk tsk, Flameheart 7-leaf flower, blood crystal, grass, blueheart stone. Good heavens! What a waste! Such treasures stuffed in a burlap sack, a sheer desecration. In all my life I've never seen so many precious things. Uncle Bin's voice rang in his ears. The white-robed swordsman, who had maintained an impassive expression throughout the journey, now bore a countenance as varied as a rainbow. All were 6th and 7th grade spiritual herbs and flowers. Among them was even an 8th grade specimen, truly beyond the mundane realm. These spiritual herbs alone could purchase several cities. If they fell into the wrong hands, they would incite countless bloody conflicts. The white-robed swordsman's heart pounded wildly, his face flushed. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the excitement and thrill within. But his heart raced faster, as if it might leap from his chest. Such medicinal herbs were beyond even the Wei family's means, perhaps not even the Shilin imperial court possessed them. How could an ordinary cultivator own so many rare treasures? Could it be? Could that man truly be a supreme expert? Yet his divine sense detected nothing unusual about him. Unless the man's cultivation was so profound that what he perceived was merely a facade beyond his comprehension. At this thought cold sweat trickled down the white-robed swordsman's back. Such a figure was not one the Wei family could afford to offend. Give it here. The white-robed swordsman snatched the spiritual herb from Yinger's hand, carefully returned it to the sack and placed the sack back in its original position. Keep your mouth shut about what just happened, the white-robed swordsman commanded coldly. Yes. Everyone in the funeral parlor belonged to the Wei family and knew the strictness of its rules. After issuing a stern warning to the others, the white-robed swordsman turned to Wei Yingying with a serious expression. Miss, be sure not to let anything slip later. He wasn't worried about anyone else, only his young miss with her impulsive nature.